Chapter 17 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 17. The Arising of Papantzin. On the morrow Papantzin died, and was buried with great pomp that evening in the burial ground of Chapultepec, by the side of the Emperor's royal ancestors. But, as will be seen, she was not content with their company. On that day also I learned that to be a god is not all pleasure, since it was expected of me that I must master various arts, and chiefly the horrid art of music, to which I never had any desire. Still, my own wishes were not allowed to weigh in this matter, for there came to me tutors, aged men who might have found better employment, to instruct me in the use of the lute, and on this instrument I must learn to strum. Others there were also, who taught me letters, poetry, and art, as they were understood among the Aztecs, and all this knowledge I was glad of. Still I remembered the words of the preacher, which tell us that he who increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow, and moreover I could see little use in acquiring learning that was to be lost shortly on the stone of sacrifice. As to this matter of my sacrifice, I was at first desperate, but reflection told me that I had already passed many dangers and come out unscathed, and therefore it was possible that I might escape this one also. At least death was still a long way off, and for the present I was a god, so I determined that whether I died or lived, while I lived I would live like a god and take such pleasures as they came to my hand, and I acted on this resolve. No man ever had greater or more strange opportunities, and no man can have used them better. Indeed, had it not been for the sorrowful thoughts of my lost love and home which would force themselves upon me, I should have been almost happy, because of the power that I wielded and the strangeness of all around me. But I must to my tale. During the days that followed the death of Papantzin, the palace and the city also were plunged in ferment. The minds of men were shaken strangely because of the rumours that filled the air. Every night the fierce portent blazed in the east, and every day new wonders or omen were reported, and with it some wild tales of the doings of the Spaniards, who by most were held to be white gods, the children of Quetzal, come to take the land which their forefather ruled. But of all that were troubled, none were in such bad case as the Emperor himself, who during these weeks scarcely ate or drank or slept, so heavy were his fears upon him. In this strait he sent messages to his ancient rival, that wise and severe man Nezer, the king of the allied state of Tezcuco, begging that he would visit him. This king came, an old man with a fierce and gleaming eye, and I was witness to the interview that followed, for in my quality of god I had full liberty of the whole palace, and even to be present at the councils of the emperor and his nobles. When the two monarchs had feasted together, Montezuma spoke to Nezer of a matter of the omens, and of the coming of the Teules, asking him to lighten the darkness by his wisdom. Then Nezer pulled his long grey beard, and answered that heavy as heart of Montezuma might be, it must grow still heavier before the end. "See, lord," he said, "I am so sure that the days of our empire are numbered, that I will play you at dice for my kingdoms, which you and your forefathers have ever desired to win." "For what wager?" asked Montezuma. "I will play you thus," answered Nezer. "You shall stake 3 fighting cocks, of which, should I win, I ask the spurs only. I set against them all the wide empire of Tezcuco. A small stake, said Montezuma. Cocks are many and kingdoms are few. Still, it shall serve our turn, answered the aged king. For know that we play against fate. As the game goes, so shall the issue be. If you win my kingdoms, all is well. If I win the cocks, then goodbye to the glory of Anahuac, for his people will cease to be a people, and strangers shall possess the land. Let us play and see, said Montezuma, and they went down to the place that is called Tlachco, where the games are set. Here they began the match with dice, and at first all went well with Montezuma, so that he called aloud, and already he was lord of Tezcuco. May it be so, answered the aged Neza, and from that moment the chance changed. For strive as he would, Montezuma could not win another point, and presently the set was finished, and Neza had won the cocks. Now the music played, and courtiers came forward to give the king homage of his success, but he rose sighing and said, I had far sooner lose my kingdoms than have won these fowls, for I have lost my kingdoms. They would have still passed into the hands of one of my own race. Now, alas, my possessions and his must come under the hand of strangers, who shall cast down our gods and bring our names to nothing. And having spoken thus, he rose, and taking farewell of the emperor, he departed for his own land, where, as it chanced, he died very shortly, without living to see the fulfilment of his fears. On the morrow of his departure came further accounts of the doings of the Spaniards, that plunged Montezuma into still greater alarm. In his terrors he sent for an astronomer, noted throughout the land for the truth of his divinations. The astronomer came, and was received by the emperor privately. What he told him I do not know, but at least it was nothing pleasant, for that very night men were commanded to pull down the house of the sage, who was buried in its ruins. 2 days after the death of the astronomer, Montezuma bethought him that, as he believed, I also was a Teule, and could give him information. So at the hour of sunset he sent for me, bidding me walk with him in the gardens. I went thither, followed by my musicians and attendants, who would never leave me in peace. But he commanded that all should stand aside, as he wished to speak with me alone. Then he began to walk beneath the mighty cedar trees, and I with him, but keeping one pace behind. Teule, he said at length, tell me of your countrymen and why they have come across these shores. See that you speak the truth. Well, they are no countryman of mine, O Montezuma, I answered, though my mother was one of them. Did I not bid you to speak the truth, Teule? If your mother was one of them, must you not also be one of them? For are you not your mother's bone and blood? Well, as the king pleases, I answered, bowing. Then I began, and told him of the Spaniards, of their country, their greatness, their cruelty, and their greed for gold. And he listened eagerly, though I think that he believed little of what I said, for his fear had made him very suspicious. When I had done, he spoke and said, Why do they come here to Anahuac? Oh, I fear, O king, that they come to take the land, or at the least to rob it of its treasure and to destroy its faiths. What then is your counsel, Teule? How can I defend myself against these mighty men, who are clothed in metal and ride upon fierce wild beasts, who have instruments that make noise like thunder, at the sound of which their adversaries fall dead by hundreds, and who bear weapons of shining silver in their hands? Alas, there is no defence possible, for they are the children of Quetzal come back to take the land. From my childhood I have known that this evil overshadowed me, and now it is at my door. If I, who am only a god, may venture to speak to the Lord of the earth, I answered, I say that the reply is easy. Well, meet force by force. The Teules are few, and you can muster 1,000 soldiers for every one of theirs. Fall on them at once. Do not hesitate till their prowess finds them friends, but crush them. Such is the counsel of one whose mother was a Teule, the emperor answered, with sarcasm and bitter meaning. Tell me now, counsellor, how am I to know that in fighting against them I shall not be fighting against the gods? How even am I to learn the true wishes and purposes of men or gods who cannot speak my tongue, and whose tongue I cannot speak? Oh, it is easy, Montezuma, I answered. I can speak their tongue. Send me to discover for you. Now as I spoke thus my heart bounded with hope, for if once I could come among the Spaniards, perhaps I might escape the altar of sacrifice. Also they seemed to link between me and home. They had sailed hither in ships, and ships can retrace their path. For though at present my lot was not all sorrow, it will be guessed that I should have been glad indeed to find myself once more among Christian men. Montezuma looked at me for a while and answered, You must think me very foolish, Teule. What? Shall I send you to tell my fears and weaknesses to your countrymen, and to show them the joints in my harness? Do you then suppose that I do not know you for a spy, sent to this land by these same Teules to gather knowledge of the land? Fool, I knew it from the first, and by Huitzel. Were you not vowed to Tezcat, your heart should smoke tomorrow on the altar of Huitzel. Be warned, and give me no more false counsels, lest your end prove swifter than you think. Learn that I have asked these questions of you to a purpose, and by the commands of the God, as it is written in the hearts of those sacrificed this day, this was the purpose, and this was the command, that I might discover your secret mind, and that I should shun whatever advice you chance to give. You counsel me to fight the Teules, therefore I will not fight them, but meet them with gifts and fair words, for I know well that you would have me to do that which should bring me to my doom. Oh, thus he spoke very fiercely, in a low voice, but his head held low and his arms crossed upon his breast, and I saw that he shook with passion. Even then, though I was very much afraid, for God as I was, a nod from this mighty king would have sent me to death by torment. I wondered at the folly of one who in everything else was so wise. Why should he doubt me thus, and allow superstition to drag me down to the ruin? Today I see the answer. Montezuma did not these things of himself, but because the hand of destiny worked with his hand, and the voice of destiny spoke in his voice. The gods of the Aztecs were false gods indeed, but I for one believe that they had life and intelligence, for these hideous shapes of stones were the habitations of devils, and the priests spoke truth when they said that the sacrifice of men was pleasing to their gods. To these devils the king went for counsel through the priests, and now this doom was upon them, that they must give false counsel of their own destruction, and to the destruction of those who worshipped them, as was decreed by one more powerful than they. Now, while we were talking, the sun had sunk swiftly, so that all the world was dark, but the light still lingered on the snowy crests of the volcans Popo and Ishtak, staining them an awful red. Never before to my sight had the shape of the dead woman, whose everlasting bier is Ishtak's bulk, seemed so clear and wonderful as on that night, for either it was so, or my fancy gave it the very shape and colour of a woman's corpse, steeped in blood, and laid out for burial. Nor was it my fantasy alone, for when Montezuma had finished upbraiding me, he chanced to look up, and his eyes falling on the mountain remained fixed there. "Look now, Teule," he said presently, with a solemn laugh. "Yonder lies the corpse of the nations of Anahuac, washed in the water of blood, and made ready for burial. Is she not terrible in death?" As he spoke the words and turned to go, a sound of doleful wailing came from the direction of the mountain, a very wild and unearthly sound that caused the blood in my veins to stand still. Now Montezuma caught my arm in his fear, and we gazed together on Ixtac, and it seemed to us that this wonder happened, for in that red and fearful light the red figure of the sleeping woman arose, or appeared to rise, from its bier of stone. It arose slowly, like one who awakes from sleep, and presently it stood upright upon the mountain's brow, towering high into the air. There it stood, a giant and awakened corpse, its white wrappings stained with blood, and we trembled to see it. For a while the wraith remained thus gazing towards the city of Tenochtitlan. Then suddenly it threw its vast arms upwards as though in grief, and at that moment the night rushed in upon it and covered it, while the sound of wailing died slowly away. "Say, Teule," gasped the emperor, "do I not well to be afraid when such portents as these meet my eyes day by day? Hearken to the lamentations in the city. We have not seen this sight alone. Listen how the people cry with fear, and the priests beat their drums to avert the omen. Oh, weep on, ye people, and ye priests pray and do sacrifice. It is very fitting, for the day of your doom is upon you. O Tenochtitlan, queen of cities, I see you ruined and desolate, your palaces blackened with fire, your temples desecrated, your pleasant gardens a wilderness. I see your high-born women, the wantons of stranger lords, and your princes, their servants. The canals run red with blood of your children. Your gateways are blocked with their bones. Death is about you everywhere. Dishonour is your daily bread, desolation your portion. Farewell to you, queen of cities, cradle of my forefathers in which I was nursed." Oh, thus Montezuma lamented in the darkness, and as he cried aloud, the great moon rose over the edge of the world and poured its level light through the boughs of the cedars, clothed in their ghostly robe of moss. It struck upon Montezuma's tall shape, on his distraught countenance and thin hands, as he waved them to and fro in his prophetic agony, on my glittering garments, and on the terror-stricken band of courtiers and the musicians who had ceased from their music. A little wind sprang up also, moaning sadly in the mighty trees above against the rocks of Chapultepec. Never did I witness such a scene more strange or more pregnant with mystery and the promise of unborn horror than that of this great monarch mourning over the downfall of his race and power. As yet no misfortune had befallen the one or the other, and still he knew that both were doomed, and these words of lamentation burst from the heart broken by the grief of which the shadow only lay upon it. But the wonders of the night were not yet done with. When Montezuma had made an end of crying his prophecies, I asked him humbly if I should summon to him the lords who were in attendance on him, but who stood at some distance. "Nay," he answered, "I will not have them see me thus with grief and terror upon my face. Whoever fears, at least I must seem brave. Walk with me a while, Teule, and if it is in your mind to murder me, I shall not grieve." I made no answer, but followed him as he led the way down the darkest of the winding paths that run between the cedar trees, where it would have been easy for me to kill him if I wished, but I could not see how I should be advantaged by such a deed. Also, though I knew that Montezuma was my enemy, my heart shrank from thought of murder. For a mile or more he walked on without speaking, now beneath the shadow of the trees, and now through open spaces of gardens planted with lovely flowers, till at last we came to the gates of the place where the royal dead are laid to rest. Now, in front of these gates was an open space of turf, on which the moonlight shone brightly, and in the centre of this space lay something white, shaped like a woman. Here Montezuma halted and looked at the gates, and then said, "These gates opened 4 days since for Papantzin, my sister. How long, I wonder, will pass before they are opened for me?" And as he spoke, the white shape upon the grass, which I had seen and he had not seen, stirred like an awakening sleeper. As the snow shape upon the mountain had stirred, so this shape stirred. As it had arisen, so this arose. As it threw its arms upwards, so this one threw up her arms. Now Montezuma saw and stood trembling, and I trembled also. Then the woman, for it was a woman, advanced slowly towards us, and as she came we saw that she was draped in grave clothes. Presently she lifted her head, and the moonlight fell upon her full face. Now Montezuma groaned aloud, and I groaned, for we saw that face was thin, pale face of the Princess Papantzin, who had lain 4 days in the grave. On she came towards us, gliding like one who walks in her sleep, till she stopped before the bush in the shadow of which we stood. Now Papantzin, or the ghost of Papantzin, looked at us with blind eyes, that is, with the eyes that were open, yet they did not seem to see. "Are you there, Montezuma, my brother?" she said in a voice of Papantzin. "Surely I feel your presence, though I cannot see you." Now Montezuma stepped from the shadow and stood face to face with the dead. "Who are you?" he said, "who wear the shape of one dead and dressed in the garments of the dead?" "I am Papantzin," she answered, "and I am risen out of death to bring you a message, Montezuma, my brother." "What message do you bring me?" he asked hoarsely. "I bring you a message of doom, my brother. Your empire shall fall, and soon you shall be accompanied to death by tens of thousands of your people. For 4 days I have lived among the dead, and there I have seen your false gods, which are devils. There also I have seen the priests that serve them, and many of those who worship them plunged into torment unutterable. Because of the worship of these demon gods, the people of Anahuac is destined to destruction." "Have you no word of comfort for me, Papantzin, my sister?" he asked. "None," she answered. "Perchance, if you abandon the worship of these false gods, you may save your soul. Your life you cannot save, nor the lives of your people." Then she turned and passed away into the shadow of the trees. I heard her grave clothes sweep across the grass. Now a fury seized Montezuma, and he raved aloud, saying, "Curses on you, Papantzin, my sister! Why then do you come back from the dead to bring me such evil tidings? Had you brought me hope with you, had you shown a way of escape, then I would have welcomed you. May you go back into the darkness, and may the earth lie heavy on your heart forever. As for my gods, my fathers worshipped them, and I will worship them till the end. Aye, if they desert me, At least I will never desert them. The gods are angry because the sacrifices are few upon their altars. Henceforth they shall be doubled. Aye, the priests of the gods shall themselves be sacrificed because they neglect their worship. Oh, thus he raved on, after the fashion of a weak man maddened with terror, while his nobles and attendants, who had followed him at a distance, clustered about him, fearful and wondering. At length there came an end, for tearing with his thin hands at his royal robes and at his hair and beard, Montezuma fell and writhed in a fit upon the ground. Then they carried him into a palace, and none saw him for 3 days and nights. But he made no idle threats as to the sacrifices, for from that night forward they were doubled throughout the land. Already the shadow of the cross lay upon the altars of Anahuac, but still the smoke of their offerings went up to heaven, and the cry of their captors rang round the teocallis. The hour of the demon gods was upon them indeed, but now they reaped their last red harvest, and it was rich. Now I, Thomas Wingfield, saw these portents with my own eyes, but I cannot say whether they were indeed warnings sent from heaven or illusions springing from the accidents of nature. The land was terror-struck, and it may happen that the minds of men thus smitten can find a dismal meaning in omens which otherwise had passed unnoticed. That Papantzin rose from the dead is true, though perhaps she only swooned and never really died. At the least she did not go back there for a while, for though I never saw her again, it is said that she lived to become a Christian, and told strange tales of what she had seen in the land of death. End of chapter 17. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 18 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 18. The Naming of the Brides. Now some months passed between the date of my naming as the god Tezcat and the entry of the Spaniards into Mexico, and during all this space the city was in a state of ferment. Again and again Montezuma sent embassies to Cortes, bearing with them vast treasures of gold and gems as presents, and at the same time praying him to withdraw. For this foolish prince did not understand that by displaying so much wealth he flew a lure which must surely bring the falcon to himself. To these ambassadors Cortes returned courteous answers, together with presents of small value, and that was all. Then the advance began, and the emperor learned with dismay of the conquest of the warlike tribe of the Tlascans, who, though they were Montezuma's bitter and hereditary foes, yet made a stand against the white man. Next came the tidings that from the enemies the conquered Tlascans had become the allies and servants of the Spaniard, and that thousands of their fiercest warriors were advancing with him upon the sacred city of Cholula. A while passed, and it was known that Cholula also had been given to massacre, and that the holy, or rather the unholy gods, had been torn from their shrines. Marvellous tales were told of the Spaniards, of their courage and their might, of their armour that they wore, the thunder that their weapons made in battle, and the fierce beasts which they bestrode. Once 2 heads of white men taken in a skirmish were sent to Montezuma, fierce-looking heads, great and hairy, and with them the head of the horse. When Montezuma saw these ghastly relics, he almost fainted with fear. Still, he caused them to be set upon pinnacles on the great temple, and proclamation to be made that this fate awaited every invader of the land. Meanwhile, all confusion in his policies. Day by day, councils were held of the nobles, of high priests, and of neighbouring and friendly kings. Some advised one thing, some another, and the end of it was hesitation and folly. Had Montezuma but listened to the voice of that great man Guatemoc, Anahuac would have been a Spanish fief today. For Guatemoc prayed him again and yet again to put away his fears and declare open war upon the Teules before it was too late, to cease from making gifts and sending embassies, to gather his countless armies and smite the foe in the mountain passes. But Montezuma would answer, "To what end, nephew? How can I struggle against these men when the gods themselves have declared for them? Surely the gods can take their own parts if they wish it, and if they will not, for myself and my own fate I do not care. But alas for my people, alas for the women and the children, and the aged and the weak." Then he would cover up his face and moan and weep like a child, and Guatemoc would pass from his presence dumb with fury at the folly of so great a king, but helpless to remedy it. For like myself, Guatemoc believed that Montezuma had been smitten with a madness sent from heaven to bring the land to ruin. Now, it must be understood that though my place as a god gave me opportunities of knowing all that passed, yet I, Thomas Wingfield, was but a bubble on that great wave of events which swept over the world of Anahuac 2 generations since. I was a bubble on the crest of the wave indeed, but at that time I had no more power than the foam has over the wave. Montezuma distrusted me as a spy, and priests looked on me as a god and future victim and no more. Only Guatemoc, my friend, and Otomie, who loved me secretly, had any faith in me, and with these two I often talked, showing them the true meaning of these things that were happening before our eyes. But they also were strengthless, for though his reason was no longer captain, still the unchecked power of Montezuma guided the ship of state first this way and then that, just as a rudder directs a vessel to its ruin when the helmsman has left it, and it swings at the mercy of the wind and the tide. The people were distraught with fear of the future, but not less on that account, or perhaps because of it, they plunged with further into pleasures, alternating them with religious ceremonies. In those days no feast was neglected and no altar lacked its victim. Like a river that quickens its flows as it draws near the precipice over which it must fall, so the people of Mexico, foreseeing ruin, awoke as it were and lived as they had never lived before. All day long the cries of victims came from 100 temple tops, and all night the sounds of revelry were heard among the streets. "Let us eat and drink," they said, "for the gods of the sea are upon us, and tomorrow we die." Now women who had been held virtuous proved themselves wantons, and men whose names were honest showed themselves knaves, and none cried fie upon them. Aye, even children were seen drunken in the streets, which is an abomination among the Aztecs. The emperor had moved his household from Chapultepec to the palace in the great square facing the temple, and his palace was a town in itself, for every night more than 1,000 human beings slept beneath its roof, not to speak of the dwarfs and monsters and the hundreds of wild birds and beasts in cages. Here every day I feasted with whom I would, and when I was weary of feasting, it was my custom to sally out into the streets playing on the lute, for by now I had some degree of mastery over that hateful instrument. Dressed in shining apparel and attended by a crowd of nobles and royal pages. Then the people would rush from the houses shouting and doing me reverence. The children pelted me with flowers, and the maidens danced before me, kissing my hands and feet, till at length I was attended by a mob of 1,000 strong. And I also danced and shouted like the village fool, for I think that a kind of humour, or perhaps it was a drunkenness of worship, entered into me in those days. Also, I sought to forget my griefs. I desired to forget that I was doomed to the sacrifice, and that every day brought me nearer to the red knife of the priest. I desired to forget, but alas, I could not. The fumes of the mescal and the pulque that I had drunk at the feasts would pass from my brain. The perfumes of flowers, the sights of beauty and the adoration of the people would cease to move me, and I could only brood heavily upon my doom and think with longing of my distant love and home. In those days, had it not been for the tender kindness of Otomie, I think that my heart would have broken, or I should have slain myself. But this great beauteous lady was ever at hand to cheer me in 1,000 ways, and now and again she would let fall some vague word of hope that set my pulses bounding. It will be remembered that when first I came to the court of Montezuma, I had found Otomie fair, and my fancy turned towards her. Now I still found her fair, but my heart was so full of terror that there was no room in it for tender thoughts of her, or any other woman. Indeed, when I was not drunk with wine or adoration, I turned my mind to making of my peace with heaven, of which I still had some need. Still, I talked much with Otomie, instructing her in the matters of my faith and many other things, as I had done with Marina, who we now heard was the mistress and interpreter of Cortes, the Spanish leader. She for her part listened gravely, watching me the while with her tender eyes, but no more, for of all women Otomie was the most modest, as she was the proudest and most beautiful. So matters went on until the Spaniards had left Cholula on the road to Mexico. It was then that I chanced one morning to be sitting in the gardens, my lute in hand, and having my attendant nobles and tutors gathered at a respectful distance behind me. From where I sat I could see the entrance to the court of which the emperor met his council daily, and I noted that when the princes had gone, the priests began to come, and after them a number of very lovely girls attended by women of middle age. Presently, Guatemoc the prince, who now smiled but rarely, came up to me smiling, and asked me if I knew what was going on yonder. I replied that I knew nothing and cared less, but I supposed that Montezuma was gathering a peculiar treasure to send to his masters, the Spaniards. "Beware how you speak, Teule," answered the prince haughtily. "Your words may be true, and yet did I not love you? You should rue them even though you hold the spirit of Tezcat. Oh, alas," he added, stamping on the ground, "alas that my uncle's madness should make it possible that such words can be spoken. Oh, were I Emperor of Anahuac, in a single week the head of every Teule in Cholula should deck a pinnacle of yonder temple." "Oh, beware how you speak, prince," I answered, mocking him, "for there are those who, did they hear, might cause you to rue your words. Still, one day you may be emperor, and then we shall see how you will deal with the Teules. At least others shall see, though I shall not. But what is it now? Does Montezuma choose new wives?" "He chooses wives, but not for himself. You know, Teule, that your time grows short. Montezuma and the priest name those who must be given to you to wife." "Given to me to wife?" I said, starting to my feet. "To me, whose bride is death? What have I got to do with love or marriage? I who in some few short weeks must grace an altar. Oh, Guatemoc, you say you love me, and once I saved you. Did you love me, surely you would save me now, as you swore to do." "I swore that I would give my life for yours, Teule, if it lay in my power, and that oath I would keep, for all do not set so high a store on life as you, my friend. But I cannot help you. You are dedicated to the gods, and did I die 100 times, it would not save you from your fate. Nothing can save you except the hand of heaven, if it so wills. Therefore, Teule, make merry while you may, and die bravely when you must. Your case is no worse than mine, and that of many others, for death awaits us all. Farewell." When he had gone, I rose, and leaving the gardens, I passed into the chamber where it was my custom to give audience to those who wished to look upon the god Tezcat, as they called me. Here I sat upon my golden couch, inhaling the fumes of tobacco, and as it chanced, I was alone, for none dared enter that room unless I gave them leave. Presently the chief of my pages announced that one would speak with me, and I bent my head, signifying that the person should enter, for I was weary of my thoughts. The page withdrew, and presently a veiled woman stood before me. I looked at her wondering, and bade her draw her veil and speak. She obeyed, and I saw that my visitor was Princess Otomie. Now I rose amazed, for it was not usual that she should visit me thus alone. I guessed therefore that she had tidings, or was following some custom of which I was ignorant. "I pray you be seated," she said confusedly. "It is not fitting that you should stand before me." "Why not, princess?" I answered. "If I had no respect for rank, surely beauty must claim it." "A truce to words," she replied, with a wave of her slim hands. "I come here, O Tezcat, according to the ancient custom, because I am charged with a message to you. Those whom you shall wed are chosen. I am the bearer of their names." "Oh, speak on, Princess of the Otomie." "They are," and she named 3 ladies whom I knew to be among the loveliest in the land. "I thought that there were 4, I said with a bitter laugh. "Am I to be defrauded of the 4th? "There is a 4th, she answered, and was silent. "Give me her name," I cried. "What other slut has been found to marry a felon doomed to sacrifice?" "One that has been found, O Tezcat, who has borne other titles than this you give her." Now I looked at her questioningly, and she spoke again in a low voice. "I, Otomie, Princess of the Otomie, Montezuma's daughter, am the 4th and the 1st. "You," I said, sinking back upon my cushions. "You?" "Yes, I. Listen, I was chosen by the priest as the most lovely in the land, however unworthily. My father, the emperor, was angry and said that whatever befell, I should never be the wife of a captive who must die upon the altar of sacrifice. But the priests answered that this was no time for him to claim exception for his blood, now when the gods were wroth. Was the first lady of the land to be withheld from the god? They asked. Then my father sighed and said it should be as I willed, that now in our sore distress the proud must humble themselves to the dust, even to the marrying of a captive slave who is named a god and doomed to sacrifice. So I, Princess of the Otomie, have consented to become your wife, O Tezcat, though perchance had I known all that I read in your eyes this hour, I should not have consented. It may happen that in this shame I hope to find love, if only for one short hour, and that I purpose to vary the custom of our people, and to complete my marriage by the sight of the victim on the altar, as, if I will, I have the right to do. But I see well that I am not welcome, and though it is too late to go back upon my word, have no fear. There are others, and I shall not trouble you. I have now given my message. Is it your pleasure that I should go? The solemn ceremony of wedlock will be on the 12th day from now. Oh, Tezcat! Now I rose from my seat and took her hand, saying, I thank you, Otomie, for your nobleness of mind. Had it not been for the comfort and friendship from you, and GUATEMOC, your cousin, have given me, I think that ere now I should be dead. So you desire to comfort me to the last. It seems that you have purposed to die with me. How am I to interpret this, Otomie? In our land, a woman would need to love a man after no common fashion before she consented to share such a bed as awaits me on yonder pyramid. And yet I may scarcely think that you, whom kings have sued for, can place your heart so low. How am I to read the writing of your words, Princess of the Otomie? Read it with your heart, she whispered in low, and I felt her hand tremble in my own. I looked at her beauty. It was great. I thought of her devotion, a devotion that did not shrink from the most horrible of deaths, and a wind of feeling which was akin to love swept through my soul. But even as I looked and thought, I remembered the English garden and the English maid from whom I had parted beneath the bough at Ditchingham, and the words that we had spoken. Doubtless she still lived, and was true to me. While I lived, should I not keep true at heart to her? If I must wed these Indian girls, I must wed them. But if once I told Otomie that I loved her, then I broke my troth, and with nothing less would she be satisfied. As yet, though I was deeply moved and the temptation was great, I had not come to this. Be seated, Otomie, I said, and listen to me. You see this golden token, and I drew Lily's posy ring from my hand, and you see the writing within it. She bent her head, but did not speak, and I saw that there was fear in her eyes. I will read you the words, Otomie, and I translated into the Aztec tongue the quaint couplet, heart to heart, though far apart. Then at last she spoke. What does the writing mean? She said. I can only read in pictures, Teule. It means, Otomie, that in the far land whence I come, there is a woman who loves me, and who is my love. Is she your wife, then? No, she is not my wife, Otomie, but she is vowed to me in marriage. She is vowed to you in marriage, she answered bitterly. Why, then we are equal, for so am I, Teule. But there is a difference between us. You love her, and me you do not love. That is what you would make clear of me. Spare me more words, I understand all. Still, it seems that if I have lost, she is also the path of loss. Great seas roll between you and this love of yours, Teule, seas of water, and the altar of sacrifice, and the nothingness of death. Now let me go. Your wife I must be, for there is no escape, but I shall not trouble you overmuch, and it will soon be done with. Then you may speak your desire in the houses of the stars, whither you must wander, and it is my prayer that you shall win it. All these months I have been planning to find hope for you, and I thought that I had found it. But it was built upon false belief, and it is ended. Had you been able to say from your heart that you love me, it might have been well for both of us. Should you be able to say it before the end, it might still be well. But I do not ask you to say it, and beware how you tell me a lie. I leave you, Teule, but before I go, I will say that I honour you more in this hour than I have honoured you before, because you have dared to speak the truth to me. Montezuma's daughter, when a lie had been so easy and so safe, that woman beyond the sea should be grateful to you. But though I bear her no ill will, between me and her there is a struggle to the death. We are strangers to each other, and strangers we shall remain. But she has touched your hand as I touch it now. You link us together and are our bond of enmity. Farewell, my husband, that is to be. We shall meet no more until that sorry day when a slut shall be given to a felon in marriage. I use your own words, Teule. Then rising, Otomie cast her veil about her face and passed slowly from the chamber, leaving me much disturbed. It was a bold deed to have rejected the proffered love of this queen among women, and now that I had done so, I was not altogether glad. Would Lily, I wondered, have offered to descend from such state, to cast off the purple of her royal rank, that she might lie at my side on the red stone of sacrifice? Perhaps not, for this fierce fidelity is only to be found in women of another breed. These daughters of the sun love wholly when they love at all, and as they love, they hate. They ask no priest to consecrate their vows, nor if these become hateful, will they be bound by them for duty's sake. Their own desire is their law, but while it rules them they follow it unflinchingly, and if need be, they seek its consummation in the gates of death, or failing that, forgetfulness. End of chapter 18. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 19 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 19. The Four Goddesses. Some weary time went by, and at last came the day of entry into Mexico of Cortes and his conquerors. Now of all the doings of the Spaniards after they occupied the city, I do not propose to speak at length, for these are matters of history, and I have my own story to tell. So I shall only write of those of them with which I was concerned myself. I did not see the meeting between Montezuma and Cortes, though I saw the emperor set out to it clad like Solomon in his glory, and surrounded by his nobles. But I am sure of this, that no slave being led to sacrifice carried a heavier heart in his breast than that of Montezuma on this unlucky day, for now his folly had ruined him, and I think he knew that he was going to his doom. Afterwards, towards the evening, I saw the emperor come back in his golden litter and pass over to the palace built by Asher his father, that stood opposite to and some 500 paces from his own, facing the western gate of the temple. Presently I heard the sound of a multitude shouting, and amidst it the tramp of horses and armed soldiers, and from the seat in my chamber I saw the Spaniards advance down the great street, and my heart beat at the sight of Christian men. In front, clad in rich armour, rode their leader Cortes, a man of middle size but noble bearing, with thoughtful eyes that noted everything, and after him, some few on horseback, but the most of them on foot, marched his little army of conquerors, staring about them with bold, wondering eyes, and jesting to each other in Castilian. They were but a handful, bronzed with the sun and scarred by battle, some of them ill-armed and almost in rags, and looking on them, I could not but marvel at the indomitable courage that enabled them to pierce their way through the hostile thousands, sickness and war, even to come home to Montezuma's power. By the side of Cortes, holding his stirrup in her hand, walked a beautiful Indian woman dressed in white robes and crowned with flowers. As she passed the palace, she turned her face. I knew her at once. It was my friend Marina, who now had attained to the greatness which she so desired, and who, notwithstanding all the evil that she had brought upon her country, looked most happy in it, and in her master's love. As the Spaniards went by, I searched their faces one by one with a vague hope of hate, for though it might well chance that death had put us out of each other's reach, I half thought to see de Garcia among the number of the conquerors. Such a quest as theirs, with its promise of blood and gold and rapine, would certainly commend itself to his evil heart, should it be in his power to join it, and a strange instinct told me that he was not dead. But neither dead nor living was he among those men who entered Mexico that day. That night I saw Guatemoc and asked him how things went. "Well, for the kite that roosts in the dove's nest," he answered with a bitter laugh, "but very ill for the dove. Montezuma, my uncle, has been cooing yonder," and he pointed to the palace of Asher, "and the captain of the Teules, who cooed in answer, but though he tried to hide it, I could hear the hawk shriek in his pigeon's note. Ere long there will be merry doings in Tenochtitlan." Oh, he was right. Within a week Montezuma was treacherously seized by the Spaniards and kept a prisoner in their quarters, watched day and night by their soldiers. Then came event upon event. Certain lords on the coastlands, having killed some Spaniards, were summoned to Mexico by the instigation of Cortes. They came and were burned alive in the courtyard of the palace. Nor was this all, for Montezuma, their monarch, was forced to witness their execution with fetters on his ankles. So low had the emperor of the Aztecs fallen that he must bear chains like a common felon. After this insult he swore allegiance to the King of Spain, and even contrived to capture Cacama, the lord of Texcoco, by bribery, and to deliver him into the hands of the Spaniards, of whom he would have made war. To them also he gave up the hoarded gold and treasure of the empire, to the value of hundreds of thousands of English pounds. All this the nation bore, for it was stupefied, and still obeyed the commands of its captive king. But when he suffered the Spaniards to worship the true God in one of the sanctuaries of the great temple, a murmur of discontent and sullen fury rose among the thousands of Aztecs. It filled the air. It could be heard wherever men were gathered, and its sound was like that of an angry sea. The hour of the breaking of the tempest was at hand. Now all this while my life went on as before, save that I was not allowed to go outside the walls of the palace, for it was feared that lest I should find some means of intercourse with the Spaniards, who did not know that a man of white blood was confined there and doomed to sacrifice. Also in these days I saw little of Princess Otomie, the chief of my destined brides, who since our strange love scene had avoided me, and when we met at feasts or in gardens, spoke to me only in indifferent matters, or of the affairs of state. At length came the day of my marriage. It was, I remember, the night before the massacre of the 600 Aztec nobles on the occasion of the festival of Huitzil. On this my wedding day I was treated with great circumstance and worshipped like a god by the highest in the city, who came in to do me reverence and burned incense before me, till I was weary of the smell of it. For though such sorrow was on the land, the priests would abate no jot of their ceremonies or cruelties, and great hopes were held that I, being of the race of the Teules, my sacrifice would avert the angers of the gods. At sunset I was entertained with splendid feast that lasted 2 hours or more, and at its end all the company rose and shouted as with one voice, "Glory to thee, O Tezcat! Happy art thou here on earth, happy mayest thou be in the houses of the sun. When thou comest thither, remember that we dealt well by thee, giving thee our best, and intercede for us that our sins may be forgiven. Glory to thee, O Tezcat!" Then 2 of the chief nobles came forward, and taking torches led me to a magnificent chamber that I had never seen before. Here they changed my apparel, investing me in robes which were still more splendid than any I had worn hitherto, being made of the finest embroidered cotton and of the glittering feathers of the hummingbird. On my head they set wreaths of flowers, and about my neck and wrist emeralds of vast size and value. And a sorry popinjay I looked in this attire, that seemed more suited to a woman's beauty than to me. When I was arrayed, suddenly the torches were extinguished, and for a while there was silence. Then in the distance I heard women's voices singing a bridal song that was beautiful enough after its fashion, though I forbear to write it down. The singing ceased, and there came a sound of rustling robes and of low whispering. Then a man's voice spoke, saying, "Are ye there, ye chosen of heaven?" And a woman's voice, I thought that it was that of Otomie, answered, "We are here." "O maidens of Anahuac," said the man speaking from the darkness, "and you, O Tezcat, God among the gods, listen to my words. Maidens, a great honour has been done to you, for by the very choice of heaven you have been endowed with the names, the loveliness, and the virtues of the 4 great goddesses, and chosen to abide a while at the side of this God, your Maker and your Master, who has been pleased to visit us for a space before he seeks his home in the habitations of the sun. See that you show yourselves worthy of this honour. Comfort him and cherish him, that he may forget his glory in your kindness, and when he returns to his own place, may take with him grateful memories and a good report of your people. You have but a little while to live at his side in this life, for already, like those of a caged bird, the wings of his spirit beat against the bars of his flesh, and soon he will shake himself free from us and you. Yet if you will, it is allowed to one of you to accompany him to his home, sharing his flight to the houses of the sun. But to all of you, whether you go also, or whether you stay to mourn him during your life days, I say love and cherish him, be tender and gentle towards him, for otherwise ruin shall overtake you here and hereafter, and you and all of us will be ill spoken of in heaven. And you, O Tescat, we pray of you to accept these maidens, who bear the names and wear the charms of your celestial consorts, for there are none more beautiful or better born in the realms of Anahuac, and among them is numbered the daughter of our king. They are not perfect indeed, for perfection is known to you in the heavenly kingdoms only. Since these ladies are but shadows and symbols of the divine goddesses, your true wives, and here there are no perfect women. Alas, we have none better to offer you, and it is our hope that when it pleases you to pass hence, you will think kindly of the women of this land, and from high bless them with your blessing, because the memory of these who are called your wives on earth is pleasant. The voice paused, then spoke again. Women, in your own divine names of Shoshi, Shiloh, Atla, and Clishto, and in the name of all the gods, I wed you to Tescat, the Creator, to sojourn with him during his stay on earth. The God incarnate takes you in marriage, whom he himself created, that the symbol may be perfect and the mystery fulfilled. Yet lest your joy should be too full, look now on that which shall be. As the voice spoke these words, many torches sprang into flame at the far end of the great chamber, revealing a dreadful sight. For there, stretched upon a stone of sacrifice, was the body of a man. But whether the man lived or was modelled in wax I do not know to this hour, though unless he was painted, I think that he must have been fashioned in wax, since his skin shone white like mine. At the least his limbs and head were held by 5 priests, and a 6th stood over him, clasping a knife of obsidian in his 2 hands. It flashed on high, and as it gleamed the torches were extinguished. Then came the dull echo of a blow and the sound of groans, and all was still, till once more the brides broke out into their marriage song, a strange chant, and a wild and sweet, though after what I had seen and heard, it had little power to move me. They sang on in the darkness ever more loudly, till presently a single torch was lit at the end of the chamber, then another and another, though I could not see who lit them, and the room was a flare of light. Now the altar, the victim, and the priest were all gone. There was no one left in this place except myself and the 4 brides. Oh, they were tall and lovely women, all of them, clad in white bridal robes starred over with gems and flowers, and wearing on their brows the emblems of the 4 goddesses. But Otomie was the stateliest and most beautiful of the 4, and seemed in truth a goddess. One by one they drew near to me, smiling and sighing, and kneeling before me, kissed my hand, saying, I have been chosen to be your wife for a space, Tescat, happy maid that I am. May the gods grant that I become pleasing to your sight, so that you may love me as I worship you. Then she who had spoken would draw back again out of earshot, and the next would take her place. Last of all came Otomie. She knelt and said the words, then added in a low voice, having spoken to you as the bride and goddess, to the husband and the god Tescat, now, O Teule. I speak as the woman to the man. You do not love me, Teule, therefore if it is your will, let us be divorced of our own act, who were wed by the command of others, for so I shall be spared some shame. These are friends to me and will not betray us." And she nodded towards her companion brides. "As you will, Otomie," I answered briefly. "I thank you for your kindness, Teule," she said, smiling sadly, and withdrew, making obeisance, looking so stately and so sweet as she went, that again my heart was shaken as though with love. Now from that night till the dreadful hour of sacrifice, no kiss or tender word passed between me and the princess of the Otomie. And yet our friendship and affection grew daily, for we talked much together, and I sought to turn her heart to the true kingdom of heaven. But this was not easy, for like her father Montezuma, Otomie clung to the gods of her people, though she hated the priests, and save when the victims were the foes of her country, shrank from the rites of human sacrifice, which she said were instituted by the Papas, since in the early days there were no men offered on the altars of the gods, but flowers only. Daily it grew and ripened, although I scarcely knew it. At length in my heart, after Lily, I loved her better than any one on earth. As for the other women, though they were gentle and beautiful, I soon learned to hate them. Still I feasted and revelled with them, partly since I must, or bring them to a miserable death because they failed to please me, and partly that I might drown my terror in drink and pleasure. For let it be remembered that the days left to me on earth were few, and the awful end drew near. The day following the celebration of my marriage was that of the shameless massacre of 600 of the Aztec nobles by the order of the hidalgo Alvarado, whom Cortes had left in command of the Spaniards. For at this time Cortes was absent in the coastlands, whither he had gone to make war on Narvaez, who had been sent to subdue him by his enemy Velasquez, the governor of Cuba. On this day was celebrated the feast of Huitzil, that was held with sacrifice, songs and dances in the great court of the temple, that court which was surrounded by a wall carved over with the writhing shapes of snakes. It chanced that on this morning before he went to join the festival, GUATEMOC, the prince, came to see me on a visit of ceremony. I asked him if he intended to take part in the feast, as the splendour of his apparel brought me to believe. "Yes," he answered, "but why do you ask?" "Because, were I you, GUATEMOC, I should not go. Say now, will the dancers be armed?" "No, it is not usual." "They will be unarmed, GUATEMOC, and they are the flower of the land. Unarmed they will dance in yonder enclosed space, and the Teules will watch them armed. Now, how would it be if these chanced to pick a quarrel with the nobles? I do not know why you should speak thus, Teule, for surely these white men are not cowardly murderers. Still, I take your words as an omen, and though the feast must be held, for see already nobles gather, I will not share in it." "Oh, you are wise, GUATEMOC," I said. "I am sure that you are wise." Afterwards, Otomie, GUATEMOC and I went into the garden of the palace and sat upon the crest of a small pyramid, a teocalli in miniature that Montezuma had built for a place of outlook on the market and the courts of the temple. From this spot we saw the dancing of the Aztec nobles and heard the song of their musicians. Oh, it was a gay sight, for in the bright sunlight their feathered dresses flashed like coats of gems, and none would have guessed how it was to end. Mingling with the dancers were groups of Spaniards, clad in mail and armed with swords and matchlocks. But I noted that, as the time went on, these men separated themselves from the Indians and began to cluster, like bees, about the gates, and at various points under the shadow of the wall of serpents. "Now, what may this mean?" I said to Guatemoc, and as I spoke I saw a Spaniard wave a white cloth in the air. Then in an instant, before the cloth had ceased to flutter, a smoke arose from every side, and with it came the sound of the firing of matchlocks. Everywhere among the dancers men fell dead or wounded, but the mass of them, unharmed as yet, huddled themselves together like frightened sheep and stood silent and terror-stricken. Then the Spaniards, shouting the name of their patron saint, as it is the custom to do when they have some such wickedness in hand, drew their swords, and rushing on the unarmed Aztec nobles, began to kill them. Now some shrieked, and some fell, and some stood still that were cut down, but whether they stayed or ran, the end was the same. For the gates were guarded, and the wall was too high to climb. There they were slaughtered, every man of them, and may God, who sees all, reward their murderers. It was soon over. Within 10 minutes of the waving of the cloth, those 600 men were stretched upon the pavement, dead or dying, and with shouts of victory the Spaniards were despoiling their corpses of the rich ornaments they had worn. Then I turned to Guatemoc and I said, "It seems that you did well not to join in yonder revel." But Guatemoc made no answer. He stared at the dead and those who had murdered them, and said nothing. Only Otomie spoke. "You Christians are a gentle people," she said with a bitter laugh. "It is thus that you will repay our hospitality. Now I trust that Montezuma, my father, is pleased with his guests. Ah, were I he, every man of them should lie on the stone of sacrifice. If our gods were devils, as you say, what are those who worship yours?" Then at length Guatemoc said, "Only one thing remains to us, and that is vengeance. Montezuma has become a woman, and I heed him no more. Nay, if it were needful, I would kill him with my own hands. But 2 men are still left in this land, Cuitlahua, my uncle, and myself. Now I go to summon our armies," and he went. All that night the city murmured like the swarms of wasps. The next day at dawn, so far as the eye could see, the streets and marketplace were filled with tens of thousands of armed warriors. They threw themselves like a wave upon the walls of the palace of Asher, and like a wave from the rock were driven back again by the fire of guns. Thrice they attacked, and thrice they were repulsed. Then Montezuma, the woman king, appeared upon the walls, praying them to desist, because, forsooth, did they succeed, he himself might perish. Even then they obeyed him, so great was their reverence for his sacred royalty, and for a while attacked the Spaniards no more. But further than this they would not go. If Montezuma forbade them to kill the Spaniards, at least they determined to starve them out, and from that hour a straight blockade was set up against the palace. Hundreds of the Aztec soldiers had been slain already, but the loss was not all upon their side, for some of the Spaniards and many of the Tlascalans had fallen into their hands. As for those unlucky prisoners, their end was swift, for they were taken at once to the temples of the great Teocalli and sacrificed there to the gods in the sight of their comrades. Now it was that Cortes returned with many more men, for he had conquered Narvaez, whose followers joined the standard of Cortes, and with them others, one of whom I had good reason to know. Cortes was suffered to rejoin his comrades in the palace of Asher without attack. I do not know why, and on the following day Cuitlahua, Montezuma's brother, king of Palapan, was released by him that he might soothe the people. But Cuitlahua was no coward. Once safe outside his prison walls, he called the council together, of whom the chief was GUATEMOC. There they resolved on war to the end, giving it out that Montezuma had forfeited his kingdom by his cowardice, and on that resolve they acted. Had it been but taken 2 short months before, by this date no Spaniard would have been left alive in Tenochtitlan, for after Marina, the love of Cortes, whose subtle wit brought about his triumph, it was Montezuma who was the chief cause of his own fall, and of that of the kingdom of Anahuac. End of chapter 19. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 20 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 20. OTOMIE'S Council. On the day after the return of Cortes to Mexico, before the hour of dawn, I was awakened from my uneasy slumbers by the whistling cries of thousands of warriors and the sound of atabols and drums. Hurrying to my post of outlook on the little pyramid where Otomie joined me, I saw that the whole people were gathered for war. So far as the eye could reach, in square, marketplace and street, they were massed in thousands and tens of thousands. Some were armed with slings, some with bows and arrows, others with javelins tipped with copper, and the club set with spikes of obsidian that is called maqua, and yet others, citizens of the poorer sort, with stakes hardened in the fire. The bodies of some were covered in golden coats of mail and mantles of featherwork, and their skulls protected by painted wooden helms, crested with hair, and fashioned like the heads of pumas, snakes, or wolves. Others wore escorpils, or coats of quilted cotton, but most of them were naked except for the cloth about their loins. On the flat azoteas, or roofs of houses also, and even on the top of the teocalli of sacrifice, were bands of men whose part it was to rain missiles into the Spanish quarters. Oh, it was a strange sight to see in that red sunrise, and one never to be forgotten. As the light flashed from temples and palace walls onto the glittering feather garments and gay banners, the points of countless spears and the armour of the Spaniards, who hurried to and fro behind the battlements, making ready for their defence. So soon as the sun was up, a priest blew a shrill note upon a shell, which was answered by a trumpet call from the Spanish quarters. Then with a shriek of rage the thousands of the Aztecs rushed to the attack, and the air grew dark with missiles. Instantly a wavering line of fire and smoke, followed by a sound of thunder, broke from the walls of the palace of Asher, and the charging warriors fell like autumn leaves beneath the cannon and the arquebus balls of the Christians. For a moment they wavered, and a great groan went up to heaven. But I saw GUATEMOC spring forward, a banner in his hand, and forming up again they rushed after him. Now they were beneath the wall of the palace, and the assault began. The Aztecs fought furiously. Time upon time they strove to climb the wall, piling up the bodies of the dead to serve them as ladders, and time upon time they were repulsed with cruel loss. Failing in this, they set themselves to battering it down with heavy beams. But when the breach was made and they clustered in it like herded sheep, the cannon opened fire on them, tearing long lanes through their mass and leaving them dead by scores. Then they took to the shooting of flaming arrows, and by this means fired the outworks. But the palace was of stone and would not burn. Thus for 12 long hours the struggle raged unceasingly, till the sudden fall of darkness put an end to it, and the only sight to be seen was the flare of countless torches carried by those who sought out the dead, and the only sounds to be heard were the voice of women lamenting and the groans of the dying. On the morrow the fight broke out again at dawn, when Cortes sallied forth with the greater part of his soldiers and some thousands of the Tlascalan allies. At first I thought that he aimed his attack at Montezuma's palace, and a breath of hope went through me, since then it might become possible for me to escape in the confusion. But this was not so, his object being to set fire to the houses, from the flat roofs of which numberless missiles were hailed hourly upon his followers. The charge was desperate, and it succeeded, for the Indians could not withstand the shock of horsemen any more than any naked skins could turn the Spaniards' steel. Presently scores of houses were in flames, and thick columns of smoke rolled up like those that flowed from the mouth of Popo. But many of those who rode and ran from the gates of Asha did not come back thither, for the Aztecs clung to the legs of the horses and dragged their riders away living. That very day these captives were sacrificed on the altar of Huitzil, and in the sight of the comrades, and with them a horse was offered up, which had been taken live and was borne and dragged with infinite labour up the steep sides of the pyramid. Indeed, never had the sacrifices been so many as during these days of combat. All day long the altars ran red, and all day long the cries of the victims rang in my ears, as the maddened priests went about their work. For thus they sought to please the gods, who should give them victory over the Teules. Even at night the sacrifices continued by the light of the sacred fires, that from below gave those who wrought them the appearance of devils flitting through the flames of hell, and inflicting its torments on the damned, much as they are depicted in the doom painting of the resurrection of the dead that is painted over the chancel arch in this church of Ditchingham. And hour by hour through the darkness a voice called out threats and warnings to the Spaniards, saying, "Huitzil is hungry for your blood. Ye Teules, ye shall surely follow where ye have seen your fellows go. The cages are ready, the knives are sharp, and the irons are hot for the torture. Prepare, ye Teules, for though you slay many, ye cannot escape." Thus the struggle went on day after day, till thousands of the Aztecs were dead, and the Spaniards were well nigh worn out with hunger, war, and wounds, for they could not rest a single hour. At length one morning, when the assault was at its hottest, Montezuma himself appeared upon the central tower of the palace, clad in splendid robes and wearing the diadem. Before him stood heralds bearing golden wands, and about him were the nobles who attended him in his captivity, and a guard of Spaniards. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly the fighting was stayed, and a silence fell upon the place. Even the wounded ceased from their groaning. Then he addressed the multitude. What he said I was too far off to hear, though I learned its purport afterwards. He prayed his people to cease from war, for the Spaniards were his friends and guests, and would presently leave the city of Tenochtitlan. When these cowardly words had passed his lips, a fury took his subjects, who for long years had worshipped him as a god, and a shriek rent the air that seemed to say two words only: "Woman! Traitor!" Then I saw an arrow rush upwards and strike the emperor, and after the arrow a shower of stones, so that he fell down there upon the tower roof. Now a voice cried, "We have slain our king, Montezuma is dead." And instantly with a dreadful wailing the multitude fled this way and that, so that presently no living man could be seen where there had been thousands. I turned to comfort Otomie, who was watching at my side, and had seen her royal father fall, and led her weeping into the palace. Here we met Guatemoc, the prince, and his mien was fierce and wild. He was fully armed and carried a bow in his hand. "Is Montezuma dead?" I asked. "I neither know nor care," he answered with a savage laugh, then added, "Now curse me, Otomie, my cousin, for it was my arrow that smote him down. This king, who has become a woman and a traitor, false to his manhood and his country." Then Otomie ceased weeping and answered, "I cannot curse you, Guatemoc, for the gods have smitten my father with a madness as you smote him with your arrow, and it is best that he should die, both for his own sake and for that of his people. Still, Guatemoc, I am sure of this, that your crime will not go unpunished, and that in payment for this sacrilege you shall come yourself to a shameful death." "It may be so," said Guatemoc, "but at least I shall not die betraying my trust." And he went. Now I must tell that, as I believed, this was my last day on earth, for on the morrow my year of godhood expired, and I, Thomas Wingfield, should be led out to sacrifice. Notwithstanding all the tumult of the city, the mourning for the dead and the fear that hung over it like a cloud, the ceremonies of religion and its feasts were still celebrated strictly, more strictly indeed than ever before. Thus on this night a festival was held in my honour, and I must sit at the feast crowned with flowers and surrounded by my wives, while those nobles who remained alive in the city did me homage, and with them Cuitlahua, who, if Montezuma were dead, would now be emperor. It was a dreary meal enough, for I could scarcely be gay, though I strove to drown my woes in drink, and as for the guests, they had little jollity left in them. Hundreds of their relatives were dead, and with them thousands of the people. The Spaniards still held their own in the fortress, and that day they had seen their emperor, who was to them a god, smitten down by one of their own number, and above all they felt that doom was upon themselves. What wonder that they were not merry? Indeed, no funeral feast could have been more sad, for flowers and wine and fair women do not make pleasure, and after all it was a funeral feast for me. At length it came to an end, and I fled to my own apartment, whither my three wives followed me, for Otomie did not come, calling me most happy and blessed who tomorrow should be with myself, that is, with my own Godhead, in heaven. But I did not call them blessed, for rising in wrath I drove them away, saying that I had one comfort left, and it was that wherever I might go, I should leave them behind. Then I cast myself upon the cushions of my bed, and mourned in my fear and bitterness of heart. This was the end of the vengeance which I had sworn to wreak on de Garcia, that I myself must have my heart torn out from my breast and offered to the devil. Had I done so, today I might have been my betrothed's husband, and happy in her love at home in peaceful England, instead of what I was, a lost soul in the power of fiends and about to be offered to a fiend. In the bitterness of the thought and the extremity of my anguish, I wept aloud and prayed to my Maker that I might be delivered from this cruel death, or at least that my sins should be forgiven me, so that tomorrow night I might rest in peace in heaven. Thus weeping and praying, I sank into a half sleep, and dreamed that I walked on the hillside near the church path that runs through the garden at the lodge at Ditchingham. The whispers of the wind were in the trees which clothed the bank of the vineyard hills. The scent of the sweet English flowers was in my nostrils, and the balmy air of June blew on my brow. It was night in this dream of mine, and I thought that the moon shone sweetly on the meadows and the river, while from every side came the music of the nightingale. But I was not thinking of these delightful sights and sounds, though they were present in my mind, for my eyes watched the church path which goes up the hill at the back of the house, and my heart listened for a footstep that I longed to hear. Then there came a sound of singing from beyond the hill, and the words of the song were sad, for they told of one who had sailed away and returned no more. And presently, between the apple trees, I saw a white figure on the crest. Slowly it came towards me, and I knew that it was she for whom I waited, Lily, my beloved. Now she ceased to sing, but drew on gently, and her face seemed very sad. Moreover, it was the face of a woman in middle life, but still most beautiful, more beautiful indeed than it had been in the bloom of youth. She had reached the foot of the hill and was turning towards the little garden gate when I came forward from the shadow of the trees and stood before her. Back she started with a cry of fear, then grew silent and gazed unto my face. "So changed," she murmured. "Can it be the same? Thomas, is it you that are come back from the dead, or is this but a vision?" And slowly and doubtingly the dream wraith stretched out her arms as though to clasp me. Then I awoke, and lo! Before me stood a fair woman clothed in white, on whom the moonlight shone as in my dream, and her arms were stretched towards me lovingly. "It is I, beloved, and no vision," I cried, springing from my bed and clasping her to my breast to kiss her. But before my lips touched hers, I saw my error, for she whom I embraced was not Lily Bozard, my betrothed, but Otomie, princess of the Otomie, who was called my wife. Then I knew that this was the saddest and the most bitter of dreams that had been sent to mock me, for all the truth rushed into my mind. Losing my hold of Otomie, I fell back upon the bed and groaned aloud, and as I fell, I saw the flush of shame upon her brow and breast, for this woman loved me, and thus my act and words were an insult to her, who could guess well what prompted them. Still she spoke gently. "Pardon me, Teule, I came but to watch and not to awaken you. I came also that I may see you alone before the daybreak, hoping that I might be of service, or at the least of comfort to you, for the end draws near. Say then, in your sleep, did you mistake me for some other woman, dearer and fairer than I am, that you would have embraced me? I dreamed that you were my betrothed, whom I love, and who is far away across the sea," I answered heavily. But enough of love and such matters. What have I to do with them who go down into darkness? In truth, I cannot tell, Teule. Still, I have heard wise men say that if love is to be found anywhere, it is in the same darkness of death that is light indeed. Oh, grieve not, for if there is truth in the faith of which you have told me, or in your own, either on this earth or beyond it, with the eyes of the Spirit you will see your dear before another sun is set, and I pray that you find her faithful to you. Tell me now, how much does she love you? Would she have lain by your side on the bed of sacrifice, as had other things gone otherwise between us, Teule? It was my hope to do. No, I answered. It is not the custom of our women to kill themselves because the husband chanced to die. Perhaps they think it better to live and wed again, answered Otomie very quietly. But I saw her eyes flash and her breast heaved in the moonlight as she spoke. Oh, enough of this foolish talk, I said. Listen, Otomie. If you had cared for me truly, surely you would have saved me from this dreadful doom, or prevailed on GUATEMOC to save me. You are Montezuma's daughter. Could you have not brought it about during all these months that he issued a royal mandate commanding that I should be spared? Do you then take me for so poor a friend, Teule? She answered hotly. Know that for all these months, by day and night, I have worked and striven to find a means to rescue you. Before he came a prisoner, I importuned my father, the Emperor, till he ordered me from his presence. I have sought to bribe the priests. I have plotted ways to escape. Aye, and GUATEMOC has helped, for he loves you. Had it not been for the coming of these accursed Teules and the war that they have levied on this city, I had surely saved you, for a woman's thought leaps far, and can find a path where none seems possible. But this war has changed everything, and moreover the star-readers and diviners of auguries have given a prophecy which seals your fate. For they have prophesied that if your blood flows and your heart is offered at the hour of noon tomorrow on the altar of Tezcat, our people shall be victorious over the Teules, and utterly destroy them. But if the sacrifice is celebrated one moment before or after that propitious hour, then the doom of Tenochtitlan is sealed. Also they have declared that you must die, not according to custom at the temple of arms across the lake, but on the great pyramid before the chief statue of the god. All this is known throughout the land. Thousands of priests are now offering up prayers that the sacrifice may be fortunate, and a golden ring has been hung over the stone of slaughter in such a fashion that the light of the sun must strike upon the centre of your breast at the very moment of midday. For weeks you have been watched as a jaguar watches its prey, for it is feared that you would escape to the Teules, and we, your wives, have been watched also. At this moment there is a triple ring of guards about the palace, and priests are set without your doors and beneath the window places. Judge then what chance there is of escape, Teule. Oh, little indeed, I said, and yet I know a road. If I kill myself, they cannot kill me. Nay, she answered hastily, what shall that avail you? While you live you may hope, but once dead, you are dead for ever. Also, if you must die, it is best that you should die by the hand of the priest. Believe me, though the end is horrible, and she shuddered, it is almost painless, so they say, and very swift. They will not torture you. That we have saved you, GUATEMOC and I, though at first they wished thus to honour the god more particularly on this great day. "O Teule," Otomie went on, seating herself by me on the bed and taking my hand, "oh, think no more of these brief terrors, but look beyond them. Is it so hard a thing to die, and swiftly? We all must die today or tonight or the next day. It matters little when. And your faith, like ours, teaches that beyond the grave is an endless blessedness. Think then, my friend, tomorrow you will have passed far from this strife and turmoil. The struggle and the sorrows and the daily fears of the future that make the soul sick will be over for you. You will be taken to your peace, when no one shall disturb you for ever. There you will find that mother whom you have told me of, and who loved you. And there perhaps one will join you who loves you better than your mother. Mayhap even I may meet you there, friend." And she looked at me strangely. "The road that you are doomed to walk is dark indeed, but surely it must be well trodden, and there is a light shining beyond it. So be a man, my friend, and do not grieve. Rejoice rather that at so early an age you have done with woes and doubts, and come to the gates of joy, that you have passed the thorny, unwatered wilderness, and see the smiling lakes and gardens, and among them the temples of your eternal city. And now farewell. We meet no more till the hour of sacrifice, for we women who masquerade as wives must accompany you at the first platforms of the temple. Farewell, dear friend, and think upon my words. Whether they are acceptable to you or no, I am sure of this, that both for the sake of your own honour and because I ask it of you, you will die bravely as though the eyes of your own people were watching all." And bending suddenly, Otomie kissed me on the forehead, gently as a sister might, and was gone. The curtain swung behind her, but the echoes of her noble words still dwelt in my heart. Nothing can make man look on death lovingly, and that awaiting me was one from which the bravest would shrink. Yet I felt that Otomie had spoken truth, and that, terrible as it seemed, it might prove less terrible than life had shown itself to be. An unnatural calm fell upon my soul like some dense mist from the face of the ocean. Beneath that mist the waters might foam, above it the sun might shine, yet around was one grey peace. In this hour I seemed to stand outside of my earthly self, and to look on all things with a new sense. The tide of life was ebbing away from me. The shore of death loomed very near, and I understood then, as in extreme age I understand today, how much more part we mortals have in death than in this short accident of life. I could consider all my past, I could wonder on the future of my spirit, and even marvel at the gentleness and wisdom of the Indian woman, who was able to think such thoughts and utter them. Well, whatever befell, in one thing I would not disappoint her. I would die bravely as an Englishman should do, leaving the rest to God. These barbarians should never say of me that the foreigner was a coward. Who was I should complain? Did not hundreds of men as good as I was perish daily in yonder square, and without a murmur? Had not my mother died also at the hand of a murderer? Was not that unhappy lady, Isabella de Siguenza, walled up alive because they had been mad enough to love a villain who betrayed her? The world is full of terrors and sorrows such as mine. Who was I that I should complain? So I mused on till at length the day dawned, and with the rising sun rose the clamour of men making ready for battle. For now the fight raged from day to day, and this one was to be the most terrible. But I thought little then of the war between the Aztecs and the Spaniards, who must prepare myself for the struggle of my own death that was now at hand. End of chapter 20. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 21 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 21. The Kiss of Love. Presently there was a sound of music, and accompanied by certain artists, my pages entered, bearing with them the apparel more gorgeous than any I had worn hitherto. First, these pages having stripped me of my robes, the artist painted all my body in hideous designs of red and white and blue, till I resembled a flag, not even sparing my face and lips, which they coloured with carmine hues. Over my heart also they drew a scarlet ring with much care and measurement. Then they did up my hair, that now hung upon my shoulders after the fashion in which it was worn by generals among the Indians, tying it on the top of my head with an embroidered ribbon red in colour, and placed a plume of cock's feathers above it. Next, having arrayed my body in gorgeous vestments, not unlike those used by popish priests at the celebration of the Mass, they set golden earrings in my ears, golden bracelets on my wrists and ankles, and round my neck a collar of priceless emeralds. On my breast also they hung a great gem that gleamed like moonlit water, and beneath my chin a false beard made of pink seashells. Then having twined me round with wreaths of flowers till I thought of the maypole at Bungay Common, they rested from their labours, filled with admiration at their handiwork. Now the music sounded again, and they gave me 2 lutes, one of which I must hold in either hand, and conducted me to the great hall of the palace. Here a number of people of rank were gathered, all dressed in festal attire, and here also on a dais to which I was led stood my 4 wives, clad in their rich dresses of the 4 goddesses, Xochi, Shilo, Atlar, and Clishto, after whom they were named for the days of their wifehood, Atlar being the Princess Otomie. When I had taken my place upon the dais, my wives came forward one by one, and kissing me on my brow, offered me sweetmeats and meal cakes on golden platters, and cocoa and mescal in golden cups. Of the mescal I drank, for it is a spirit that I needed inward comfort, but the other dainties I could not touch. These ceremonies being finished, there was silence for a while, till presently a band of filthy priests entered at the far end of the chamber, clad in their scarlet sacrificial robes. Blood was on them everywhere, their long locks were matted with it, their hands were red with it, even their fierce eyes seemed full of it. They advanced up the chamber till they stood before the dais. Then suddenly the head priest lifted up his hands, crying out aloud, "Adore the immortal God, ye people!" And all those gathered there prostrated themselves, shouting, "We adore the God!" Thrice the priest cried aloud, and thrice they answered him thus, prostrating themselves at every answer. Then they rose again, and the priest addressed me, saying, "Forgive us, O Tezcat, that we cannot honour you as it is meet, for our sovereign should have been here to worship you with us. But you know, O Tezcat, how sore is the strait of your servants. who must wage war in their own city against those who blaspheme you and your brother gods. You know that our beloved emperor lies wounded, a prisoner in their unholy hands. When we have gratified your longing to pass beyond the skies, O Tezcat, and when in your earthly person you have taught us the lesson that human prosperity is but a shadow which flees away, in memory of our love for you, intercede with us, we beseech you, that we may smite these wicked ones and honour you and them by the right of their own sacrifice. O Tezcat, you have dwelt with us but a little while, and now you will not suffer that we hold you longer from your glory, for your eyes have longed to see this happy day, and it has come at last. We have loved you, Tezcat, and ministered to you. Grant in return that we may see in your splendour, we who are your little children, and till we come, watch well over our earthly welfare, and that of the people among whom ye have deigned to sojourn. Having spoken some such words as these, that at times could scarcely be heard because of the sobbing of the people, and of my wives who wept loudly, except Otomie alone, this villainous priest made a sign, and once more the music sounded. Then he and his band placed themselves about me, my wives, the goddesses, going before and after, and led me down the hall and on to the gateways of the palace, which were thrown wide for us to pass. Looking round me with a stony wonder, for in this my last hour nothing seemed to escape my notice, I saw that a strange play was being played about us. Some hundreds of paces away, the attack on the palace of Asher, where the Spaniards were entrenched, raged with fury. Bands of warriors were attempting to scale the walls and being driven back by the deadly fires of the Spaniards and the pikes and the clubs of their Tlascalan allies, while from the roofs of such of the neighbouring houses as remained unburned, and more especially from the platform of the great teocalli, on which I must presently give up the ghost, arrows and javelins and stones were poured by thousands into the courtyard and outer works of the Spanish quarters. 500 yards away also raged this struggle to the death. But about me, around the gates of Montezuma's palace on the hither side of the square, was a different scene. Here were gathered a vast crowd, among them many women and children, waiting to see me die. They came with flowers in their hand, with the sound of music and joyous cries, and when they saw me, they set up such a shout of welcome that it almost drowned the thunder of the guns and the angry roar of battle. Now and again an ill-aimed cannonball would plough through them, killing some and wounding others, but the rest took no heed, only crying more, "Welcome, Tezcat, and farewell! Blessings on you, our deliverer! Welcome and farewell!" We went slowly through the press, treading on a path of flowers, till we came across the courtyard to the base of the pyramid. Here, at the outer gate, there was a halt because of the multitude of the people, and while we waited, a warrior thrust his way through the crowd and bowed before me. Glancing up, I saw that it was Guatemoc. "Teule," he whispered to me, "I leave my charge yonder," and he nodded towards the force who strove to break a way into the palace of Asher, "to bid you farewell. Doubtless we shall meet again ere long. Oh, believe me, Teule, I would have helped you if I could, but it cannot be. I wish that I might change places with you. My friend, farewell. Twice you have saved my life, but yours I cannot save." "Farewell, Guatemoc," I answered. "Heaven prosper you, for you are a true man." Then we passed on. At the foot of the pyramid the procession was formed, and here one of my wives bade me adieu, after weeping on my neck, though I did not weep on hers. Now the road to the summit of the teocalli winds round and round the pyramid, ever mounting higher as it winds, and along this road we went in solemn state. At each turn we halted, and another wife bade me a last good-bye, or one of my instruments of music, which I did not grieve to see the last of, or some article of my strange attire, was taken from me. At length, after an hour's march, for our progress was slow, we reached the flat top of the pyramid that is approached by the great stair, a space larger than the area of a churchyard here at Ditchingham, and unfenced at its lofty edge. Here on this dizzy place stood the temples of Huitzel and of Tezcat, soaring structures of stone and wood, within which were placed the horrid effigies of the gods, and dreadful chambers stained with sacrifice. Here too were the holy fires that burned eternally, the sacrificial stones, the implements of torment, and the huge drum of snakeskin. But for the rest, the spot was bare. It was bare, but not empty, for on that side of it which looked towards the Spanish quarters were stationed some hundreds of men who hurled missiles into the camp without ceasing. On the other side also were gathered a concourse of priests awaiting the ceremony of my death. Below, the great square, fringed round with burnt-out houses, was crowded with thousands of people, some of them engaged in combat with the Spaniards, but the larger part collected there to witness my murder. Now we reached the top of the pyramid 2 hours before midday, for there were still many rites to be carried out ere the moment of sacrifice. First I was led into the sanctuary of Tezcat, the god whose name I bore. Here was his statue, or idol, fashioned in black marble and covered with golden ornaments. In the hand of his idol was a shield of burnished gold on which its jewelled eyes were fixed, reading there, as his priests fabled, all that passed upon the earth he had created. Before him also was the plate of gold, which, with muttered invocations, the head priest cleansed as I watched, rubbing it with his long and matted locks. This done, he held it to my lips that I might breathe on it, and I turned faint and sick, for I knew that it was being made ready to receive the heart which I felt beating in my breast. Now what further ceremonies were to be carried out in this holy place I do not know, for at that moment a great tumult arose in the square beneath, and I was hurried from the sanctuary by the priests. Then I perceived this. Galled to madness by the storm of missiles rained upon them from the crest, the Spaniards were attacking the teocalli. Already they were pouring across the courtyards in large numbers, led by Cortes himself, and with them came many hundreds of their allies, the Tlascalans. On the other hand, some thousands of the Aztecs were rushing to the foot of the first stairway to give the white men battle there. 5 minutes passed, and the fight grew fierce. Again and again, covered by the fire of the arquebusiers, the Spaniards charged the Aztecs, but their horses slipping upon the stone pavement. At length they dismounted and continued the fray on foot. Slowly and with great slaughter the Indians were pushed back, and the Spaniards gained a footing on the first stairway. But hundreds of warriors still crowded the lofty winding road, and hundreds more held to the top, and it was plain that if the Spaniards won through at all, the task would be a hard one. Still a fierce hope smote me like a blow when I saw what was towards. If the Spaniards took the temple, there would be no sacrifice. No sacrifice could be offered till midday, so Otomie had told me, and that was not for hard upon 2 hours. It came to this then: if the Spaniards were victorious within 2 hours, there was chance of life for me. If not, I must die. Now when I was led out of the sanctuary of Tezcat, I wondered because the Princess Otomie, or rather the goddess Atla, as she was then called, was standing among the chief priests and disputing with them, for I had seen her bow her head at the door of the holy place, and thought that it was in token of farewell, seeing that she was the last of the 4 women to leave. Of what she disputed I could not hear because of the din of battle, but the argument was keen, and it seemed to me that the priest was somewhat dismayed at her words, and yet had a fierce joy in them. It appeared also that she won her cause, for presently she bowed in obeisance to her, and turning slowly, she swept to my side with a peculiar majesty of gait that even I noted. Glancing up at her face also, I saw that it was alight, as though with a great and holy purpose, and moreover that she looked like some happy bride passing to her husband's arms. "Why are you not gone, Otomie?" I said. "Now it is too late. The Spaniards surround the teocalli, and you will be killed or taken prisoner." "I await the end, whatever it may be," she answered briefly, and we spoke no more for a while, but watched the progress of the fray, which was fierce indeed. Oh, grimly the Aztec warriors fought before the symbols of their gods, and in the sight of the vast concourse of the people who crowded the square beneath and stared at the struggle in silence. They hurled themselves upon the Spanish swords, they gripped the Spaniards with their hands, and screaming with rage, dragged them to the steep sides of the roadway, purposing to cast them over. Sometimes they succeeded, and a ball of men clinging together would roll down the slope and be dashed to pieces on the stone flooring of the courtyard, a Spaniard being the centre of the ball. But do what they would, like some vast and writhing snake, still the long array of Teules, clad in their glittering mail, ploughed its way upward through the storm of spears and arrows. Minute by minute and step by step they crept on, fighting as men fight who know the fate that awaits the desecrators of the gods of Anahuac, fighting for life and honour and safety from the stone of sacrifice. Thus an hour went by, and the Spaniards were halfway up the pyramid. Louder and louder grew the fearful sounds of battle. The Spaniards cheered and called upon their patron saints to aid them. The Aztecs yelled like wild beasts. The priests screamed their invocations to the gods and cries of encouragement to the warriors, while above all rose the rattle of the arquebuses, the roar of the cannon, and the fearful note of the great drum of snakeskin on which a half-naked priest beat madly. Only the multitudes below never moved, nor shouted. They stood silent, gazing upward, and I could see the sunlight flash on the thousands of their staring eyes. Now all this while I was standing near the stone of sacrifice with Otomie at my side. Round me were a string of priests, and over the stone was fixed a square of black cloth supported on 4 poles, which were set in sockets in the pavement. In the centre of this black cloth was sewn a golden funnel measuring 6 inches or so across at its mouth, and the sunbeams passing through this funnel fell on a bright patch, the size of an apple, upon the space of pavement that was shaded by the cloth. As the sun moved in the heavens, so did this ring of light creep across the shadow, till at length it climbed the stone of sacrifice and lay upon its edge. Then, at a sign from the head priest, his ministers laid hold of me and plucked what was left of my fine clothes from me, as cruel boys pluck a living bird, till I stood naked, except for the paint upon my body and a cloth upon my loins. Now I knew that my hour had come, and strange to tell, for the first time this day, courage entered into me, and I rejoiced to think that soon I should have done with my tormentors. Turning to Otomie, I began to bid her farewell in a clear voice, when to my amaze I saw that as I had been served, so she was being served, for her splendid robes were torn off her, and she stood before me arrayed in nothing except her beauty, her flowing hair, and a broidered cotton smock. "Do not wonder, Teule," she said in a low voice, answering the question my tongue refused to frame. "I am your wife, and yonder is our marriage bed, the first and last. Though you do not love me, today I die your death and at your side, and I have the right to do. I could not save you, Teule, but at least I can die with you." At that moment I made no answer, for I was stricken silent by my wonder, and before I could find my tongue the priest had cast me down, and for the second time I lay upon the stone of doom. As they held me, a yell fiercer and longer than any which had gone on before told that the Spaniards had got foot on the last stair of the ascent. Scarcely had my body been set upon the centre of that great stone, when that of Otomie was laid beside it, so close that our sides touched, for I must lie in the middle of the stone, and there was no great place for her. Then the moment of sacrifice not being come, the priest made us fast with cords, which were knotted to copper rings in the pavement, and turned to watch the progress of the fray. For some minutes we lay thus side by side, and as we lay a great wonder and gratitude grew in my heart. Wonder that a woman could be so brave. Gratitude for the love she gave me, sealing it with her life-blood. Because Otomie loved me, she had chosen this fearful death. Because she loved me so well that she desired to die thus at my side, rather than to live on in greatness and honour without me. Of a sudden, in a moment while I thought of this marvel, a new light shone upon my heart, and it was changed towards her. I felt that no woman could ever be so dear to me as this glorious woman, no, not even my betrothed. I felt, nay, who can say what I did feel? But I know this, that the tears rushed to my eyes and ran down my painted face, and I turned my head to look at her. She was lying as much upon her left side as her hands would allow. Her long hair fell from the stone to the paving, where it lay in masses, and her face was towards me. So close was it indeed that there was not an inch between our lips. "Otomie," I whispered, "listen to me. I love you, Otomie." Now I saw her breast heave beneath the bands, and the colour came upon her brow. "Then I am repaid," she answered, and our lips clung together in a kiss, the first, and as we thought, the last. Yes, there we kissed, on the stone of sacrifice, beneath the knife of the priest and the shadow of death, and if there had been a stranger love scene in the world, I have never heard its story. Oh, I am repaid," she said again. "I would gladly die a score of deaths to win this moment. Indeed, I pray that I might die before you take back your words. For, Teule, I know well that there is one who is dearer to you than I am, but now your heart is softened by the faithfulness of an Indian girl, and you think that you love her. Let me die then, believing that the dream is true." "Oh, talk not so," I answered heavily, for even at that moment the memory of Lily came into my mind. "You give your life for me, and I love you for it." "My life is nothing, and your love is much," she answered smiling. "Ah, Teule, what magic have you that you can bring me, Montezuma's daughter, to the altar of the gods of my own free will? Well, I desire no softer bed, and for the why and wherefore it will soon be known by both of us, and with it many other things." End of chapter 21. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 22 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 22. The Triumph of the Cross. "Otomie," I said presently, "when will they kill us?" "When the point of light lies within the ring that is painted over your heart," she answered. Now I turned my head from her and looked at the sunbeam which pierced the shadow above us like a golden pencil. It rested at my side about 6 inches from me, and I reckoned it would lie in the scarlet ring painted upon my breast within some 15 minutes. Meanwhile the clamour of the battle grew louder and nearer. Shifting myself so far as the cords could allow, I strained my head upwards and saw that the Spaniards had gained the crest of the pyramid. Since the battle now raged upon its edge, and I have rarely seen so terrible a fight, for the Aztecs fought with the fury of despair, thinking little of their own lives if they could only bring a Spaniard to his death. But for the most part their rude weapons would not pierce the coats of mail, so that there remained only one way to compass their desire, namely, by casting the white men over the edge of the teocalli to be crushed like eggshells upon the pavement 200 feet below. Thus the fray broke itself upon the groups of foes who rent and tore at each other upon the brink of the pyramid, now and again to vanish down its side, 10 or 12 of them together. Some of the priests also joined the fight, thinking less of their own deaths than the desecration of their temples, for I saw one of them, a man of huge strength and stature, seize a Spanish soldier round the middle and leap with him into the space. Still, though very slowly, the Spaniards and the Tlascalans forced their way towards the centre of the platform, and as they came, the danger of this dreadful end grew less, for the Aztecs must drag them further. Now the fight drew near to the stone of sacrifice, and all who remained alive of the Aztecs, perhaps some 250 of them, besides the priests, ringed themselves round us and it in a circle. Also the outer rim of the sunbeam that fell through the gold funnel, creeping on remorselessly, touched my painted side, which it seemed to burn as hot iron might, for alas I could not command the sun to stand still while the battle raged on, as Joshua did in the valley of Ajalon. When it touched me, 5 priests seized my limbs and head, and the father of them, he who had conducted me from the palace, clasped his flint knife in both hands. Now a deathly sickness took me, and I shut my eyes, dreaming all that was done. But at that moment I heard a wild-eyed man, the chief of the astronomers whom I had noted standing by, call out to the minister of death, "Not yet, O priest of Tezcat! If you smite before the sunbeam lies upon the victim's heart, your gods are doomed, and doomed are the people of Anahuac." The priest gnashed his teeth with rage, and glared first at the creeping point of light, and then over his shoulder at the advancing battle. Slowly the rings of warriors closed in upon us. Slowly the golden ray crept upon my breast, till its outer rim touched the red circle painted upon my heart. Again the priest heaved up his awful knife. Again I shut my eyes, and again I heard the shrill scream of the astronomer, "Not yet, not yet, or your gods are doomed." Then I heard another sound. It was the voice of Otomie crying for help. "Save us, Teules! They murder us!" she shrieked in so piercing a note that it reached the ears of the Spaniards, for one shouted in answer and in Castilian tongue, "On, my comrades, on! The dogs do murder on their altars." Then there was a mighty rush, and the defending Aztecs were swept in upon the altar, lifting the priest of sacrifice from his feet and throwing him across my body. Thrice that rush came like a rush of the sea, and each time the stand of the Aztecs weakened. Now their circle was broken, and the swords of the Spaniards flashed upon every side, and now the red ray lay within the ring upon my heart. "Smite, priest of Tezcat!" screamed the voice of the astronomer. "Smite home for the glory of your gods!" With a fearful yell, the priest lifted his knife. I saw the golden sunbeam that rested full upon my heart shine upon it. Then, as it was descending, I saw the same sunbeam shine upon a yard of steel that flashed across me and lost itself in the breast of the murderer priest. Down came the great flint knife, but its aim was lost. It struck me indeed, but not upon my bosom, though I did not escape it altogether. Full upon the altar of sacrifice it fell, and was shattered there, piercing between my side and that of Otomie, and gashing the flesh of both, so that our blood was mingled upon the stone, making us one indeed. Down too came the priest upon the bodies for the second time, but to raise no more, for he writhed dying on those whom he would have slain. Then, as in a dream, I heard the wail of the astronomers singing the dirge of the gods of Anahuac. "The priest is dead and his gods are fallen," he cried. "Tezcat has rejected his victim and is fallen. Doomed are the gods of Anahuac. Victory is to the cross of the Christians." Well, thus he wailed. Then came the sound of sword blows, and I knew this prophet was dead also. Now a strong arm pulled the dying priest from off us, and he staggered back till he fell over the altar, where the eternal fire burned, quenching it with his blood and body after it had flared for so many generations, and a knife cut the rope that bound us. I sat up staring round me wildly, and a voice spoke above me in Castilian, not to me indeed, but to some comrade. "Oh, these two went near to it, poor devils," said the voice. "Had my cut not been 1 second later, that savage would have drilled a hole in him as big as my head. By all the saints, the girl is lovely, or would be if she were washed. I shall beg her of Cortes as my prize." The voice spoke, and I knew the voice. None other ever had that hard, clear ring. I knew it even then, and looked up, slipping off the death stone as I looked. Now I saw. Before me, fully clad in mail, was my enemy, de Garcia. It was his sword that by the good providence of God had pierced the breast of the priest. He had saved me. Had he known, would as soon have turned his steel against his own heart as to that of my destroyer. I gazed at him, wondering if I dreamed. Then my lips spoke, without my will as it were. "De Garcia!" He staggered back at the sound of my voice, like a man struck by the shot, then stared at me, rubbed his eyes with his hands, and stared again. Now at length he knew me through my paint. "Mother of God!" he grasped. "It is the knave Thomas Wingfield, and I have saved his life." By this time my senses had come back to me, and knowing all my folly, I turned seeking escape. But de Garcia had no mind to suffer this. Lifting his sword, he sprang at me with a beast-like scream of rage and hate. Swiftly as thought, I slipped round the stone of sacrifice, and after me came the uplifted sword of my enemy. It would have overtaken me soon enough, for I was weak with fear and fasting, and my limbs were cramped with bonds. But at that moment a cavalier, whom by his dress and port I guessed to be none other than Cortes himself, struck de Garcia's sword, saying, "How now, Sarceda? Are you mad with the lust of blood that you would take to sacrificing victims like an Indian priest? Let the poor devil go." "He is no Indian, he is an English spy," cried de Garcia, and once more struggled to get at me. "Decidedly our friend is mad," said Cortes, scanning me. "He says that this wretched creature is an Englishman. Come, be off with you, or somebody else may make the same mistake." And he waved his sword in token to us to go, deeming that I could not understand his words. Then added angrily, as de Garcia, speechless with rage, made a new attempt to get at me. "No, by heavens, I will not suffer it. We are Christians and come to save victims, not to slay them. Here, comrades, hold this fool who would stain his soul with murder." Now the Spanish clutched de Garcia by the hands and the arms, and he cursed and raved at them, for as I have said, his rage was that of a beast rather than that of a man. But I stood bewildered, not knowing whither to fly. Fortunate it was for me indeed that one was by who, though she understood no Spanish, yet had a quicker wit. For while I stood thus, Otomie clasped my hand, and whispering, "Fly, fly swiftly," led me away from the stone of sacrifice. "Well, whither shall we go?" I said at length. "Were it not better to trust to the mercy of the Spaniards?" "To the mercy of the man-devil with the sword," she answered. "Peace, Teule, and follow me." Now she led me on, and the Spaniards let us by unharmed, aye, and even spoke words of pity as we passed, for they knew that we were victims snatched from sacrifice. Indeed, when a certain brute, a Tlascalan Indian, rushed at us, purposing to slay us with a club, one of the Spaniards ran him through the shoulder so that he fell wounded to the pavement. So we went on, and at the edge of the pyramid we glanced back and saw that de Garcia had broken from those who held him, or perhaps he found his tongue and explained the truth to them. At the least he was bounding from the altar of sacrifice nearly 50 yards away, and coming towards us with uplifted sword. Then fear gave us strength, and we fled like the wind. Along the steep path we rushed side by side, leaping down the steps and over the hundreds of dead and dying, only pausing now and again to save ourselves from being smitten into space by the bodies of the priests whom the Spaniards were hurling from the crest of the teocalli. Once, looking up, I caught sight of de Garcia pursuing far above us, but after that we saw him no more. Doubtless he wearied of the chase, or feared to fall into the hands of such of the Aztec warriors as still clustered around the foot of the pyramid. Oh, we had lived through many dangers that day, the Princess Otomie and I, but one more waited us before we ever found shelter for a while. After we reached the foot of the pyramid and turned to mingle with the terrified rabble that surged and flowed through the courtyard of the temple, bearing away the dead and wounded as the sea at flood reclaims its waste and wreckage, a noise like thunder caught my ear. I looked up, for the sound came from above, and saw a huge mass bounding down the steep side of the pyramid. Even then I knew it again. It was the idol of the god Tezcat that the Spaniards had torn from its shrine, and like an avenging demon it rushed straight on to me. Already it was upon us. There was no retreat from instant death. We had but escaped sacrifice to the spirit of the god to be crushed to powder beneath the bulk of the marble emblem. On he came, while on high the Spaniards shouted in triumph. His base had struck the stone side of the pyramid 50 feet above us. Now he whirled round and round in the air to strike again within 3 paces of where we stood. I felt the solid mountain shake beneath the blow, and the next instant the air was filled with huge fragments of marble that whizzed over us and past us, as though a mine of powder had been blown beneath our feet, tearing the rocks from their base. The god Tezcat had burst into a score of pieces, and these fell around us like flights of arrows, and yet we were not touched. My head was grazed by his head, his feet dug a pit before my feet, but I stood there unhurt. The false god had no power over the victim who had escaped him. After that, I remember nothing till I found myself once more in my apartments in Montezuma's palace, which I had never hoped to see again. Otomie was by me, and she brought me water to wash the paint from my body and the blood from my wound, which, leaving her own untended, she dressed skilfully, for the cut of the priest's knife was deep and I had bled much. Also she clothed herself afresh in a white robe and brought me raiment to wear, with food and drink, and I partook of them. Then I bade her eat something herself, and when she had done so, I gathered my wits together and spoke to her. "What next?" I said. "Presently the priests will be on us, and we shall be dragged back to sacrifice. There is no hope for me here. I must fly to the Spaniards and trust to their mercy." "To the mercy of that man with the sword? Say, Teule, who is he?" "He is that Spaniard of whom I have spoken to you, Otomie. He is my mortal enemy whom I have followed across the sea." "And now you would put yourself into his power? Truly you are foolish, Teule." "It is better to fall into the hands of Christian men than into those of your priests," I answered. "Have no fear," she said. "The priests are harmless for you. You have escaped them, and there's an end. Few have ever come alive from their clutches before, and he who does so is a wizard indeed. For the rest, I think that your God is stronger than our gods, for surely he must have cast his mantle over us when we lay yonder on the stone. Ah, Teule, to what have you brought me that I should live to doubt my gods? Aye, and to call upon the foes of my country for succour in your need? Believe me, I had not done it for my own sake, since I would have died with your kiss upon my lips and your word of love echoing in my ears, who now must live knowing that these joys have passed me. How so? I answered. What I have said, I have said. Otomy, you would have died with me, and you saved my life by your wit in calling on the Spaniards. Henceforth it is yours, for there is no other woman in the world so tender and so brave, and I say it again, Otomy, my wife, I love you. Our blood has mingled on the stone of sacrifice, and there we kissed. Let these be our marriage rites. Perhaps I might not have long to live, but till I die, I am yours, Otomy, my wife. Thus I spoke from the fullness of my heart, for my strength and courage were shattered. Horror and loneliness had taken hold of me. But two things were left to me in the world, my trust in Providence and the love of this woman who had dared so much for me. Therefore I forgot my troth, and clung to her as a child clings to its mother. Oh, doubtless it was wrong, but I will be bold to say that few men so placed would have acted otherwise. Moreover, I could not take back the fateful words that I had spoken on the stone of sacrifice. When I said them, I was expecting death indeed, but to renounce them now, that its shadow was lifted from me, if only for a little while, would have been the act of a coward. For good or evil, I had given myself to Montezuma's daughter, and I must abide by it, or be shamed. Still, such was the nobleness of this Indian lady, that even then she would not take me at my word. For a little while she stood smiling sadly, and drawing a lock of her long hair through the hollow of her hand. Then she spoke. You are not yourself, Teule, and I should be base indeed if I made so solemn a compact with one who does not know what he sells. Yonder, on the altar, and in the moment of death, you said that you loved me, and doubtless it was true. But now you have come back to life, and say, Lord, who set that golden ring upon your hand, and what is written in its circle? Yet even if these words are true that you have spoken, and you love me a little, there is one across the sea whom you love better. That I could bear, for my heart is fixed on you alone among men, and at the least you would be kind to me, and I should move in the sunlight of your presence. But having known the light, I cannot live to wander in the darkness. You do not understand. I will tell you what I fear. I fear that if we were wed, you would weary of me as men do, and that memory would grow too strong for you. Then by and by it might be possible for you to find your way back across the water to your own land and your own love, and so you would desert me, Teule. This is what I could not bear, Teule. I can forego you now, and remain your friend, but I cannot be put aside like a dancing girl, the companion of a month, Montezuma's daughter, a lady of my own land. Should you wed me, it must be for my life, Teule, and that is perhaps more than you would wish to promise. Though you could kiss me on yonder stone, and there is blood fellowship between us." And she glanced at the red stain in the linen robe that covered the wound upon her side. "And now, Teule, I leave you a while, that I may find Guatemoc, if he still lives, and others who, now that the strength of the priests is shattered, have power to protect you and advance you to honour. Think then on all that I have said, and do not be hasty to decide. Or would you make an end at once to fly to the white men, if I cannot find a means of escape?" "I am too weary to fly anywhere," I answered, "even if I could. Moreover, I forget. My enemy is among the Spaniards, he whom I have sworn to kill. Therefore his friends are my foes, and his foes are my friends. I will not fly, Otomie." "There you are wise," she said, "for if you come among the Teules, that man will murder you. By fair means or foul, he will murder you within a day. I saw it in his eyes. Now rest, while I seek your safety, if there is any safety in this blood-stained land." End of chapter 22. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 23 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 23. Thomas is married. Otomie turned and went. I watched the golden curtains close behind her. Then I sank back on the couch and instantly was lost in sleep, for I was faint and weak, and so dazed with weariness that at the time I scarcely knew what happened, or the purpose of our talk. Afterwards, however, it came back to me. I must have slept for many hours, for when I awoke it was far on into the night. It was night, but not dark, for through the barred window places came the sound of tumult and fighting, and red rays of light cast by the flames of burning houses. One of these windows was above my couch, and standing on the bed I seized the sill with my hands. With much pain, because of the flesh wound in my side, I drew myself up until I could see through the bars. Then I saw that the Spaniards, not content with the capture of the teocalli, had made a night attack and set fire to hundreds of houses in the city. The glare of the flames was that of a lurid day, and by it I could see the white men retreating to their quarters, pursued by thousands of Aztecs, who hung their flanks, shooting at them with stones and arrows. Now I dropped down from the window place and began to think as to what I should do, for again my mind was wavering. Should I desert Otomie and escape to the Spaniards, if that were possible, taking my chance at the death of the hands of GARCIA? Or should I stay among the Aztecs, if they would give me shelter, and wed Otomie? There was a third choice indeed, to stay with them and leave Otomie alone, though it would be difficult to do this and keep my honour. One thing I understood: if I married Otomie, it must be at her own choice, for then I must become an Indian and give over all hope of returning to England and to my betrothed. Of this indeed there was little chance. Still, while my life remained to me, it might come about if I was free. But once my hands were tied by this marriage, it could never be during Otomie's lifetime, and so far as Lily Bozard was concerned, I should be dead. How could I be thus faithless to the memory of my troth? And on the other hand, how could I discard the woman who had risked all for me, and who, to speak truth, had grown so dear to me, though there was one yet dearer? A hero or an angel might find a path out of this tangle, but alas, I was neither the one nor the other, only a man afflicted, as other men are, with human weakness, and Otomie was at hand, and very sweet and fair. Still, almost I determined that I would avail myself of her nobleness, that I would go back upon my words, and beg her to despise me and see me no more, in order that I might not be forced to break the troth that I had pledged beneath the beech at Ditchingham. For I greatly dreaded this oath of lifetime fidelity, which I should be forced to swear if I chose any other path. Thus I thought on in pitiable confusion of mind, not knowing that all these matters were beyond my ordering, since a path was already made ready to my feet, which I must follow or die. And let this be a proof of the honesty of my words, since had I been desirous of glozing the truth, I need have written nothing of these struggles of conscience and of my own weakness. For soon it was to come to this, though not by her will, that I must either wed Otomie or die at once, and few would blame me for doing the first and not the last. Indeed, though I did wed her, I might still have declared myself to my affianced and to all the world as a slave of events from which there was no escape. But it is not all the truth, since my mind was divided, and had it not been settled for me, I cannot say how the struggle would have ended. Now, looking back on the distant past, and weighing my actions and character as the judge might do, I can see, however, that had I found time to consider, there was another matter which would surely have turned the scale in favour of Otomie. De Garcia was among the Spaniards, and my hatred of de Garcia was the ruling passion of my life, a stronger passion even than my love for the two dear women who have been its joy. Indeed, though he is dead those many years, I still hate him, and evil though the desire be, even in my age, I long that my vengeance was still to wreak. While I remained among the Aztecs, de Garcia would be their enemy and mine, and I might meet him in war and kill him there. But if I succeeded in reaching the Spanish camp, then it was almost sure that he would bring about my instant death. Doubtless he had told such a tale of me already that within an hour I should be hung as a spy, or otherwise made away with. But I will cease from these unprofitable wanderings, which have but one value, that of setting out my strange necessity of choice between an absent and a present love, and go on with the story of an event in which there was no room to balance scruples. While I sat musing on the couch, the curtain was drawn, and a man entered bearing a torch. It was GUATEMOC, as he had come from the fray, which, except from its harvest of burning houses, was finished for the night. The plumes were shorn from his head, his golden armour was hacked by the Spanish swords, and he bled from a shot wound in the neck. "Greetings, Teule," he said. "Certainly, I never thought to see you alive tonight, or myself either for that matter. But it is a strange world. And now, if never before in Tenochtitlan, those things happen for which we look the least. But I have no time for words. I come to summon you before the council." "What is to be my fate?" I asked. to be dragged back to the stone of sacrifice? Nay, have no fear of that. But for the rest I cannot say. In an hour you may be dead, or great among us, if any of us can be called great in these days of shame. Otomie has worked well for you among the princes and the counsellors. So she says, and if you have a heart, you should be grateful to her, for it seems to me that few women have loved a man so much. As for me, I have been employed elsewhere, and he glanced at his rent armour. But I will lift up my voice for you. Now come, friend, for the torch burns low. By this time you must be well seasoned in dangers. One more or less will matter as little to you as to me. Then I rose and followed him into the great cedar-panelled hall, where that very morning I had received adoration as God. Now I was a god no longer, but a prisoner on trial for his life. Upon the dais where I had stood at the hour of my godhead were gathered those of the princes and counsellors who were left alive. Some of them, like GUATEMOC, were clad in rent and bloody mail, others in their customary dress, and one in a priest's robe. They had only two things in common among them, the sternness of their faces and the greatness of their rank. And they sat there this night not to decide my fate, which was but a little thing, but to take counsel as to how they might expel the Spaniards before the city was destroyed. When I entered, a man in mail who sat in the centre of the half-circle, and in whom I knew Cuitlahua, who would be emperor should Montezuma die, looked up quickly and said, "Who is this, GUATEMOC, that you bring with you?" "Ah, I remember. The Teule that was the god Tesket, and who escaped the sacrifice today. Listen, nobles, what is to be done with this man? Say, is it lawful that he be led back to sacrifice?" Then the priest answered, "I grieve to say that it is not lawful, most noble prince. This man has lain on the altar of God. He has even been wounded by the holy knife. But the god rejected him in the fateful hour, and he must lie there no more. Slay him if you will, but not upon the stone of sacrifice." "What then shall be done with him?" said the prince again. "He is of the blood of the Teules, and therefore an enemy. One thing is certain, he must not be suffered to join the white devils and give them tidings of our distresses. Is it not best that he be put away forthwith?" Now several of the council nodded their heads, but others sat silent, making no sound. "Come," said Cuitlahua, "we have no time to waste over this man when the lives of thousands are hourly at stake. The question is, shall the Teule be slain?" Then GUATEMOC rose and spoke, saying, "Your pardon, noble kinsman, but I hold that we may put this prisoner to better use than to kill him. I know him well. He is brave and loyal. As I have proved, moreover, he is not at all a Teule, but half of another race that hates them as he hates them. Also, he has knowledge of their customs and mode of warfare, which we lack, and I think that he may be able to give us good counsel in our strait." "The counsel of the wolf to the deer, perhaps," said Cuitlahua coldly. "Counsel that shall lead us to the fangs of the Teules. Who shall answer for this foreign devil that he will not betray us if we trust him?" "I will answer with my life," answered GUATEMOC. "Your life is of too great worth to be set of such a stake, nephew. Men of this white breed are liars, and his own word is of no value, even if he gives it. I think it will be best to kill him and have done with doubts. This man is wed to Otomie, princess of the Otomie, Montezuma's daughter." "Your niece," said GUATEMOC again, and she loves him so well that she offered herself upon the stone of sacrifice with him. Unless I mistake, she will answer for him also. Shall she be summoned before you?" "If you wish, nephew, but a woman in love is a blind woman, and doubtless he has deceived her also. Moreover, she was his wife according to the rule of religion only. Is it your desire that the princess should be summoned before you, comrades?" Now some said nay, but the most, those whose interest Otomie had gained, said yea, and the end of it was that one of their number was sent to summon her. Presently she came, looking very weary, but proud in mien and royally attired, and bowed before the council. "This is the question, princess," said Cuitlahua, "whether this Teule shall be slain forthwith, or whether he shall be sworn as one of us, should he be willing to take the oath. The Prince GUATEMOC here vouches for him, and he says, moreover, that you will vouch for him also. A woman can do this in one way only, by taking him she vouches as her husband. You are already wed to this foreigner by the rule of religion. Are you willing to marry him according to the custom of our land, and to answer for his faith with your own life?" "I am willing," Otomie answered quietly, "if he is willing." "In truth it is a great honour that you would do this, white dog," said Cuitlahua. "Bethink you, you are princess of the Otomie, and one of our master's daughters. It is to you that we look to bring back the mountain clans of the Otomie, of whom you are chieftainess, from their unholy alliance with the accursed Tlascalans, the slaves of the Teules. Is not your life too precious to be set on such a stake as this foreigner's faith? For learn, Otomie, if he proves false, your rank shall not help you." "I know it all," she replied quietly. "Foreigner or not, I love this man and I will answer for him with my blood. Moreover, I look to him to assist me to win back the people of the Otomie to their allegiance. But let him speak for himself, my lord. It may happen that he has no desire to take me in marriage." Cuitlahua smiled grimly and said, "When the choice lies between the breast of death and those fair arms of yours, niece, it is easy to guess his answer. Still, speak, Teule, and swiftly." "I have little to say, lord. If the Princess Otomie is willing to wed me, I am willing to wed her," I answered, and thus in the moment of my danger all my doubts and scruples vanished. As Cuitlahua had said, it was easy to guess the choice of one set between death and Otomie. She heard and looked at me warningly, saying in a low voice, "Remember our words, Teule. In such a marriage you renounce your past and give me your future." "I remember," I answered, and while I spoke, there came before my eyes a vision of Lily's face as it had been when I bade her farewell. This then was the end of the vows that I had sworn. Cuitlahua looked at me with a glance which seemed to search my heart, and said, "I hear your words, Teule. You, a white wanderer, are graciously willing to take the princess to wife, and by her to be lifted high among the great lords of this land. But say, how can we trust you? If you fail us, your wife dies indeed, but that may be naught to you." "I am ready to swear allegiance," I answered. "I hate the Spaniards, and among them is my bitterest enemy whom I followed across the sea to kill. The man strove to murder me this very day. I can say no more. If you doubt my words, it were best to make an end of me. Already I have suffered much at the hands of your people. It matters little if I die or live." "Boldly spoken, Teule. Now, lords, I ask your judgment. Shall this man be given to Otomi as husband and be sworn as one of us, or shall he be killed instantly? You know the matter. If he can be trusted, as GUATEMOC and Otomi believe, he will be worth an army to us, for he is acquainted with the language, the customs, the weapons, and the modes of warfare of these white devils whom the gods have let loose upon us. If, on the other hand, he is not to be trusted, and it is hard for us to put faith in one of his blood, he may do us much injury, for in the end he will escape to the Teules, and betray our counsels and our strength, or the lack of it. It is for you to judge, lords." Now the councillors consulted together, and some said one thing and some another, for they were not by any means of a mind in this matter. At length, growing weary, Cuitlahua called on them to put the question to the vote, and this they did by lifting of hands. First those who were in favour of my death held up their hands, then those who thought it wise to spare me. There were 26 councillors present, not counting Cuitlahua, and of these 13 voted for my execution, and 13 were for staying alive. "Now it seems that I must give a casting vote," said Cuitlahua, when the tale had been rendered, and my blood turned cold at his words, for I had seen that his mind was set against me. Then it was that Otomi broke in, saying, "Your pardon, uncle, but before you speak, I have a word to say. You need my services, do you not? For if the people of Otomi will listen to any and suffer themselves to be led from their evil path, it is to me. My mother was by birth their chieftainess, the last of a long line, and I am her only child. Moreover, my father is their emperor. Therefore my life is of no small worth now in this time of trouble, for though I am nothing in myself, yet it may chance that I can bring 30,000 warriors to your standard. The priests knew this on yonder pyramid, and when I claimed my right to lie at the side of the Teule, they gainsayed me, nor would they suffer it, though they hungered for the royal blood, till I called down the vengeance of the gods upon them. Now, my uncle, and you lords, I tell you this. Slay yonder man if you will, but know that then you must find another than me to lure the Otomi from their rebellion, for then I complete what I began today, and follow him to the grave." She ceased, and a murmur of amazement went round the chamber, for none had looked to find such love and courage in this lady's heart. Only Cuitlahua grew angry. "Disloyal girl," he said, "do you dare to set your lover before your country? Shame upon you, shameless daughter of our king. Why, it is in the blood. As the father is, so is the daughter. Did not Montezuma forsake his people and choose to lie among those Teules, the false children of Quetzal? And now this Otomi follows in his path. Tell us how it is, woman, that you and your lover alone escaped from the teocalli yonder when all the rest were killed. Are you then in league with these Teules? I say to you, niece, that if things were otherwise and I had my way, you would win your desire indeed, for you should be slain at this man's side and within the hour." And he ceased for lack of breath and looked upon her fiercely. But Otomi never quailed. She stood before him pale and quiet, with folded hands and downcast eyes, and answered, "Forbear to reproach me because my love is strong, or reproach me if you will. I have spoken my last word. Condemn this man to die, and Prince, you must seek some other envoy to win back the Otomi to the cause of Anahuac." Now Cuitlahua pondered, staring into the gloom above him and pulling at his beard, and the silence was great, for none knew what his judgment would be. At last he spoke. "So be it. We have need of Otomie, my niece, and it is of no avail to fight against a woman's love. Teule, we give you life, and with the life honour and wealth, and the greatest of our women in marriage, and a place on our councils. Take these gifts and her, but I say to you both, beware how you use them. If you betray us, nay, if you do but think on treachery, I swear to you that you shall die a death so slow and horrible that the very name of it would turn your heart to water. You and your wife, your children and your servants. Come, now let him be sworn." I heard, and my head swam, and a mist gathered before my eyes. Once again I was saved from instant death. Presently it cleared, and looking up my eyes met those of the woman who had saved me, Otomie my wife, who smiled upon me somewhat sadly. Then the priest came forward bearing a wooden bowl, carved about with strange signs, and a flint knife, and bade me bare my arm. He cut my flesh with the knife, so that the blood ran from it into the bowl. Some drops of this blood he emptied onto the ground, muttering invocations the while. Then he turned and looked at Cuitlahua, as though in question, and Cuitlahua answered with a bitter laugh. "Let him be baptized with the blood of the Princess Otomie, my niece, for she is bail for him." "Nay, lord," said GUATEMOC, "these two have mingled bloods already upon the stone of sacrifice, and they are man and wife. But I also have vouched for him, and I offer mine in earnest of my faith." "This Teule has good friends," said Cuitlahua. "You honour him overmuch. But so be it." Then GUATEMOC came forward, and when the priest would have cut him with the knife, he laughed and said, pointing to the bullet wound upon his neck, "No need for that, priest. Blood runs here and was shed by the Teules. None can be fitter for this purpose." So the priest drew away the bandage and suffered the blood of GUATEMOC to drop into a second, smaller bowl. Then he came to me, and dipping his finger into the blood, he drew the sign of a cross upon my forehead, as a Christian priest draws it upon the forehead of an infant, and said, "In the presence of the name of God our Lord, who is everywhere and sees all things, I sign you with this blood and make you of this blood. In the presence of the name of God our Lord, who is everywhere and sees all things, I pour forth your blood upon the earth." Here he poured as he spoke. "As this blood of yours sinks into the earth, so may the memory of your past life sink and be forgotten, for you are born again of the people of Anahuac. In the presence of the name of God our Lord, who is everywhere and sees all things, I mingle these bloods." And he poured from one bowl into the other. "And with them I touch your tongue." Here dipping his finger into the bowl, he touched the tip of my tongue with it, "and bid you swear thus: May every evil to which the flesh of man is subject enter into my flesh. May I live in misery and die in torment by the dreadful death. May my soul be rejected from the houses of the sun. May it wander homeless for ever in the darkness that is beyond the stars, if I depart from this my oath. I, Teule, swear to be faithful to the people of Anahuac and to their lawful governors. I swear to wage war upon their foes and to compass their destruction, and more especially upon the Teules, till they are driven into the sea. I swear to offer no affront to the gods of Anahuac. I swear myself in marriage to Otomie, princess of the Otomie, the daughter of Montezuma, my lord, for so long as her life shall endure. I swear to attempt no escape from these shores. I swear to renounce my father and my mother and the land where I was born, and to cling to this land of my new birth. And this my oath shall endure till the volcan Popo ceases to vomit smoke and fire, till there is no king in Tenochtitlan, till no priest serves the altars of the gods, and the people of Anahuac are no more a people. Do you swear these things, one and all? One and all I swear them. I answered because I must, though there was much in the oath that I liked little enough. And yet mark how strangely things come to pass. Within 15 years from that night, the volcan Popo had ceased to vomit smoke and fire. The kings had ceased to reign in Tenochtitlan. The priests had ceased to serve the altars of the gods. The people of Anahuac were no more a people, and my vow was null and void. Yet the priests who framed this form chose these things as examples of what was immortal. When I had sworn, GUATEMOC came forward and embraced me, saying, "Welcome, Teule, my brother in blood and heart. Now you are one of us, and we look to you for help and counsel. Come, be seated by me." I looked towards Cuitlahua doubtfully, but he smiled graciously and said, "Teule, your trial is over. We have accepted you, and you have sworn the solemn oath of brotherhood, to break which is to die horribly in this world, and to be tortured through eternity by demons in the next. Forget all that may have been said in the hour of your weighing, for the balance is in your favour, and be sure that if you give us cause to doubt you, you shall find none to doubt us. Now, as the husband of Otomie, you are a lord among the lords, having honour and great possessions, and as such be seated by your brother GUATEMOC, and join our council." I did as he bade me, and Otomie withdrew from our presence. Then Cuitlahua spoke again, no longer of me and my matters, but of the urgent affairs of state. He spoke in slow words and weighty, and more than once his voice broke in his sorrow. He told of the grievous misfortunes that had overcome the country, of the death of hundreds of its bravest warriors, of the slaughter of the priests and soldiers that day on the Teocalli, and the desecration of his nation's gods. What was to be done in this extremity, he asked. Montezuma lay dying, a prisoner in the camp of the Teules, and the fire that he had nursed with his breath devoured the land. No efforts of theirs could break the iron strength of these white devils, armed as they were with strange and terrible weapons. Day by day disaster overtook the arms of the Aztecs. What wisdom had they now that the protecting gods were shattered in their very shrines, when the altars ran red with the blood of their ministering priests, when the oracles were dumb or answered only in the accents of despair? Then one by one princes and generals arose and gave counsel according to their lights. At length all had spoken, and Cuitlahua said, looking towards me, "We have a new counsellor among us, who is skilled in the warfare and customs of the white men, who till an hour ago was himself a white man. Has he no word of comfort for us?" "Speak, my brother," said GUATEMOC. Then I spoke. "Most noble Cuitlahua, and you lords and princes, you honour me by asking my counsel, and it is this in few words and brief. You waste your strength hurling your armies continually against the stone walls and the weapons of the Teules, so you shall not prevail against them. Your devices must be changed if you would win victory. The Spaniards are like other men. They are no gods as the ignorant imagine, and the creatures on which they ride are not demons but beasts of burden, such as are used for many purposes in the land where I was born. The Spaniards are men, I say, and do not men hunger and thirst? Cannot men be worn out by the want of sleep and be killed in many ways? Are not these Teules already weary to the death? Then this is my word of comfort to you. Cease to attack the Spaniards and invest their camp so closely that no food can reach them and their allies the Tlascalans. If this is done, within 10 days from now, either they will surrender or they will strive to break their way back to the coast. But to do this, first they must win out the city, and if dikes are cut through the causeways, that will be no easy matter. Then, when they strive to escape, cumbered with the gold they covet, and came here to seek, then I say will be the hour to attack them, and to destroy them utterly." I ceased, and a murmur of applause went round the council. "It seems that we came to a wise judgment when we determined to spare this man's life," said Quit-le-Roi, "for all that he tells us is true, and I would that we had followed this policy from the first. Now, lords, I give my voice for acting as our brother points the way. What say you?" "We say with you that your brother's words are good," answered Guatemoc presently, "and now let us follow them to the end." Then, after some further talk, the council broke up, and I sought my chamber well nigh blind with weariness and crushed by the weight of all that I had suffered on that eventful day. The dawn was flaring in the eastern sky, and by its glimmer I found my path down the empty corridors, till at length I came to the curtains of my sleeping place. I drew them and passed through. There, far up the room, the faint light gleaming on her snowy dress, her raven hair and ornaments of gold, stood Otomie, my bride. I went towards her, and as I came, she glided to meet me with outstretched arms. Presently they were about my neck, and her kiss was on my brow. "Now all is done, my love and lord," she whispered, "and come good or ill, or both, we are one till death, for such vows as ours cannot be broken. All is done indeed, Otomie, and our oaths are lifelong, though other oaths have been broken, that they might be sworn," I answered. Thus then I, Thomas Wingfield, was wed to Otomie, Princess of the Otomie, Montezuma's daughter. End of chapter 23. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 24 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 24. The Night of Fear. Long before I awoke that day, the commands of the council had been carried out, and the bridges in the great causeways were broken down wherever dikes crossed the raised road that ran through the waters of the lake. That afternoon also I went dressed as an Indian warrior with Guatemoc and the other generals, to a parley which was held with Cortes, who took his stand on the same tower of the palace that Montezuma had stood on when the arrow of Guatemoc struck him down. There is little to be said of this parley, and I remember it chiefly because it was when for the first time since I had left the Tabascans that I saw Marina close, and heard her sweet and gentle voice. For now as ever she was by the side of Cortes, translating his proposals of peace to the Aztecs. Among those proposals was one which showed me that de Garcia had not been idle. It asked that the false white man who had been rescued from the altars of the gods upon the teocalli should be given in exchange for certain Aztec prisoners, in order that he might be hung according to his merits as a spy and deserter, a traitor to the Emperor of Spain. I wondered as I heard if Marina knew when she spoke the words that the false white man was none other than the friend of her Tabascan days. "You see that you are fortunate in having found place among us Aztecs, Teule," said Guatemoc with a laugh, "for your own people would greet you with a rope." Then he answered Cortes, saying nothing of me, but bidding him and all the Spanish prepare for death. "Many of us have perished," he said. "You must also perish, Teules. You shall perish of hunger and thirst. You shall perish on the altars of the gods. There is no escape for you, Teules. The bridges are broken." And all the multitude took up the words and thundered out, "There is no escape for you, Teules. The bridges are broken." Then the shooting of arrows began, and I sought the palace to tell Otomie, my wife, what I had gathered of the state of her father, Montezuma, who the Spaniards said still lay dying, and of her two sisters who were hostages in the quarters. Also I told her about my surrender had been sought, and she kissed me, and said smiling that though my life was now burdened with her, still it was better so than I should fall into the hands of the Spaniards. 2 days later came the news of Montezuma was dead, and shortly after it his body, which the Spaniards handed over to the Aztecs for burial, attired in the gorgeous robes of royalty. They laid it in the hall of the palace, whence it was hurried secretly and at night to Chapultepec, and there hidden away with small ceremony, for it was feared that the people might rend it limb from limb in their rage. With Otomie weeping at my side, I looked for the last time on the face of that most unhappy king, whose reign so glorious in its beginning had ended thus. And while I looked, I wondered what suffering could have equalled his, as fallen from his estate and hated by the subjects whom he had betrayed, he lay dying, a prisoner in the power of the foreign wolves who were tearing out his country's heart. It is little wonder indeed that Montezuma rent the bandages from his wounds, and would not suffer them to tend his hurts, for the real hurt was in his soul. There the iron had entered deeply, and no leech could cure it except one called death. And yet the fault was not all his. The devils whom he worshipped as gods were revenged upon him, for they had filled him with the superstitions of their wicked faith, and because of these gods and their high priest must sink into common ruin. Were it not for these unsubstantial terrors that haunted him, the Spaniards had never won the foothold in Tenochtitlan, and the Aztecs would have remained free for many a year to come. But Providence willed it otherwise, and this dead and disgraced monarch was but its instrument. Oh, such were the thoughts that passed through my mind as I gazed upon the body of the great Montezuma. But Otomie, ceasing from her tears, kissed his clay and cried out aloud, "O my father, it is well that you are dead, for none who loved you could have desired to see you live on in shame and servitude. May the gods you worship give me strength to avenge you, or if they be no gods, then may I find it in myself. I swear this, my father, that while a man is left to me I will not cease from seeking to avenge you." Then taking my hand, without another word, she turned and passed thence. As will be seen, she kept her oath. On that day and on the morrow there was fighting with the Spaniards, who sallied out to fill up the gaps in the dykes of the causeway, a task in which they succeeded, though with some loss. But it availed them nothing, for so soon as their backs were turned, we opened the dykes again. It was on these days that for the first time I had experience of war, and armed with my bow, made after the English pattern, I did good service. As it chanced, the very first arrow that I drew was on my hated foe de GARCIA. But here my common fortune pursued me, for being out of practice, or over anxious, I aimed too high, though the mark was an easy one, and the shaft pierced the iron of his casque, causing him to reel in his saddle, but doing him no further hurt. Still this marksmanship, poor as it was, gave me great renown among the Aztecs, who were but feeble archers, for they had never before seen an arrow pierce through the armour of the Spanish mail. Nor would mine have done so had I not collected the iron barbs of the crossbow bolts of the Spaniards, and fitted them onto my own shafts. I seldom found the mail that would withstand arrows made thus, when the range was short and the aim good. After the first day's fight I was appointed general over the body of 3,000 archers, and was given a banner to be borne before me, and a gorgeous captain's dress to wear. But what pleased me better was a chain shirt, which came from the body of a Spanish cavalier. For many years I always wore this shirt beneath my cotton mail, and it saved my life more than once, for even bullets would not pierce the two of them. I had taken over the command of my archers but 48 hours, a scant time in which to teach them discipline, whereof they had little, though they were brave enough. When the occasion came to use them in good earnest, and with it the night of disaster, that is still known among the Spaniards as Noche Triste. On the afternoon before the night of a council was held in the palace at which I spoke, saying I was certain that the Teules thought of retreat from the city, and in the dark, for otherwise they would not have been so eager to fill up the canals in the causeway. To this Cuitlahua, who now that Montezuma was dead, would be emperor, though he was not yet chosen and crowned, answered that it might be well that the Teules meditated flight, but that they could never attempt it in the darkness, since in so doing they must become entangled in the streets and dykes. I replied that though it was not the Aztec habit to march and fight at night, such things were common enough among white men, as they had seen already, and that because the Spaniards knew it was not their habit, they would be more likely to attempt escape under the cover of darkness, when they thought their enemies were asleep. Therefore I counselled that sentries should be set on the entrances of every causeway. To this Cuitlahua assented, and assigned the causeway of Tlacopan to Guatemoc and myself, making us the guardians of its safety. That night Guatemoc and I, with some soldiers, went out towards midnight to visit the guards that we placed upon the causeway. It was very dark, and a fine rain fell, so that a man could see no further before his eyes than he can at evening through a Norfolk roke in autumn. We found and relieved the guard, which reported that all was quiet, and we were returning towards the great square, when of a sudden I heard a dull sound as of thousands of men tramping. "Listen," I said. "It is the Teules who escape," whispered Guatemoc. Quickly we ran to where the street from the great squares opened onto the causeway, and there, even through the darkness and rain, we caught the gleam of armour. Then I cried in a great voice, "To arms! To arms! The Teules escaped by the causeway of Tlacopan!" Instantly my words were caught by the sentries and passed from post to post till the city rang with them. They were cried in every street and canal. They echoed from the roofs of the houses and among the summits of 100 temples. The city awoke with a murmur. From the lake came the sound of water beaten by 10,000 oars, as though myriads of wildfowl had sprung suddenly from their reedy beds. Here, there and everywhere, torches flashed out like falling stars. Wild notes were blown on horns and shells, and above all arose the booming of the snake-skin drum, which the priest upon the teocalli beat furiously. Presently the murmur grew to a roar, and from this direction and from that, armed men poured towards the causeway of Tlacopan. Some came on foot, but the most of them were in canoes which covered the waters of the lake further than the ear could hear. Now the Spaniards, to the number of 1,500 or so, accompanied by 6,000 or 8,000 Tlascalans, were emerging on the causeway in a long thin line. GUATEMOC and I rushed before them, collecting men as we went, till we came to the first canal, where canoes were already gathering by scores. The head of the Spanish column reached the canal, and the fight began, which, so far as the Aztecs were concerned, was a fray without plan or order, for in that darkness and confusion the captains could not see their men, or the men hear their captains. But they were there in countless numbers, and had only one desire in their breast, to kill the Teules. A cannon roared, sending a storm of bullets through us, and by its flash we saw that the Spaniards carried a timber bridge with them, which they were placing across the canal. Then we fell on them, every man fighting for himself. GUATEMOC and I were swept over the bridge by the first rush of the enemy, as leaves are swept in a gale, and though both of us won through safely, we saw each other no more that night. With us and after us came the long array of Spaniards and Tlascalans, and from every side the Aztecs poured upon them, clinging to their struggling line as ants cling to a wounded worm. How can I tell all that came that night? I cannot, for I saw but little of it. All I know is that for 2 hours I was fighting like a madman. The foe crossed the first canal, but when all were over the bridge, was sunk so deep in the mud that it could not be stirred, and 3 furlongs on ran a second canal, deeper and wider than the first. Over this they could not cross till it was bridged with the dead. It seemed as though all hell had broken loose upon the narrow bridge of ground. The sound of cannons and of arquebuses, and shrieks of agony and fear, the shouts of the Spanish soldiers, the war cries of the Aztecs, the screams of the wounded horses, the wail of women, the hiss of hurtling darts and arrows, and the dull noise of falling blows, went up to heaven in one hideous hurly-burly. Like a frightened mob of cattle, the long Spanish array swayed this way and that, bellowing as it swayed. Many rolled down the sides of the causeways to be slaughtered in the water of the lake, or borne away to sacrifice in the canoes. Many were drowned in the canals, and yet more were trampled to death in the mud. Hundreds of the Aztecs perished also, for the most part beneath the weapons of their own friends, who struck and shot, not knowing on whom the blow would fall, or in whose breast the arrow would find its home. For my part, I fought on with a little band of men who had gathered about me, till at last the dawn broke and showed an awful sight. The most of those who were left alive of the Spaniards and their allies had crossed the second canal upon a bridge made of dead bodies of their fellows, mixed up with a wreck of baggage, cannon and packages of treasure. Now the fight was raging beyond it. A mob of Spaniards and Tlascalans were still crossing the second breach, and on these I fell with such men as were with me. I plunged right into the heart of them, and suddenly before me I saw the face of de Garcia. With a shout I rushed at him. He heard my voice and knew me. With an oath he struck at my head. The heavy sword came down upon my helmet of painted wood, shearing away one side of it and felling me. But ere I fell, I smote him on the breast with the club I carried, tumbled him to the earth. Now half stunned and blinded, I crept towards him through the press. All that I could see was a gleam of armour in the mud. I threw myself upon it, gripping at the wearer's throat, and together we rolled down the side of the causeway into the shallow water at the edge of the lake. I was uppermost, and with a fierce joy I dashed the blood from my eyes that I might see to kill my enemy caught at last. His body was in the lake, but his head lay upon the sloping bank, and my plan was to hold him beneath the water till he was drowned, for I had lost my club. "At length, de Garcia!" I cried in Spanish as I shifted my grip. "For the love of God, let me go!" gasped a rough voice beneath me. "Fool, I am no Indian dog!" Now I peered into the man's face bewildered. I had seized de Garcia, but the voice was not his voice, nor was the face his face, but that of a rough Spanish soldier. "Who are you?" I asked, slackening my hold. "Where is de Garcia, he whom you name Sarceda?" "Sarceda? I don't know. A minute ago he was on his back on the causeway. The fellow pulled me down and rolled behind me. Let me be, I say. I am not Sarceda, and if I were, is this a time to settle private quarrels? I am your comrade, Bernal Diaz. Holy Mother! Who are you? An Aztec who speaks Castilian?" "I am no Aztec," I answered. "I am an Englishman, and I fight with the Aztecs that I may slay him whom you name Sarceda. But with you I have no quarrel, Bernal Diaz. Be gone and escape if you can." "No, I will keep the sword with your leave." "Englishman, Spaniard, Aztec or devil," grunted the man as he drew himself from the bed of ooze, "you are a good fellow, and I promise you that if I live through this, and it should ever come about that I get you by the throat, I will remember the turn you did me. Farewell." And without more ado he rushed up the bank and plunged into a knot of his flying countrymen, leaving his good sword in my hand. I strove to follow him that I might find my enemy, who once more had escaped me by craft, but my strength failed me, for de Garcia's sword had bitten deep and I had bled much. So I must sit where I was till a canoe came and bore me back to Otomie to be nursed, and 10 days went by before I could walk again. This was my share of the victory of the Noche Triste. Alas, it was a barren triumph, though more than 500 of the Spaniards were slain and thousands of their allies. For there was no warlike skill or discipline among the Aztecs, and instead of following the Spaniards till not one of them remained alive, they stayed to plunder the dead and drag away the living to sacrifice. Also this day of revenge was a sad one to Otomie, seeing that 2 of her brothers, Montezuma's sons, whom the Spaniards held in hostage, perished with them in the fray. As for de Garcia, I could not learn what had become of him, nor whether he was living or dead. End of chapter 24. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 25 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 25. The Burying of Montezuma's Treasure. Cuitlahua was crowned emperor of the Aztecs, in succession to his brother Montezuma, while I lay sick with the wound given me by the sword of de Garcia, and also with that I had received on the altar of the sacrifice. This hurt had found no time to heal, and in the fierce fighting on the night of fear, it burst open and bled much. Indeed, it gave me trouble for years, and to this hour I feel it in the autumn season. Otomie, who nursed me tenderly, and so strange is the heart of woman, even seemed to be consoled in her sorrow at the loss of her father and nearest kin, because I had escaped the slaughter and won fame, told me of the ceremony of the crowning, which was splendid enough. Indeed, the Aztecs were almost mad with rejoicing because the Teules had gone at last. They forgot, or seemed to forget, the loss of thousands of their bravest warriors and of the flower of their rank, and as yet, at any rate, they did not look forward to the future. From house to house and street to street ran troops of young men and maidens garlanded with flowers, saying, "The Teules are gone, rejoice with us, the Teules are fled." And woe to them who would not marry, aye, even though their houses were desolate with death. And also the statues of the gods were set up again on the great pyramid, and their temples rebuilt, the holy crucifix that Spaniards had placed there being served as the idols Huitzil and Tezcat had been served, and tumbled down the side of the teocalli, and that after sacrifice of some Spanish prisoners had been offered in its presence. It was GUATEMOC himself who told me of this sacrilege, but not with any exultation, for I had taught him something of our faith, and though he was too sturdy a heathen to change his creed, in secret he believed that the God of the Christians was a true and mighty God. Moreover, though he was obliged to countenance them because of the power of the priests, like Otomie, GUATEMOC never loved the horrid rites of human sacrifice. Now when I heard this tale, my anger overcame my reason, and I spoke fiercely, saying, "I am sworn to your cause, GUATEMOC, my brother, and I am married to your blood. But I tell you that from this hour it is an accursed cause. Because of your blood-stained idols and your priests, it is accursed. That God whom you have desecrated, and those who serve him shall come back in power, and he shall sit where your idols sat, and none shall stir him forever." Thus I spoke, and my words were true, though I do not know what put them into my heart, since I spoke at random in my wrath. For today Christ Church stands on the site of the place of sacrifice in Mexico, a sign of triumph of his triumph over devils, and there it shall stand while the world endures. "You speak rashly, my brother," GUATEMOC answered, proudly enough, though I saw him quail at the evil omen of my words. "I say speak rashly, and were you overheard there are those, notwithstanding the rank we have given you, the honour which you have won in war and council, and that you have passed stone of sacrifice, who might force you to look again upon the faces of the beings you blaspheme. What worse thing has been done to your Christian God than has been done again and again to our gods by your white kindred? But let us talk no more of this matter, and I pray you, my brother, do not utter such ill-omened words to me again, lest it should strain our love. Do you then believe that the Teules will return? Aye, Guatemoc, so surely as tomorrow's sun shall rise. When you held Cortes in your hand, you let him go, and since then he has won a victory at Otompan. Is he a man, think you, to sheathe the sword that he has once drawn, and go into darkness and dishonour? Before a year is past, the Spaniards will be back at the gates of Tenochtitlan. Oh, you are no comforter tonight, brother, said Guatemoc, and yet I fear that your words are true. Well, if we must fight, let us strive to win. Now at least there is no Montezuma to take the viper to his breast and nurse it till it stings him. Then he rose and went in silence, and I saw that his heart was heavy. On the morrow of this talk I could leave my bed, and within a week I was almost well. Now it was that Guatemoc came to me again, saying that he had been bidden by Cuitlahuac the emperor to command me to accompany him, Guatemoc, on a service of trust and secrecy. And indeed the nature of the service showed how great a confidence the leaders of the Aztecs now placed in me, for it was none other than the hiding away of the treasure that had been recaptured from the Spaniards on the night of fear, and with it much more from the secret stores of the empire. At the fall of darkness we started, some of the great lords, Guatemoc and I, and coming to the water's edge, we found 10 large canoes, each laden with something that was hidden by cotton cloths. Into these canoes we entered secretly, thinking that no one saw us, 3 to a canoe, for there were 30 of us in all, and led by Guatemoc. We paddled for 2 hours or more across the lake of Texcoco, till we reached the further shores at a spot where the prince had a fair estate. Here we landed, and the cloths were withdrawn from the cargoes of the canoes, which were great jars and sacks of gold and jewels, besides many other precious objects. Among them a likeness of the head of Montezuma, fashioned in solid gold, which was so heavy that it was as much as Guatemoc and I could do to lift between us. As for the jars, of which, if my memory serves me, there were 17, 6 men must carry each of them by the help of paddles lashed on either side, and then the task was not light. All this priceless stuff we bore in several journeys to the crest of a rise, 600 paces distant from the water, setting it down by the mouth of the shaft behind the shelter of a mound of earth. When everything was brought up from the boats, Guatemoc touched me and another man, a great Aztec noble, born of a Tlascalan mother, on the shoulder, asking us if we were willing to descend with him into the hole, and there to dispose of the treasure. Oh, gladly, I answered, for I was curious to see the place, but the noble hesitated a while, though in the end he came with us, to his ill fortune. Then Guatemoc took torches in his hand, and was lowered into the shaft by a rope. Next came my turn, and down I went, hanging to the cord like a spider to its thread, and the hole was very deep. At length I found myself standing by the side of Guatemoc at the foot of the shaft, round which, as I saw by the light of the torch he carried, an edging of dried bricks was built up to the height of a man above our heads. Resting on this edging, and against the wall of the shaft, was a massive block of stone sculptured with the picture writing of the Aztecs. I glanced at the writing, which I could now read well, and saw that it recorded the burying of the treasure in the last year of Cuitlahua, Emperor of Mexico, and also a most fearful curse on him who should dare to steal it. Beyond us, and at right angles to the shaft, ran another passage, 10 paces in length, and high enough for a man to walk in, which led to a chamber hollowed in the earth, as large as that wherein I write today at Ditchingham. By the mouth of this chamber were placed piles of adobe bricks and mortar, much as the blocks of hewn stone had been placed in the underground vault at Seville, where Isabel de Siguenza was bricked up living. "Who dug this place?" I asked. "Those who knew not what they dug," answered Guatemoc. "But see, here is our companion. Now, my brother, I charge you be surprised at nothing which comes to pass, and be assured I have good reason for anything that I may do." Before I could speak again, the Aztec noble was at our side. Then those above began to lower the jars and sacks of treasure, and as they reached us one by one, Guatemoc loosed the ropes and checked them, while the Aztec and I rolled them down the passage into the chamber, as here in England men roll casks of ale. For 2 hours and more we worked, till at length all were down and the tale was complete. The last parcel to be lowered was a sack of jewels that burst open as it came, and descended upon us as in glittering rain of gems. As it chanced, a great necklace of emeralds of surpassing size and beauty fell over my head and hung upon my shoulders. "Keep it, brother," laughed Guatemoc, "in memory of this night," and nothing loath I hid the bauble in my breast. That necklace I have yet, and it was a stone of it, the smallest save one, that I gave to our gracious Queen Elizabeth. Otomie wore it for many years, and for this reason it shall be buried with me, though its value is priceless, or so say those who are skilled in gems. But priceless or no, it is doomed to lie in the mould of Ditchingham churchyard, and may that same curse which is graved upon the stone that hides the treasure of the Aztecs fall upon him who steals it from my bones. Now, leaving the chamber, we 3 entered the tunnel and began the work of building the adobe wall. When it was a height of between 2 and 3 feet, Guatemoc paused from his labour and bade me hold a torch aloft. I obeyed, wondering what he wished to see. Then he drew back some 3 paces into the tunnel and spoke to the Aztec noble, our companion, by name. "What is the fate of discovered traitors, friend?" he said in a voice that, quiet though it was, sounded very terrible, and as he spoke he loosed from his side the war club set with spikes of glass that hung there by a thong. Now the Aztec turned grey beneath his dusky skin and trembled in his fear. "What mean you, lord?" he gasped. "You know well what I mean," answered Guatemoc in that same terrible voice, and lifted the club. Then the doomed man fell upon his knees crying for mercy, and his wailing sounded so awful in that deep and lonely place that in my horror I went near to letting the torch fall. "To a foe I can give mercy, to a traitor none," answered Guatemoc, and whirling the club aloft he rushed upon the noble and killed him with a blow. Then, seizing the body in his strong embrace, he cast it into the chamber with the treasure, and there it lay still and dreadful among the gems and gold, the arms, as it chanced, being wound about 2 of the great jars, as though the dead man would clasp them to his heart. Now I looked at Guatemoc who had slain him, wondering if my hour was also at hand, for I knew well that when princes bury their wealth they hold that few should share the secret. "Oh, fear not, brother," said Guatemoc. "Listen, this man was a thief, a dastard and a traitor. As we know now, he strove twice to betray us to the Teules. More, it was his plan to show his nest of wealth to them, should they return, and to share the spoil. All this we learned from a woman whom he thought his love, but who was in truth a spy, set to worm herself into the secrets of his wicked heart. Now let him take his fill of gold. Look how he grips it, even in death. A white man could not hug the stuff more closely to his breast. Ah, Teule, would that the soil of Anahuac bore naught but corn for bread and flint and copper for the points of spears and arrows. Then had her sons been free forever. Curses on yonder dross, for it is the bait that sets the sea sharks tearing at our throats. Curse on it, I say, may it never glitter more in the sunshine, may it be lost forever." And he fell fiercely to the work of building up the wall. Soon it was almost done. But before we set the last bricks, which were shaped in squares like the clay lump that we use for the building of farmeries and hinds across the houses of Norfolk, I thrust a torch through the opening and looked for the last time at the treasure chamber that was also a dead house. There lay the glittering gems. There, stood upon a jar, gleamed the golden head of Montezuma, of which the emerald eyes seemed to glare at me. And there, his back resting against the same jar, and his arms encircling two others, to the right and to the left, was the dead man. But he was no longer dead, or so it seemed to me, for at the least his eyes that were shut had opened, and they stared at me like the emerald eyes of the golden statue above him, only more fearfully. Very hastily I withdrew the torch, and we finished in silence. When it was done, we withdrew to the end of the passage and looked up the shaft, and I for one was glad to see the stars shining in the heaven above me. Then we made a double loop in the rope, and at a signal were hauled up till we hung over the ledge where the black mass of marble rested, the tombstone of Montezuma's treasure, and of him who sleeps among it. This stone, that was nicely balanced, we pushed with our hands and feet, till presently it fell forward with a heavy sound, and catching on a ridge of brick, which had been prepared to receive it, shut the treasure shaft in such a fashion that those who would enter it again must take powder with them. Then we were dragged up and came to the surface of the earth in safety. Now one asked of the Aztec noble who had gone down with us and returned no more. "He has chosen to stay and watch the treasure, like a good and loyal man, till such a time as his king needs it," answered Guatemoc grimly, and the listeners nodded, understanding all. Then they fell to and filled up the narrow shaft with the earth that lay ready, working without cease, and the dawn broke before the task was finished. When at length the hole was full, one of our companions took seeds from a bag and scattered them upon the naked earth. Also he set 2 young trees that he had brought with him in the soil of the shaft, though why he did this I do not know, unless it was to mark the spot. All being done, we gathered up the ropes and tools, and embarking in our canoes, came back to Mexico in the morning, leaving the canoes at a landing place outside the city, and finding our way homes by ones and twos, as we thought unnoticed by any. Thus it was I helped in burying of Montezuma's treasure, for the sake of which I was destined to suffer torture in days to come. Whether any will help to unbury it I do not know, but till I left the land of the Anahuac the secret had been kept, and I think that then, except myself, all those were dead who laboured with me at this task. It chanced that I passed the spot as I came down to Mexico for the last time, and knew it again by the 2 trees that were growing tall and strong. And as I went by with Spaniards at my side, I swore in my heart that they should never finger the gold by my help. It is for this reason that even now I do not write the exact bearings of the place where it lies buried, with the bones of the traitor, though I know them well enough, seeing that in days to come what I set down here might fall into the hands of one of their nation. And now, before I go on to speak of the siege of Mexico, I must tell of one more matter, namely of how I and Otomie my wife went up among the people of the Otomie, and won a great number of them back to their allegiance of the Aztec crown. It must be known, if my tale has not made this clear already, that the Aztec power was not of one people, but built up of several, and that surrounding it were many other tribes, some of whom were in alliance with it or subject to it, and some of whom were its deadly enemies. Such, for instance, were the Tlascalans, a small but warlike people living between Mexico and the coast, by whose help Cortes overcame Montezuma and Guatemoc. Beyond the Tlascalans and to the west, the great Otomie race lived or lives amongst its mountains. They are a braver nation than the Aztecs, speaking another language, of a different blood and made up of different clans. Sometimes they were subject to the great Aztec empire, sometimes in alliance, and sometimes had open war with it and in close friendship with the Tlascalans. It was to draw the tie closer between the Aztecs and the Otomies, who were to the inhabitants of Anahuac much what the Scottish clans are to the people of England, that Montezuma took to wife the daughter and sole legitimate issue of that great chief or king. This lady died in childbirth, and her child was Otomie, my wife, hereditary princess of the Otomie. But though her rank was so great among her mother's people, as yet Otomie had visited them but twice, and then as a child. Still she was well skilled in their language and customs, having been brought up by nurses and tutors of the tribes, from which she drew a great revenue every year, and over whom she exercised many rights of royalty, that were rendered to her far more freely than they had been to Montezuma, her father. Now, as has been said, some of these Otomie clans had joined the Tlascalans, and as their allies had taken part in the war on the side of the Spaniards. Therefore it was decided at a solemn council that Otomie and I, her husband, should go on an embassy to the chief town of the nation, that was known as the City of Pines, and strive to win it back to the Aztec standard. Accordingly, heralds having been sent before us, we started upon our journey, not knowing how we should be received at the end of it. For 8 days we travelled in great pomp and with an ever-increasing escort, for when the tribes of the Otomie learned that their princess was to come to visit them in person, bringing with her her husband, a man of the Chules who had espoused the Aztec cause, they flocked in vast numbers to swell her retinue, so that it came to pass that before we reached the City of Pines, we were accompanied by an army of at least 10,000 mountaineers, great men and wild, who made a savage music as we marched. But with them and with their chiefs as yet we held no converse except by way of formal greeting, though every morning when we started on our journey, Otomie in a litter and I on a horse that had been captured from the Spaniards, they set up shouts of salutation and made the mountains ring. Ever as we went, the land like its people grew wilder and more beautiful, for now we were passing through forests clad with oak and pine and with many a lovely plant and fern. Sometimes we crossed great and sparkling rivers, and sometimes wended through the gorges and passes of the mountains. But every hour we mounted higher, till at length the climate became like that of England, only far more bright. At last, on the 8th day, we passed through the gorge given in the red rock, which was so narrow in places that 3 horsemen could scarcely have ridden there abreast. This gorge, that is 5 miles long, is the high road to the City of Pines, to which there was no other access except by secret paths across the mountains, and on the other side of it sheer and towering cliffs that rise to heights of between 1,000 and 2,000 feet. "Here is a place where 100 men might hold an army at bay," I said to Otomie, little knowing that it would be my task to do so in a day to come. Presently the gorge took a turn, and I reined up amazed, for before me was the City of Pines in all its beauty. The city lay in a wheel-shaped plain that may measure 12 miles across, and all around this plain are mountains clad to their summits with forests of oak and cedar trees. At the back of the city and in the centre of the ring of mountains is one, however, that is not green with foliage, but black with lava, and above the lava white with snow, over which again hangs a pillar of smoke by day and a pillar of fire by night. This was the Volcan Jacca, or the Queen, and though it is not so lofty as its sister Orizaba, Popo, and Ishtak, to my mind it is the loveliest of them all, both because of its perfect shape and of the colours purple and blue of the fires that it sends forth at night or when its heart is troubled. The Otomies worship this mountain as a god, offering human sacrifice to it, which was not wonderful. For once the lava pouring from its bowels cut a path through the City of Pines. Also they think it holy and haunted, so that none dares set foot upon its loftier snows. Nevertheless, I was destined to climb them, I and one other. Now in the lap of this ring of mountains, and watched over by the mighty Jacca, clad in its robe of snow, its cap of smoke, and its crown of fire, lies, or rather lay, the City of Pines, for now it is a ruin, or so I left it. As to the city itself, it was not so large as some others that I have seen in Anahuac, having only a population of some 35,000 souls, since the Otomie, being a race of mountaineers, did not desire to dwell in cities. But if it was not great, it was the most beautiful of Indian towns, being laid out in straight streets that met at a square in its centre. All along these streets were houses, each standing in a garden, and for the most part built of blocks of lava and roofed with a cement of white lime. In the midst of the square stood the teocalli, or pyramid of worship, crowned with temples that were garnished with ropes of skulls, while beyond the pyramid and facing it was the palace, the home of Otomie's forefathers, a long, low, and very ancient building having many courts, and sculptured everywhere with snakes and grinning gods. Both the palace and the pyramid were cased with fine white stone that shone like silver in the moonlight, and contrasted strangely with the dark-hued houses that were built of lava. Such was the City of Pines when I saw it first. When I saw it last, it was but a smoking ruin, and now doubtless it is the home of bats and jackals. Now it is a court for owls. Now the line of confusion is stretched out upon it, and the stones of emptiness fill its streets. Passing from the mouth of the gorge, we travelled some miles across the plain, every foot of which was cultivated with corn, maguey or aloe, and other crops, till we came to one of the 4 gates of the city. Entering, we found the flat roofs on either side of the wide street crowded with hundreds of women and children, who threw flowers on us as we passed, and cried, "Welcome, Princess! Welcome, Otomie, Princess of the Otomie!" And when at length we reached the great square, it seemed as though all the men in Anahuac were gathered there, and they too took up the cry of "Welcome, Otomie, Princess of the Otomie," till the earth shook with the sound. Me also they saluted as I passed, by touching the earth with their right hand and then holding the hand above their head. But I think that the horse I rode caused them more wonder than I did, for the most of them had never seen a horse, and looked on it as a monster or a demon. So we went on through the shouting mass, followed and preceded by thousands of warriors, many of them decked in glittering feather mail and bearing broidered banners, till we had passed the pyramid, where I saw the priests at their cruel work above us, and were come to the palace gates. And here, in a strange chamber sculptured with grinning demons, we found our rest for a while. On the morrow in the great hall of the palace was held a council of the chiefs and headmen of the Otomie clans, to the number of 100 or more. When all were gathered, dressed as an Aztec noble on the first rank, I came out with Otomie, who wore royal robes and looked most beautiful in them, and the council rose to greet us. Otomie bade them be seated, and addressed them thus: "Hear me, you chiefs and captains of my mother's race, who am your princess by right of blood, the last of your ancient rulers, and who am, moreover, the daughter of Montezuma, Emperor of Anahuac, now dead to us, but living evermore in the mansions of the sun. First, I present to you this my husband, the Lord Teule, to whom I was given in marriage when he held the spirit of the god Tezcat, and whom, when he had passed the altar of the god, being chosen by heaven to aid us in our war, I wedded anew after the fashion of the earth, and by the will of my royal brethren. Know, chiefs and captains, that this lord, my husband, is not of our Indian blood, nor is he altogether of the blood of the Teules, with whom we are at war, but rather that of the true children of Quetzal, the dwellers in a far-off northern sea, who are foes to the Teules. And as they are foes, so this my lord is their foe, and as doubtless you have heard of all the deeds of arms that were wrought upon the night of the slaying of the Teules, none were greater than his, and it was he who first discovered their retreat. Chiefs and captains of the great and ancient people of the Otomie, I, your princess, have been sent to you by Cuitlahua, my king and yours, together with my lord, to plead with you on a certain matter. Our king has heard, and I also have heard with shame, that many of the warriors of our blood have joined the Tlascalans, who were ever foes to the Aztecs, in their unholy alliance with the Teules. Now for a while the white men are beaten back, but they have touched the gold they covet, and they will return again like bees to a half-drained flower. They will return, yet of themselves they can do nothing against the glory of Tenochtitlan. But how shall it go if with them come thousands and tens of thousands of the Indian people? I know well that now in this time of trouble, when kingdoms crumble, when the air is full of portents and the very gods seem impotent, There are many who would seize this moment and turn it to their profit. There are many men and tribes who remember ancient wars and wrongs, who cry, "Now is the hour of vengeance. Now we will think on the widows that the Aztec spears have made, on the tribute which they have wrung from our poverty to swell their wealth, and on the captives who have decked the altars of their sacrifice." Is it not so? Aye, it is so, and I cannot wonder at it. Yet I ask you to remember this, that the yoke you would help to set upon the neck of the Queen of Cities will fit your neck also. O foolish men, do you think that you shall be spared, when by your aid Tenochtitlan is a ruin and the Aztecs are no more a people? I say to you, never. The sticks that the Teules used to beat out the life of Tenochtitlan shall by them be broken one by one and cast into the fire to burn. If the Aztecs fall, then early or late every tribe within this wide land shall fall. They shall be slain, their cities shall be stamped flat, their wealth shall be wrung from them, and their children shall eat the bread of slavery and drink the water of affliction. Choose, ye people of the Otomi. Will you stand by the men of your own customs and country, though they have been your foes at times, or will you throw in your lot with this stranger? Choose, ye people of the Otomi. Will you stand by men of your own customs and country, though they have been your foes at times, or will you throw in your lot with the stranger? Choose, ye people of the Otomi, and know this, that on your choice and that of the other men of Anahuac depends the fate of Anahuac. I am your princess, and you should obey me. But today I issue no command. I say, choose between the alliance of the Aztecs and the oak of the Teule, and may the God above the gods, the Almighty, the invisible God, direct your choice." Otomi ceased, and a murmur of applause went round the hall. Alas, I can do no justice to the fire of her words, any more than I can describe the dignity and loveliness of her person as it seemed in that hour. But they went to the hearts of the rude chieftains who listened. Many of them despised the Aztecs as a womanish people of the plains and the lakes, a people of commerce. Many had blood feuds against them dating back for generations, but still they knew that their princess spoke truth, and that the triumph of the Teule in Tenochtitlan would mean his triumph over every city throughout the land. So then and there they chose, though in after days, in the stress of defeat and trouble, many went back upon their choice, as is the fashion of men. "Otomi," cried their spokesman, after they had taken counsel together, "we have chosen. Princess, your words have conquered us. We throw in our lot with the Aztecs and will fight to the last for freedom from the Teule." "Now I see that you are indeed my people, and I am indeed your ruler," answered Otomi. "So the great lords who are gone, my forefathers, your chieftains, would have spoken in a like case. May you never regret this choice, my brethren, men of Otomi." And so it came to pass that when we left the City of Pines, we took to Cuitlahua the emperor a promise of an army of 20,000 men vowed to serve him to their death in his war against the Spaniard. End of chapter 25. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 26 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 26. The Crowning of GUATEMOC. Our business with the people of the Otomi being ended for a while, we returned to the city of TENOCTITLAN, which we reached safely, having been absent a month and a day. It was but a little time, and yet long enough for fresh sorrows to have fallen on that most unhappy town. For now the Almighty had added to the burdens which were laid upon her. She had tasted death by the sword of the white man, now death was with her in another shape. For the Spaniard had brought the foul sickness of Europe with him, and smallpox raged throughout the land. Day by day thousands perished of it, for these ignorant people treated the plague by pouring cold water upon the bodies of those smitten, driving the fever inwards to their vitals, so that within 2 days most of them died. It was pitiful to see them maddened with suffering as they wandered to and fro about the streets, spreading the distemper far and wide. They were dying in the houses. They lay dead by companies in the marketplaces awaiting burial, for the sickness took its toll of every family. The very priests were smitten by it at the altars as they sacrificed children to appease the anger of the gods. But the worst is still to tell. Quitloa, the emperor, was struck down by the illness, and when we reached the city he lay dying. Still he desired to see us, and sent commands that we should be brought to his bedside. In vain did I pray Otomi not to obey. She, who was without fear, laughed at me, saying, "What, my husband, shall I shrink from that which you must face? Come, let us go and make report of our mission. If the sickness takes me, and I die, it will be because my hour has come." So we went, and were ushered into the chamber where Quitloa lay covered by a sheet, as though he were already dead, and with incense burning round him in golden censers. When we entered, he was in a stupor, but presently he awoke, and it was announced to him that we waited. "Welcome, my niece," he said, speaking through the sheet and in a very thick voice. "You find me in an evil case, for my days are numbered. A pestilence of the Teules slays those whom their swords spared. Soon another monarch must take my throne, as I took your father's, and I do not altogether grieve, for on him will rest the glory and the burden of the last fight of the Aztecs. Your report, niece, let me hear it swiftly. What say the clans of the Otomi, your vassals?" "My lord," Otomi answered, speaking humbly and with bowed head, "may this distemper leave you, and may you live to reign over us for many years. My lord, my husband Teule and I have won back the most part of the people of the Otomi to our cause and standard. An army of 20,000 mountain men waits upon your word, and when those are spent, there are more to follow." "Oh, well done, daughter of Montezuma. And you, white man," gasped the dying king. The gods were wise when they refused you both upon this stone sacrifice, and I was foolish when I would have slain you, Teule. To you and all, I say be steadfast of heart, and if you must die, then die with honour. Oh, the fray draws on, but I shall not share it, and who knows its end? Now he lay silent for a while. Then of a sudden, as though an inspiration had seized him, he cast the sheets from his face and sat upon his couch. No pleasant sight to see, for the pestilence had done its worst with him. "Alas!" he wailed, "and alas! I see the streets of Tenochtitlan red with blood and fire. I see her dead, piled up in heaps, and the horses of the Teules trample them. I see the spirit of my people, and her voice is sighing, and her neck is heavy with chains. The children are visited because the evil of the fathers. Ye are doomed, people of Anahuac, whom I have nurtured as an eagle nurtures her young. Hell yawns for you, and earth refuses you because of your sins. And the remnant that remains shall be slaves from generation to generation, till the vengeance is accomplished." Having cried thus with a great voice, Cuitlahua fell back upon the cushions, and before the frightened leech who tended him could lift his head, he had passed beyond the troubles of this earth. But the words which he had spoken remained fixed in the hearts of those who heard them, though they were told to none except Guatemoc. Thus then in my presence and in that of Otomie died Cuitlahua, Emperor of the Aztecs, when he had reigned but 15 weeks. Once more the nation mourned its king, the chief of many a thousand of its children whom the pestilence swept with him to the mansions of the sun, or perchance to the darkness behind the stars. But the mourning was not for long, for in the urgency of the times it was necessary that a new emperor should be crowned to take command of the armies and rule the nation. Therefore, on the morrow of the burial of Cuitlahua, the council of the 4 electors was convened, and with them lesser nobles and princes to the number of 300, and I among them in the right of my rank as general, and as the husband of Princess Otomie. There was no need for great deliberation. Indeed, for though the names of several were mentioned, the princes knew that there was but one man who by birth, by courage and nobility of mind was fitted to cope with the troubles of the nation, and that man was Guatemoc, my friend and blood brother, the nephew of the 2 last emperors and the husband of my wife's sister, Montezuma's daughter, Tecuichpo. All I knew, I say, except strangely enough, Guatemoc himself, for as he passed into the chamber he named 2 other princes, saying that without doubt the choice lay between them. Oh, it was a splendid and solemn sight, that gathering of the 4 great lords, the electors, dressed in their magnificent robes, and of the lesser council of confirmation of 300 lords and princes, who sat without the circle, but in hearing of all that passed. Very solemn also was the prayer of the high priest, who, clad in his robes of sable, seemed like a blot of ink dropped on a glitter of gold. And thus he prayed: O God, thou who art everywhere and seest all, knows that Cuitlahua our king is gathered to thee. Thou hast set him beneath the footstool, and there he rests in his rest. He has travelled that road which we must travel every one. He has reached the royal inhabitations of our dead, the home of everlasting shadows. There, where none shall trouble him, he is sunk in sleep. His brief labours are accomplished, and soiled with sin and sorrow, he has gone to thee. Thou gavest him joys to taste, but not to drink. The glory of empire passed before his eyes, like the madness of a dream. With tears and with prayers to thee he took up his load. With happiness he laid it down. Where his forefathers went, thither he has followed, nor can he return to us. Our fire is an ash, and our lamp is darkness. Those who wore his purple before him bequeathed to him the intolerable weight of rule, and he in his turn bequeaths it to another. Truly, he should give thee praise, thou King of wars, Master of the stars, that standest alone, who hast lifted from his shoulders so great a burden, and from his brow this crown of woes, paying him peace for war and rest for labour. O God, our hope, choose now a servant to succeed him, a man after thine own heart, who shall not fear nor falter, who shall toil and not be weary, who shall lead thy people as a mother leads her children. Lord of lords, give grace to Guatemoc thy creature, who is our choice. Seal him to thy service, and as thy priest let him sit upon thy earthly throne for his life days. Let thy foes become his footstool. Let him exalt thy glory, proclaim thy worship, and protect thy kingdom. Thus have I prayed to thee in the name of the nation. O God, thy will be done. When the high priest had made an end to his prayer, the first of the four great electors rose, saying, Guatemoc, in the name of God and with the voice of the people of Anahuac, we summon you to the throne of Anahuac. Long may you live and justly may you rule, and may the glory be yours of beating back into the sea those foes who would destroy us. Hail to you, Guatemoc, Emperor of the Aztecs and of their vassal tribes. And all the 300 of the Council of Confirmation repeated in a voice of thunder, Hail to you, Guatemoc, Emperor. Now the prince himself stood forward and spoke. You lords of election, and you, princes, generals, nobles and captains of the Council of Confirmation, hear me. May the gods be my witness that when I entered this place, I had no thought or knowledge that I was destined to so high an honour as that which you would thrust upon me. And may the gods be my witness again that were my life my own, and not a trust in the hands of the people, I would say to you, seek on and find one worthier to fill the throne. But my life is not my own. Anahuac calls her son, and I will obey the call. War to the death threatens her, and shall I hang back while my arm has strength to smite and my brain has power to plan? Not so. Now and henceforth I vow myself to the service of my country and to the war against the Teules. I will make no peace with them. I will take no rest till they are driven back whence they came, or till I am dead beneath their swords. None can say what the gods have in store for us. It may be victory, or it may be destruction. But be it triumph or death, let us swear a great oath together, my people and my brethren. Let us swear to fight the Teules and the traitors who abet them, for our cities, our hearths and our altars, till the cities are a smoking ruin, till the hearths are cumbered with their dead, and the altars run red with the blood of their worshippers. So if we are destined to conquer, our triumph shall be made sure, and if we are doomed to fail, at least there will be a story to be told of us. Do you swear, my people and my brethren?" "We swear," they answered with a shout. "It is well," said Guatemoc, "and now may everlasting shame overtake him who breaks this oath." Thus then was Guatemoc, the last and greatest of the Aztec emperors, elected to the throne of his forefathers. It was happy for him that he could not foresee that dreadful day when he, the noblest of men, must meet a felon's doom at the hand of these very Teules. Yet so it came about, for the destiny that lay upon the land smote all alike. Indeed, the greater the man, the more certain was his fate. When all was done, I hurried to the palace to tell Otomie what had come to pass, and found her in our sleeping chamber, lying on her bed. "What ails you, Otomie?" I asked. "Alas, my husband," she answered, "the pestilence has stricken me. Come not near, I pray you, come not near. Let me be nursed by women. You shall not risk your life for me, beloved." "Peace," I said, and came to her. It was too true. I, who am a physician, knew the symptoms well. Indeed, had it not been for my skill, Otomie would have died. For 3 long weeks I fought with death at her bedside, and in the end I conquered. The fever left her, and thanks to my treatment there was no single scar upon her lovely face. During the 8 days her mind wandered without ceasing, and it was then I learned how deep and perfect was her love for me. For all this while she did nothing but rave of me, and the secret terror of her heart was disclosed. That I should cease to care for her, that her beauty and love might pall upon me, so that I should leave her. That the flower maid, for so she named Lily, who dwelt across the sea, should draw me back to her by magic. This was the burden of her madness. At length her senses returned, and she spoke, saying, "How long have I been ill, husband?" I told her, and she said, "And have you nursed me all this while, and through so foul a sickness?" "Yes, Otomie, I have tended you." "What have I done that you should be so good to me?" she murmured. Then some dreadful thought seemed to strike her, for she moaned as though in pain, and said, "A mirror! Swift, bring me a mirror." I gave her one, and raising on her arm, eagerly she scanned her face in the dim light of the shadowed room, then let the plate of burnished gold fall, and sank back with a faint and happy cry. "I feared," she said, "I feared that I had become hideous as those whom the pestilence has smitten, and that you would cease to love me, than which it had been better to die." "For shame," I said. "Do you think that love can be frightened away by a few scars?" "Yes," Otomie answered, "that is the love of a man, not such love as mine, husband. Had I been thus, I shudder to think of it. Within a year you would have hated me. Perhaps it would have not been so with another, the fair maid of far away, but me you would have hated. Nay, I know it, though I know this also, that I should not have lived to feel your hate. Oh, I am thankful, thankful." Then I left her for a while, marvelling at the great love which she had given me, and wondering also if there was any truth in her words, and if the heart of man could be so ungrateful and so vile. Supposing that Otomie was now, as many were who walked the streets of Tenochtitlan that day, a mass of dreadful scars, hairless, and with blind and whitened eyeballs, should I then have shrunk from her? I do not know, and I thank heaven that no such trial was put upon my constancy. But I am sure of this, had I become a leper even, Otomie would not have shrunk from me. So Otomie recovered from her great sickness, and shortly afterwards the pestilence passed away from Tenochtitlan. And now I had many other things to think of, for the choosing of GUATEMOC, my friend and blood brother, as emperor meant much advancement to me, who was made a general of the highest class and a principal adviser of his councils. Nor did I spare himself in his service, but I laboured day and night in the work of preparing the city for siege, and in the marshalling of the troops, and more especially of that army of Otomie's, who came, as they had promised, to the number of 20,000. The work was hard indeed, for these Indian tribes lacked discipline and powers of unity, without which their thousands were of little avail in a war with white men. Also there were great jealousies between their leaders, which must be overcome, and I was myself an object of jealousy. Moreover, many tribes took this occasion of the trouble of the Aztecs to throw off their allegiances or vassalage, and even if they did not join the Spaniards, to remain neutral, watching for the event of the war. Still we laboured on, dividing the armies into regiments after the fashion of Europe, and stationing each in its own quarters, drilling them to the better use of arms, provisioning the city for a siege, and weeding out as many useless mouths as we might. And there was but one man in Tenochtitlan who toiled at these more heavily than I, and that was GUATEMOC the emperor, who did not rest day or night. I tried even to make powder with sulphur, which was brought from the throat of the Volcan Popo, but not having the knowledge of that art, I failed. Indeed, it would have availed us little had I succeeded, for having neither arquebuses nor cannons, and no skill to cast them, we could have only used it in mining roads and gateways, and perhaps in grenades to be thrown with the hand. And so the months went on, till at length spies came in with the tidings that the Spaniards were advancing in numbers, and with them countless hosts of allies. Now I would have sent Otomie to seek safety among her own people, but she laughed at me to scorn, and said, "Where you are, there I will be, husband. What, shall it be suffered that you face death, perhaps to find him, when I am not at your side to die with you? If that is the fashion of white women, I leave it to them, beloved, and here with you I stay." End of chapter 26. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 27 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 27. The Fall of Tenochtitlan. Now shortly after Christmas, having marched from the coast with a great array of Spaniards, for many had joined his banner from oversea, and tens of thousands of native allies, Cortes took up his headquarters at Texcoco, in the Valley of Mexico. This town is situated near the borders of the lake, at a distance of several miles from Tenochtitlan, and being on the edge of the territory of Tlascalans his allies, it was most suitable to Cortes as a base of action. And then began one of the most terrible wars that the world has seen. For 8 months it raged, and when it ceased at length, Tenochtitlan, and with many of its other beautiful and populous towns, were blackened ruins. The most of the Aztecs were dead by sword and famine, and their nation was crushed for ever. Of all the details of this war I do not purpose to write, for were I to do so, there would be no end to this book, and I have my own tale to tell. These, therefore, I leave to the makers of histories. Let it be enough to say that the plan of Cortes was to destroy all her vassal and allied cities and peoples before he grappled with Mexico, Queen of the Valley, and this he set himself to do with a skill, a valour, and a straightness of purpose, such as have scarcely been shown by any general since the days of Caesar. Iztapalapan was the first to fall, and here 10,000 men, women and children were put to the sword or burned alive. Then came the turn of the others. One by one, Cortes reduced the cities until the whole girdle of them was in his hand, and Tenochtitlan alone remained untouched. Many indeed surrendered, for the nations of Anahuac, being of various blood, were but as a bundle of reeds and not as a tree. Thus when the power of Spain cut the band of empire that bound them together, they fell this way and that, having no unity. So it came about that as the power of Guatemoc weakened, that of Cortes increased, for he garnered these loosened reeds into his basket. And indeed, now that the people saw that Mexico had met her match, many an ancient hate and smouldering rivalry broke into flame, and they fell upon her and tore her, like half-tamed wolves upon the master when his scourge is broken. It was this that brought about the fall of Anahuac. Had she remained true to herself, had she forgotten her feuds and jealousies and stood against the Spaniards as one man, then Tenochtitlan would never have fallen, and Cortes, with every Teule in his company, had been stretched upon the stone of sacrifice. Did I not say when I took up my pen to write this book that every wrong revenges itself at last upon the man or the people that wrought it? So it was now. Mexico was destroyed because of the abomination of the worship of her gods. These feuds between the allied people had their root in the horrible rites of human sacrifice. At some time in the past, from all these cities, captives have been dragged to the altars of the gods of Mexico, there to be slaughtered and devoured by the cannibal worshippers. Now these outrages were remembered. Now, when the arm of the Queen of the Valley was withered, the children of those whom she had slain rose up to slay her and to drag her children to the altars. By the end of May, strive as we would, and never was a more gallant fight made, all our allies were crushed or had deserted us, and the siege of the city began. It began by land and by water, for with incredible resource Cortes caused 13 brigantines of war to be constructed in Tlaxcala and conveyed in pieces for 20 leagues across the mountains to his camp, whence they were floated into the lake through a canal, which was hollowed out by the labour of 10,000 Indians, who worked at it without cease for 2 months. The bearers of these brigantines were escorted by an army of 20,000 Tlascalans, and if I could have had my way, that army should have been attacked in the mountain passes. So thought Guatemoc also, but there were few troops to spare, for the most of our force had been dispatched to threaten a city named Chalco, that though its people were of the Aztec blood, had not been ashamed to desert the Aztec cause. Still, I offered to lead the 20,000 Otomies whom I commanded against the Tlascalan convoy, and the matter was debated hotly at a council of war. But the most of the council were against the risking of an engagement with the Spaniards and their allies so far from the city, and thus the opportunity went by to return no more. It was an evil fortune like the rest, for in the end these brigantines brought about the fall of Tenochtitlan by cutting off the food supply, which was carried by canoes across the lake. Alas, the bravest can do nothing against the power of famine. Hunger is a very great man, as the Indians say. Now the Aztecs, fighting alone, were face to face with their foes, and the last struggle began. First the Spaniards cut the aqueduct which supplied the city with water from the springs at the royal house of Chapultepec, whither I was taken on being brought to Mexico. Henceforth, till the end of the siege, the only water we found to drink was the brackish and muddy water furnished by the lake and wells sunk in the soil. Although it might be drunk after boiling to free it of the salt, it was unwholesome and filthy to the taste, breeding various painful sicknesses and fevers. It was on this day of the cutting of the aqueduct that Otomie bore me a son, our firstborn. Already the hardships of the siege were so great and nourishing food so scarce, that had she been less strong, or had I possessed less skill in medicine, I think she would have died. Still she recovered to my great thankfulness and joy, and though I am no clerk, I baptized the boy into the Christian church with my own hand, naming him Thomas after me. Now day by day and week by week the fighting went on with varying success, sometimes in the suburbs of the city, sometimes on the lake, and sometimes in the very streets. Time on time the Spaniards were driven back with loss. Time on time they advanced again from different camps. Once we captured 60 of them and more than 1,000 of their allies. All of these were sacrificed on the altar of Huitzil and given over to be devoured by the Aztecs, according to the beast-like custom which in Anahuac enjoyed the eating of the bodies of those who were offered to the gods, not because the Indians loved such meat, but for a secret religious reason. In vain I did pray Guatemoc to forego this horror. "Is this time for gentleness?" he answered fiercely. "I cannot save them from the altar, and I would not if I could. Let the dogs die, according to the custom of the land. And to you, Teule, my brother, I say, presume not too far." Alas, the heart of Guatemoc grew ever fiercer as the struggle wore on, and indeed it was little to be wondered at. This was the dreadful plan of Cortes, to destroy the city piecemeal as he advanced towards its heart, and it was carried out without mercy. So soon as the Spaniards got footing in a quarter, thousands of Tlascalans were set to work to fire the houses and burn all in them alive. Before the siege was done, Tenochtitlan, queen of the valley, was but a heap of blackened ruins. Cortes might have cried over Mexico with Isaiah the prophet, "Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy viols. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations?" In all these fights I took my part, though it does not become me to boast my prowess. Still the Spaniards knew me well, and they had good reason. Whenever they saw me, they would greet me with revilings, calling me traitor and renegade and Guatemoc's white dog, and moreover, Cortes set a price upon my head, for he knew through his spies that some of Guatemoc's most successful attacks and stratagems had been of my devising. But I took no heed even when their insults pierced me like arrows. For though many of the Aztecs were my friends, and I hated the Spaniards, it was a shameful thing that a Christian man should be warring on the side of cannibals who made human sacrifice. I took no heed, since always I was seeking for my foe de Garcia. He was there, I knew, for I saw him many times, but I never could come at him. Indeed, if I watched for him, he also watched for me, but with another purpose, to avoid me. For now, as of old, de Garcia feared me. Now, as of old, he believed that I should bring his death upon him. It was the custom of warriors in the opposing armies to send challengers to single combat, one to another, and many such duels were fought in the sight of all, safe conduct being given to the combatants and their seconds. Upon a day, despairing to meet him face to face in battle, I sent a challenge to de Garcia by a herald, under his false name of Sarceda. In an hour the herald returned with his message written on paper in Spanish. Christian men do not fight duels with renegade heathen dogs, white worshippers of devils and eaters of human flesh. There is but one weapon which such cannot devour, a rope, and it waits for you, Thomas Wingfield. I tore the writing to pieces and stamped upon it in my rage, for now, to all his other crimes against me, de Garcia had added the blackest insult. But wrath availed me nothing, for I could never come near him, though once, with 10 of my OTOMIE'S, I charged into the heart of the Spanish column after him. From that rush I alone escaped alive. The 10 OTOMIE'S were sacrificed to my hate. How shall I paint the horrors that day by day were heaped upon the doomed city? Soon all the food was gone, and men, aye, and worse still, tender women and children, must eat such meat as swine would have turned from, striving to keep life in them for a little longer. Grass, the bark of trees, slugs and insects, washed down with brackish water from the lake, these were their best food. These, and the flesh of captives offered in sacrifice. Now they began to die by hundreds and by thousands. They died so fast that none could bury them. Where they perished, there they lay, till at length their bodies bred a plague, a black and horrible fever that swept off thousands more, who in turn became the root of pestilence. For one who was killed by the Spaniards and their allies, 2 were swept off by hunger and plague. Think then what was the number of dead when not less than 70,000 perished beneath the sword and fire alone. Indeed, it is said that 40,000 died in this manner in a single day, the night before the last of the siege. One night I came back to the lodgings where Otomie dwelt with her sister Tecuichpo, the wife of Guatemoc, for now all the palaces had been burnt down. I was starving, for I had scarcely tasted food for 40 hours, but all that my wife could set before me were 3 little meal cakes, or tortillas, mixed with bark. She kissed me and bade me eat them, but I discovered that she herself had touched no food that day, so I would not till she had shared them. Then I noted that she could scarcely swallow the bitter morsels, and also that she strove to hide tears which ran down her face. "What is it, wife?" I asked. Then Otomie broke out into a great and bitter crying and said, "This, my beloved, for 2 days the milk has been dry in my breast. Hunger has dried it, and our babe is dead. Look, he lies dead." And she drew aside a cloth and showed me his tiny body. "Hush," I said, "he is spared much. Can we then desire that a child should live to see such days as we have seen, and after all, to die at last? He was our son, our firstborn, she cried again. Oh, why must we suffer thus? We must suffer, Otomie, because we are born to it. Just so much happiness is given to us as shall save us from madness, and no more. Ask me not why, for I cannot answer you. There is no answer in my faith or in any other. And then, looking on that dead babe, I wept also. Every hour in those terrible months it was my lot to see 1,000 sights more awful, and yet this sight of a dead infant moved me the most of all of them. The child was mine, my firstborn. Its mother wept beside me, and its stiff and tiny fingers seemed to drag at my heartstrings. Seek not the cause, for the Almighty, who gave the heart its infinite power of pain, alone can answer, and to our ears he is dumb. Then I took a mattock and dug a hole outside the house till I came to water, which in TENOCTITLAN is found at a depth of about 2 feet or so, and having muttered a prayer over him, there in the water I laid the body of our child, burying it out of sight. At the least he was not left for the zapilotes, as the Aztecs called the vultures, like the rest of them. After that we wept ourselves to sleep in each other's arms, Otomie murmuring from time to time, "Oh, my husband, I would that we were asleep and forgotten, we and the babe together." "Rest now," I answered, "for death is very near to us." The morrow came, and with it a deadlier fray than that had gone before, and after it more morrows and more deaths. But still we lived on, for Guatemoc gave us of his food. Then Cortes sent his heralds demanding our surrender, and now 3/4 of the city was in ruin, and 3/4 of its defenders were dead. The dead were heaped in the houses like bees stifled in a hive, and in the streets they lay so thick that we walked on them. The council was summoned, fierce men, haggard with hunger and with war, and they considered the office of Cortes. "What is your word, Guatemoc?" said the spokesman at last. "Am I Montezuma that you ask me? I swore to defend this city to the last," he answered hoarsely, "and for my part I will defend it. Better that we should all die than that we should fall living into the hands of the Teules." "So say we," they replied, and the war went on. At length there came a day when the Spaniards made a new attack and gained another portion of the city. There the people were huddled together like sheep in a pen. We strove to defend them, but our arms were weak with famine. They fired into us with their pieces, mowing us down like corn before the sickle. Then the Tlascalans were loosed upon us, like fierce hounds upon the defenceless buck, and on this day it is said that there died 40,000 people, for none was spared. On the morrow, it was the last day of the siege, came a fresh company from Cortes, asking that Guatemoc should meet him. The answer was the same, for nothing could conquer that noble spirit. "Tell him," said Guatemoc, "that I will die where I am, but I will hold no parley with him. We are helpless. Let Cortes work his pleasure on us." By now all the city was destroyed, and we who remained alive within its bounds were gathered on the causeways and behind the ruins of walls, men, women and children together. Here they attacked us again. The great drum of the teocalli beat for the last time, and for the last time the wild scream of the Aztec warriors went up to heaven. We fought our best. I killed 4 men that day with my arrow, which Otomie, who was at my side, handed me as I shot. But the most of us had not the strength of a child, and what could we do? They came among us like seamen among a flock of seals and slaughtered us by hundreds. They drove us into the canals and trod us to death there, till bridges were made of our bodies. How we escaped I do not know. At length a party of us, among whom was GUATEMOC with his wife Tecuichpo, were driven to the shores of the lakes where lay the canoes, and into these we entered, scarcely knowing what we did, but thinking that we might escape, for now all the city was taken. The brigantines saw us and sailed after us with a favouring wind. The wind always favoured the foe in that war, and row as we would, one of them came up with us and began to fire into us. Then GUATEMOC stood up and spoke, saying, "I am GUATEMOC. Bring me to Malinche, but spare those of my people who remain alive." "Now," I said to Otomie at my side, "my hour has come, for the Spaniards will surely hang me, and it is in my mind, wife, that I should do well to kill myself, so that I may be saved from a death of shame." "Nay, husband," she answered sadly, "as I said in bygone days, while you live there is hope, but the dead come back no more. Fortune may favour us yet. Still, if you think otherwise, I am ready to die." "That I will not suffer, Otomie." "Then you must hold your hand, husband, for now as always, where you go, I follow." "Listen," I whispered. "Do not let it be known that you are my wife. Pass yourself as one of the ladies of Tecuichpo, the queen, your sister. If we are separated, and if by chance I escape, I will try to make my way to the City of Pines. There, among your own people, we may find refuge." "So be it, beloved," she answered, smiling sadly. "But I do not know how the Otomie will receive me, who have led 20,000 of their bravest men to a dreadful death." Now we were on the deck of a brigantine and must stop talking, and thence, after the Spaniards had quarrelled over us a while, we were taken ashore and led to the top of a house which still stood, where Cortes had made ready hurriedly to receive his royal prisoner. Surrounded by his escort, the Spanish general stood, cap in hand, and by his side was Marina, grown more lovely than before, whom I now met for the first time since we had parted in Tabasco. Our eyes met and she started, thereby showing that she knew me again, though it must have been hard for Marina to recognize her friend Teule in a blood-stained, starving and tattered wretch who could scarcely find strength to climb the azotea. But at that time no words passed between us, for all eyes were bent on the meeting between Cortes and GUATEMOC, between the conqueror and the conquered. Still proud and defiant, though he seemed but a living skeleton, GUATEMOC walked straight to where the Spaniard stood, and spoke, Marina translating his words. "I am GUATEMOC, the Emperor, Malinche," he said. "What a man might do to defend his people, I have done. Look on the fruits of my labour," and he pointed to the blackened ruins of Tenochtitlan that stretched on every side as far as the eye could reach. Now I have come to this pass, for the gods themselves have been against me. Deal with me as you will, but it will be best that you kill me now." And he touched the dagger of Cortes with his hands, and thus rid me swiftly of the misery of life. "Fear not, Guatemoc," answered Cortes. "You have fought like a brave man, and such I honour. With me you are safe, for we Spaniards love a gallant foe. See, here is food," and he pointed to a table spread with such viands as we had not seen for many a week. "Eat, you and your companions together, for you must need it. Afterwards we will talk." So we ate, and heartily, I for my part thinking that it would be well to die upon such a full stomach, having faced death so long upon an empty one. And while we devoured the meat, the Spaniard stood on one side scanning us, not without pity. Presently Tecuichpo was brought before Cortes, and with her Otomie and some 6 other ladies. He greeted her graciously, and they also were given to eat. Now one of the Spaniards who had been watching me whispered something into the ear of Cortes, and I saw his face darken. "Say," he said to me in Castilian, "are you that renegade, that traitor who has aided these Aztecs against us?" "I am no renegade and no traitor, General," I answered boldly, for the food and wine had put new life into me. "I am an Englishman, and I have fought with the Aztecs because I have good cause to hate you Spaniards." "You shall soon have better, traitor," he said furiously. "Here, lead this man away and hang him on the mast of yonder ship." Now I saw that it was finished, and made ready to go to my death, when Marina spoke into the ear of Cortes. All she said I could not catch, but I heard the words, "hidden gold." He listened, then hesitated and spoke aloud. "Do not hang this man today. Let him be safely guarded. Tomorrow I will inquire into his case." End of chapter 27. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 28 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 28. Thomas is doomed. At the words of Cortes, 2 Spaniards came forward, and seizing me one by either arm, they led me across the roof of the house towards the stairway. Otomie had heard also, and though she did not understand the words, she read the face of Cortes, and knew well that I was being taken to imprisonment or death. As I passed her, she started forward, a terror shining in her eyes, fearing that she was about to throw herself upon my breast, and thus to reveal herself as my wife, and bring my fate upon her. I glanced at her warningly, then making pretence to stumble, as though with fear and exhaustion, I fell at her feet. The soldiers who led me laughed brutally, and one of them kicked me with his heavy boot. But Otomie stooped down and held her hand to me, to help me rise, and as I did so, we spoke low and swiftly. "Farewell, wife," I said. "Whatever happens, keep silent." "Farewell," she answered. "If you must die, await me in the gates of death, for I will join you there. Nay, live on. Time shall bring comfort. You are my life, beloved. With you, time ends for me. Now I was on my feet again, and I think that none noted our whispered words, for all were listening to Cortes, who rated the man that had kicked me. "I bade you guard this traitor, not to kick him," he said angrily in Castilian. "Will you put us to open shame before these savages? Do so once more, and you shall pay for it smartly. Learn a lesson in gentleness from that woman. She is starving, yet she leaves her food to help your prisoner to his feet. Now take him away to the camp, and see that he comes to no harm, for he can tell me much." Then the soldiers led me away, grumbling as they went, and the last thing that I saw was the despairing face of Otomie, my wife, as she gazed after me, faint with the secret agony of our parting. But when I came to the head of the stairway, GUATEMOC, who stood near, took my hand and shook it. "Farewell, brother," he said with a heavy smile. "The game we played together is finished, and now it is time for us to rest. I thank you for your valour and your aid." "Farewell, GUATEMOC," I answered. "You are fallen, but let this comfort you. In your fall you have found immortal fame." "On, on," growled the soldiers, and I went, thinking little how GUATEMOC and I should meet again. They took me to a canoe, and we were paddled across the lake by Tlascalans, till at length we came to a Spanish camp. All the journey through, my guards, though they laid no hand on me, fearing the anger of Cortes, mocked and taunted me, asking me how I liked the ways of the heathen, and whether I ate the flesh of the sacrifice raw or cooked, and many another such brutal jest they made at my expense. For a while I bore it, for I had learned to be patient from the Indians, but at last I answered them in a few words and bitter. "Peace, cowards," I said. "Remember that I am helpless, and that were I before you strong and armed, either I should not live to listen to such words, or you would not live to repeat them." Then they were silent, and I also was silent. When we reached their camp, I was led through it, followed by a throng of fierce Tlascalans and others who would have torn me limb from limb had they not feared to do so. I saw some Spaniards too, but most of these were so drunk with mescal and with joy of the tidings that Tenochtitlan had fallen, and their labours were ended at last, that they took no heed of me. Never did I see such madness as possessed them, for these poor fools believed that henceforth they should eat their very bread off plates of gold. It was for gold that they had followed Cortes. For gold they had braved the altar of sacrifice, and fought in 100 fights, and now, as they thought, they had won it. The room of the stone house where they prisoned me had a window secured by bars of wood, and through these bars I could see and hear the revellings of the soldiers during the time of my confinement. All day long, when they were not on duty, and most of the night also, they gambled and drank, staking tens of pesos on a single throw, which the loser must pay out of the share of countless treasures of the Aztecs. Little did they care they won or lost, they were so sure of plunder, but played on till drink overpowered them, and they rolled themselves senseless beneath the tables, or till they sprang up and danced wildly to and fro, catching at the sunbeams and screaming, "Gold! Gold! Gold!" Listening at this window also, I gathered some of the tidings of the camp. I learned that Cortes had come back bringing GUATEMOC and several of the princes with him, together with many of the noble Aztec ladies. Indeed, I saw and heard the soldiers gambling for these women when they were weary of their play for money, a description of each of them being written on a piece of paper. One of these ladies answered well to Otomie, my wife, and she was put up to auction by the brute who won her in the gamble, and sold to a common soldier for 100 pesos. For these men never doubted that the women and the gold would be handed over to them. Thus things went on for several days, during which I sat and slept in my prison, untroubled by any, except the native woman who waited on me and brought me food in plenty. During these days I ate as I had never eaten before or since, and I slept much, for my sorrows could not rid my body of its appetites and commanding need for food and rest. Indeed, I verily believe that at the end of a week I had increased weight by a full half. Also my weariness was conquered at length, and I was strong again. But when I was neither sleeping nor eating, I watched at my window, hoping, though in vain, to catch some sight of Otomie or GUATEMOC. If I might not see my friends, however, at least I saw my foe. For one evening GARCIA came and stared at my prison. He could not see me, but I saw him, and the devilish smile that flickered on his face as he went away, like a wolf, made me shiver with a presage of woes to come. For 10 minutes or more he stood gazing at my window hungrily, as a cat gazes at a caged bird, and I felt that he was waiting for the door to be opened, and knew that it would be opened. This happened on the eve of the day upon which I was put to torture. Meanwhile, as I went on, I noticed that a change came over the temper of the camp. The soldiers ceased to gamble for untold wealth. They even ceased from drinking to excess and from their riotous joy, but took to hanging together in knots, discussing fiercely I could not learn of what. On the day when GARCIA came to look at my prison, there was a great gathering in the square opposite my prison, to which I saw Cortes ride up on a white horse and richly dressed. The meeting was too far away for me to overhear what passed, but I noted that several officers addressed Cortes angrily, and that their speeches were loudly cheered by the soldiers. At length the great captain answered them at some length, and they broke up in silence. Next morning, after I had breakfasted, 4 soldiers came into my prison and ordered me to accompany them. "Whither?" I asked. "To the captain, traitor," the leader answered. It has come at last, I thought to myself, but I said only, "It is well. Any change from this hole is one for the better." "Certainly," he replied, "and it is your last shift." Then I knew that the man believed that I was going to my death. In 5 minutes I was standing before Cortes in his private house, and at his side was Marina, and around him were several of the companions in arms. The great man looked at me for a while, then spoke. "Your name is Wingfield. You are of mixed blood, half English and half Spanish. You were cast away in the Tabasco River and taken to Tenochtitlan. There you were doomed to personate the Aztec god Tezcat, and were rescued by us when we captured the great Teocalli. Subsequently you joined the Aztecs and took part in the attack and slaughter of the Nostrist. You were afterwards the friends and counsellor of GUATEMOC, and assisted him in his defence of Tenochtitlan. Is this true, prisoner?" "It is all true, General," I answered. "Good. You are now our prisoner, and had you 1,000 lives, you have forfeited them all because of your treachery to your race and blood. Into the circumstances that you led to commit this horrible treason I cannot enter. The facts remain. You have slain many of the Spaniards and their allies. That is, being in a state of treason, you have murdered them. Wingfield, your life is forfeit, and I condemn you to die by hanging as a traitor and an apostate. Then there is nothing more to be said, I answered quietly, though a cold fear froze my blood. There is something, answered Cortes. Though your crimes have been so many, I am ready to give you your life and freedom upon a condition. I am ready to do more, to find you a passage to Europe on the first occasion, where you may perchance echo the echoes of your infamy, if God is good to you. The condition is this. We have reason to believe that you are acquainted with the hiding place of the gold of Montezuma, which was unlawfully stolen from us on the night of the Noche Triste. Nay, we know that this is so, for you were seen to go with the canoes that were laden with it. Choose now, apostate, between a shameful death and the revealing to us of the secret of this treasure. For a moment I wavered. On the one hand was the loss of honour with life and liberty and the hope of home. On the other, a dreadful end. Then I remembered my oath and Otomie, and what she would think of me, living or dead, if I did this thing. And I wavered no more. I know nothing of the treasure, General, I answered coldly. Send me to my death. You mean that you will say nothing of it, traitor? Think again. If you have sworn any oaths, they are broken by God. The empire of the Aztecs is at an end. Their king is my prisoner. Their great city is in ruin. The true God has triumphed over these devils by my hand. Their wealth is my lawful spoil, and I must have it to pay my gallant comrades, who cannot grow rich on desolation. Now think again. I know nothing of this treasure, General. Yet memory sometimes wakens, traitor. I have said that you shall die if yours should fail you, and so you shall, to be sure. But death is not always swift. There are means. Doubtless you who have lived in Spain have heard of them. And he arched his brows and glared at me meaningfully. By which a man may die and yet live for many weeks. Now, loath as I am to do it, it seems that if your memory still sleeps, I must find some means to rouse it before you die. I am in your power, General, I answered. You call me traitor again and again. I am no traitor. I am a subject of the King of England, not of the King of Spain. I came hither following a villain who has wrought me and mine bitter wrong. One of your company named a GARCIA or Sarcader. To find him and for other reasons I joined the Aztecs. They are conquered and I am your prisoner. At the least deal with me as a brave man deals with a fallen enemy. I know nothing of the treasure. Kill me and make an end. As a man I might wish to do this, Wingfield, but I am more than a man. I am the hand of the Church, here in Anahuac. You have partaken with the worshippers of idols. You have seen your fellow Christians sacrificed and devoured by your brute comrades. For this alone you deserve to be tortured eternally. And doubtless that will be so after we have done with you. As for the Hidalgo, Don Sarceda. I know him only as a brave companion in arms, and certainly I shall not listen to tales told against him by a wandering apostate. It is, however, unlucky for you," and here a gleam of light shot across the face of Cortes, "that there should be any feud between you, seeing that it is to his charge that I am about to confide you. Now, for the last time, I say choose. Will you reveal the hiding place of the treasure and go free, or will you be handed over to the care of Don Sarceda, till such a time as he shall find means to make you speak?" Now a great faintness seized me, for I knew that I was condemned to be tortured, and that de Garcia was to be my torturer. What mercy had I to expect from his cruel heart when I, his deadliest foe, lay in his power to wreak his vengeance on? But still my will and honour prevailed against my terrors, and I answered, "I have told you, General, that I know nothing of this treasure. Do your worst, and may God forgive you for your cruelty. Dare not to speak the holy name, apostate and worshipper of idols, eater of human flesh. Let Sarceda be summoned." A messenger went out, and for a while there was silence. I caught Marina's glance and saw pity in her gentle eyes, but she could not help me here, for Cortes was mad because no gold had been found, and the clamour of the soldiers for reward had worn him out and brought him to this shameful remedy, he who was not cruel by nature. Still she strove to plead for me with him, whispering earnestly in his ear. For a while Cortes listened, then he pushed her from him roughly. "Peace, Marina," he said. "What, shall I spare this English dog some pangs, when my command, and perchance my very life, hangs upon the finding of the gold? Nay, he knows well where it lies hid. You said it yourself when I would have hung him for a traitor. And certainly he was one of those whom the spies saw go out with it upon the lake. Our friend was with them also, but he came back no more. Oh, doubtless they murdered him. What is this man to you that you should plead for him?" "Oh, cease to trouble me, Marina. Am I not troubled enough already?" And Cortes put his hands to his face and remained lost in thought. As for Marina, she looked at me sadly and sighed as though to say, "I have done my best," and I thanked her with my eyes. Presently there was a sound of footsteps, and I looked up to see de Garcia standing before me. Time and hardship had touched him lightly, and the lines of silver in his curling hair and peaked beard did but add dignity to his noble presence. Indeed, when I looked at him in his dark Spanish beauty, his rich garments decked with chains of gold, as he bowed before Cortes, hat in hand, I was fain to confess that I had never seen a more gallant cavalier, or one whose aspect gave the lie so wholly to his black heart within. But knowing him for what he was, my very blood quivered with hate at the sight of him, and when I thought of my own impotence and of the errand on which he had come, I ground my teeth and cursed the day that I was born. As for de Garcia, he greeted me with a little cruel smile, then spoke to Cortes. "Your pleasure, General." "Greetings to you, comrade," answered Cortes. "You know this renegade?" "Oh, but too well, General. 3 times he has striven to murder me." "Well, you have escaped, and it is your hour now, Sarceda. He says that he has a quarrel with you. What is it?" De Garcia hesitated, stroking his peaked beard, then answered, "I am loath to tell it, because it is a tale of error for which I have often sorrowed and done penance. Yet I will speak for fear you should think worse of me than I deserve. This man has some cause to mislike me, since, to be frank, when I was younger than I am today and given to the follies of youth, it chanced that in England I met his mother, a beautiful Spanish lady who by ill fortune was wedded to an Englishman, this man's father, and a clown of clowns, who maltreated her. I will be short. The lady learned to love me, and I worsted her husband in a duel. Hence this traitor's hate of me. I heard and thought that my heart must burst with fury. To all his wickedness and offences against me, de Garcia had now added slander of my dead mother's honour. You lie, murderer, I gasped, tearing at the ropes that bound me. I must ask you to protect me from such insult, General, de Garcia answered coldly. Were the prisoner worthy of my sword, I would ask further that his bonds should be loosed for a little space, but my honour would be tarnished for ever, were I to fight with such as he. Dare to speak once more to a gentleman of Spain, said Cortes coldly, and you, heathen dog, your tongue shall be dragged from you with red-hot pincers. For you, Sarceda, I thank you for your confidence. If you have no worse crime than a love affair upon your soul, I think that our good chaplain Almeida will frank you through the purgatorial fires. But we waste words and time. This man has the secret of the treasure of GUATEMOC and of Montezuma. If GUATEMOC and his nobles will not tell it, he at least may be forced to speak, for the torments that an Indian can endure without a groan will soon bring truth bubbling from the lips of this white heathen. Take him, Sarceda, and hearken, let him be your special care. First let him suffer with the others, and afterwards, should he prove obdurate, alone. The methods I leave to you. Should he confess, then summon me. Oh, pardon me, General, but this is no task for an hidalgo of Spain. I have been more wont to pierce my enemies with the sword than to pierce them with pincers, said de Garcia, but as he spoke I saw a gleam of triumph shine in his black eyes, and heard the ring of triumph through the mock anger of his voice. I know it, comrade, but this must be done. Though I hate it, it must be done. There is no other way. The gold is necessary to me. By the Mother of God, the knaves say that I have stolen it, and I doubt these stubborn Indian dogs will ever speak, however great their agony. This man knows, and I give him over to you because you are acquainted with his wickedness, and that knowledge will steel your heart against all pity. Spare not, comrade. Remember that he must be forced to speak. Oh, it is your command, Cortes, and I will obey it, though I love the task little. With one proviso, however, that you give me your warrant in writing. It shall be made out at once, answered the general. And now, away with him. Where to? To the prison that he has left. All is ready, and there he will find his comrades. Then the guard was summoned, and I was dragged back to my own place, de Garcia saying as I went that he would be with me presently. End of chapter 28. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 29 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 29. GARCIA Speaks His Mind. At first I was not taken into the chamber that I had left, but placed in a little room opening out of it, where the guard slept. Here I waited, bound hand and foot, and watched by two soldiers with drawn swords. As I waited, torn by rage and fear, I heard the noise of hammering through the wall, followed by the sounds of groans. At length the suspense came to an end. A door was opened, and two fierce Talascan Indians came through it and seized me by the hair and ears, dragging me thus into my own chamber. "Poor devil," I heard one of the Spanish soldiers say as I went. "Apostate or no, I'm sorry for him. Oh, this is bloody work." Then the door closed, and I was in the place of torment. The room was darkened, for a cloth had been hung in front of the window bars, but its gloom was relieved by certain fires that burned in braziers. It was by the light of these fires chiefly that I saw the sight. On the floor of the chamber were placed 3 solid chairs, one of them empty. The other 2 were filled by none other than Guatemoc, Emperor of the Aztecs, and by his friend and mine the cacique Tacuba. They were bound in the chairs. The burning braziers were placed at their feet. Behind them stood a clerk with paper and an inkhorn, and around them Indians were busy at some dreadful task, directed to it by some Spanish soldiers. Near the 3rd chair stood another Spaniard, who as yet took no part in the play. It was GARCIA. As I looked, an Indian lifted one of the braziers, and seizing the naked foot of the Tacuban prince, thrust it down on the glowing coals. For a while there was silence. Then the Tacuban broke into groans. Guatemoc turned his head towards him and spoke, and as he spoke I saw that his foot also was resting in the flames of a brazier. "Why do you complain, friend?" he said in a steady voice, "when I keep silence? I then take my pleasure in a bed. Follow me now as always, friend, and be silent beneath your sufferings." The clerk wrote down his words, for I heard the quill scratching on the paper, and as he wrote, Guatemoc turned his head and saw me. His face was grey with pain. Still he spoke as 100 times I had heard him speak at council, slowly and clearly. "Alas, are you also here, my friend Teule?" he said. "I hoped that they had spared you. See how these Spaniards keep faith. Malinche swore to treat me with all honour. Oh, behold how he honours me, with hot coals on my feet and pincers for my flesh. They think that we have buried the treasure, Teule, and would wring it secret from us. You know that it's a lie. If we had treasure, would we not give it gladly to our conquerors, the God-born sons of Quetzal? You know that there is nothing left except the ruins of our cities and the bones of our dead." Here he ceased suddenly, for the demon who tormented him struck him across the mouth, saying, "Silence, dog!" But I understood, and I swore in my heart that I would die ere I revealed my brother's secret. This was the last triumph that Guatemoc could win, to keep his gold from the grasp of the greedy Spaniard, and that victory at least he should not lose through me. So I swore, and very soon my oath must be put to the test. For at a moment from de GARCIA, the Tlascalans seized me and bound me to the third chair. Then he spoke into my ear in Castilian. Strange are the ways of Providence, cousin Wingfield. You have hunted me across the world, and several times we have met, always to your sorrow. I thought I had you in the slave ship. I thought the sharks had you in the water. But somehow you escaped me, whom you came to hunt. When I knew it, I grieved, but now I grieve no more. For I see that you were reserved for this moment. Cousin Wingfield, it shall go hard if you escape me this time. And yet I think that we shall spend some days together before we part. Now, I will be courteous for you. You may have a choice of evils. How shall we begin? The resources at my command are not all that we could wish, alas. The Holy Office is not yet here with the unholy armoury, but still I have done my best. These fellows do not understand their art. Hot coals are their only inspiration. I, you see, have several, and he pointed to various instruments of torture. Now, which will you select? I made no answer, for I had determined that I would speak no word and utter no cry, do what they might with me. Let me think, went on de GARCIA, smoothing his beard. Ah, I have it. Here, slaves. Now I will not renew my own agonies, or awake the horror of any who may chance to read what I have written by describing what befell me after this. Suffice it to say that for 2 hours and more this devil, helped in his task by the Tlascalans, worked his wicked will upon me. One by one, torments were administered to me with a skill and ingenuity that cannot often be surpassed, and when at times I fainted, I was recovered by cold water being dashed upon me, and spirits poured down my throat. And yet, I say it with some pride, during those 2 dreadful hours, I uttered no groan, however great my sufferings, and spoke no word, good or bad. Nor was it only bodily pain that I must bear, for all this while my enemy mocked me with bitter words which tormented my soul, as his instruments and hot coals tormented my body. At length he paused exhausted, and cursed me for an obstinate pig of an Englishman, and at that moment Cortes entered the shambles, and with him Marina. "How goes it?" he said lightly, though his face turned pale at the sight of horror. The cacique at Tacuba has confessed that gold is buried in his garden. The other 2 have said nothing, General," the clerk answered, glancing down his paper. "Brave men indeed," I heard Cortes mutter to himself. Then aloud, "Let the cacique be carried tomorrow to the garden of which he speaks, that he may point out the gold. As for the other 2, cease tormenting them for this day. Perhaps they may find another mind before tomorrow. I trust so. For their own sakes, I trust so." Then he drew to the corner of the room and consulted with Sarceda and the other torturers, leaving Marina face to face with Guatemoc and me. For a while she stared at the prince as though in horror. Then a strange light came into her beautiful eyes, and she spoke to him in a low voice, saying in the Aztec tongue, "Do you remember how you once rejected me down yonder in Tabasco, Guatemoc, and what I told you then? that I should grow great in spite of you. You see, it has all come true, and more than true, and you are brought to this. Are you not sorry, Guatemoc? I am sorry, though were I as some women are, perchance I might rejoice to see you thus. Woman, the prince answered in a thick voice, you have betrayed your country, and you have brought me to shame and torment. Yes, had it not been for you, these things had never been. I am sorry indeed, I am sorry that I did not kill you. For the rest, may your name be shameful for ever in the ears of honest men, and your soul be everlastingly accursed, and may you yourself, even before you die, know the bitterness of dishonour and betrayal. Your words were fulfilled, and so mine shall be also. She heard and turned away trembling, and for a while was silent. Then her glance fell upon me, and she began to weep. Alas, poor man, she said, alas, my friend. Oh, weep no more over me, Marina, I answered, speaking in Aztec, for our tears are of no worth. But help me if you may. Ah, that I could, she sobbed, and turning, fled from the place, followed presently by Cortes. Now the Spaniards came in again and removed Guatemoc and the cacique of Tacuba, carrying them in their arms, for they could not walk, and indeed the cacique was in a swoon. Farewell, Teule, said Guatemoc as he passed me. You are indeed a true son of Quetzal, and a gallant man. May the gods reward you in time to come for all that you have suffered for me and mine, since I cannot. Then it was borne out, and these were the last words that I ever heard him utter. Now I was left alone with the Tlascalans and de Garcia, who mocked me as before. A little tired, my friend Wingfield, he said, sneering. Well, the play is rough till you get used to it. A night's sleep will refresh you, and tomorrow you will be a new man. Perhaps you believe that I have done my worst. Oh, fool, this is but the beginning. Also, you think doubtless that your obstinacy angers me. Wrong again, my friend. I only pray that you keep your lips sealed to the last. Gladly would I give my share of this hidden gold in payment for 2 more such days with you. I have still much to pay you back, and look you, I have found a way to do it. There are more ways of hurting a man than through his own flesh. For instance, when I wished to be revenged upon your father, I struck him through her whom he loved. Now I have touched you, and you wonder what I mean. Well, I will tell you. Perhaps you may know an Aztec lady of royal blood who is named Otomie. Otomie? What of her? I cried, speaking for the first time, since fear for her stirred me more than all the torments I had borne. A triumph indeed! I have found a way to make you speak at last. Why, then tomorrow you will be full of words. Only this, cousin Wingfield. Otomie, Montezuma's daughter, a very lovely woman by the way, is your wife according to the Indian customs. Well, I know all the story and, well, she is in my power. I will prove it to you, for she shall be brought here presently, and then you can console each other. For listen, dog, tomorrow she will sit where you are sitting, and before your eyes she shall be dealt with as you have been dealt with. Ha! Then you will talk fast enough, but perhaps it will be a bit too late. And now for the first time I broke down and prayed for mercy, even of my foe. "Spare her," I groaned. "Do what you will with me, but spare her. Surely you must have a heart, even you, for you are human. You can never do this thing, and Cortes would not suffer it." "As for Cortes," he answered, "he will know nothing of it till it is done. I have my warrant that charges me to use every means in my power to force the truth from you. Torture has failed. This alone is left. And for the rest, you must read me ill. You know what it is to hate, for you hate me. Multiply your hate by 10, and you find the sum of mine for you. I hate you for your blood. I hate you because you have your mother's eyes. But much more do I hate you, yourself. For did you beat me, a gentleman of Spain, with a thick stick, as though I were a hound? Shall I then shrink from such a deed when I can satisfy my hate by it? Also, perhaps, though you are a brave man, at this moment you know what it is to fear, and are tasting of its agony. Now, I will be open with you, Thomas Wingfield. I fear you. When first I saw you, I feared you as I had no reason to do, and that is why I tried to kill you. And as time has gone by, I have feared you more and more, so much indeed that at times I cannot rest because of the nameless terror that dogs me and which has to do with you. Because of you, I fled from Spain. Because of you, I have played the coward in more frays than one. The luck has always been mine in this duel between us, and yet I tell you that even as you are, I fear you still. If I dared, I would kill you at once. Only then you would haunt me as your mother haunts me, and also I must answer for it to Cortes. Fear, Cousin Wingfield, is the father of cruelty, and mine makes me cruel to you. Living or dead, I know that you will triumph over me at the last. But it is my turn now, and while you breathe, or while one breathes who is dear to you, I will spend my life to bring you and them to shame and misery and death, as I brought your mother, my cousin, though she forced me to it to save myself. Why not? There is no forgiveness for me. I cannot undo the past. You came to take vengeance on me, and soon or late, by you or through you, it will be glutted. But till then, I triumph. Aye, even though I must sink to this butcher's work to do it. And suddenly he turned and left the place. Then weakness and suffering overcame me, and I swooned away. When I awoke, it was to find that my bonds had been loosed, and that I lay on some sort of bed, while a woman bent over me, tending me with murmured words of pity and love. The night had fallen, but there was light in the chamber, and by it I saw that woman was none other than Otomie, no longer starved and wretched, but almost as lovely as before the days of siege and hunger. "Otomie, you are here," I gasped through the wounded lips, for with my senses came the memory of de Garcia's threats. "Yes, beloved, it is I," she murmured. "They have suffered that I nurse you, devils though they are. Oh, that I must see you thus, and yet be helpless to avenge you." And she burst into weeping. "Hush," I said, "hush. Have we food?" "Oh, in plenty. A woman brought it from Marina. Oh, give it to me to eat, Otomie. Now for a while she fed me, and the deadly sickness passed from me, though my poor flesh burned with 100 agonies. Listen, Otomie, have you seen de Garcia? No, my husband. 2 days since I was separated from my sister Tequichpo and the other ladies, but I have been well treated and have seen no Spaniards except the soldiers who led me here, telling me that you were sick. Oh, alas, I knew not from what cause. And again she began to weep. Still, some have seen you, and it is reported that you are my wife. Oh, it is likely enough, she answered, for it was known throughout the Aztec hosts, and such secrets cannot be kept. But why have they treated you thus? Because you fought against them? Are we alone? I asked. Oh, the guard is without, but there are none else in the chamber. Then bend down your head, and I will tell you. And I told her all. When I had done so, she sprang up with flashing eyes, and her hand pressed upon her breast, and said, Oh, if I loved you before, now I love you more, if that is possible. Who could suffer thus horribly, and yet be faithful to the fallen and your oath? Oh, blessed be the day when first I looked upon your face. Oh, my husband, most true of men. But they who could do this, what of them? Still it is done with, and I will nurse you back to health. Surely it is done with, or they had not suffered me to come to you. Alas, Otomie, I must tell all. It is not done with. And with faltering voice I went on with the tale. Yes, and since I told her of what purpose she had been brought here. She listened without a word, though her lips turned pale. Truly, she said when I had done, these Teules far surpass the Papas of our people, for if the priests torture and sacrifice, it is to the gods, and not for the gold and secret hate. Now, husband, what is your counsel? Surely you have some counsel? I have none that I dare offer, wife, I groaned. You are as timid as a girl who will not utter the love she burns to tell, Otomie answered, with a proud and bitter laugh. Well, I will speak for you. It is in your mind that we must die tonight. It is, I said. Death now, or shame and agony tomorrow, and then death at last. That is our choice. Since God will not protect us, we must protect ourselves, if we can find the means. God? There is no God. At times I have doubted the gods of my people and turned to yours. Now I renounce and reject him. If there were a God of mercy, such as you cling to, could he suffer that such things be? You are my God, husband. To you and for you I pray, and you alone. Let us have done now with pleading to those who are not, or who, if they live, are deaf to our cries and blind to our misery, and befriend ourselves. Look, yonder lies rope. That window has bars. Very soon we can be beyond the sun and the cruelty of Teules, or sound asleep. But there is time yet. Let us talk a while. They will scarcely begin their torments before dawn, and ere dawn we shall be far. So we talked as well as my sufferings would allow. We talked of how we had first met, of how Otomie had been vowed to me as the wife of Tezcat, soul of the world, of that day when we had lain side by side upon the stone of sacrifice, of our true marriage thereafter, of the siege of Tenochtitlan and the death of our firstborn. Thus we talked till midnight was 2 hours gone. Then there came silence. "Husband," said Otomie at last, in a hushed and solemn voice, "you are worn with suffering, and I am weary. It is time to do that which must be done. Oh, sad is our fate, but at least rest is before us. I thank you, husband, for your gentleness. I thank you more for your faithfulness to my house and people. Shall I make ready for the last journey?" "Make ready," I answered. Then she rose and soon was busy with the ropes. At length all was prepared, and the moment of death was at hand. "You must aid me, Otomie," I said. I cannot walk by myself." She came and lifted me with her strong and tender arms, till I stood upon a stool beneath the window bars. There she placed the rope about my throat. Then taking her stand by me, she fitted the second rope about her own. Now we kissed in solemn silence, for there was nothing more to say. Yet Otomie said something, asking, "Of whom do you think in this moment, husband? Of me and of my dead child? Or of that lady who lives far across the sea? Nay, I will not ask. I have been happy in my love. It is enough. Now love and life must end together, and it is well for me, but for you I grieve. Say, shall I thrust away the stool?" "Yes, Otomie, since there is no hope but death, I cannot break my faith with Guatemoc, nor can I live to see you shamed and tortured." "Then kiss me first, and for the last time." We kissed again, and then, as she was in the very act of pushing the stool from beneath us, the door opened and shut, and a veiled woman stood before us, bearing a torch in one hand and a bundle in another. She looked, and seeing us and our dreadful purpose, ran to us. "What do you?" she cried, and I knew the voice for that of Marina. "Are you then mad, Teule?" "Who is this who knows you so well, husband, and will not even suffer that we die in peace?" asked Otomie. "I am Marina," answered the veiled woman, "and I have come to save you if I can." End of chapter 29. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 30 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 30. The Escape. Now Otomie put the rope off her neck, and descending from the stool, stood before Marina. "You are Marina?" she said coldly and proudly. "And you come to save us? You who have brought ruin on the land that bore you, and have given thousands of her children to death and shame and torment? Now, if I had my way, I would have none of your salvation. Nay, I would rather save myself, as I was about to do." Thus Otomie spoke, and never had she looked more royal than in this moment, when she risked her last chance of life that she might pour out her scorn upon whom she deemed a traitress. No, one who was a traitress. For had it not been for Marina's wit and aid, Cortes would never have conquered Anahuac. I trembled as I heard her angry words, for all I suffered notwithstanding, life still seemed sweet to me, who 10 seconds ago had stood upon the verge of death. Surely Marina would depart and leave us to our doom. But it was not so. Indeed, she shrank and trembled before Otomie's contempt. They were a strange contrast in their different loveliness, as they stood face to face in the torture den. And it was strange also to see the spirit of the lady of royal blood, threatened as she was with a shameful death, or still more shameful life, triumph over the Indian girl whom today fortune had set as far above her as the stars. "Say, royal lady," asked Marina in her gentle voice, "for what cause did you, if tales are true, lie by the side of yonder white man upon the stone of sacrifice?" "Because I love him, Marina. And for this same cause have I, Marina, laid my honour upon a different altar. For this same cause I have striven against the children of my people, because I love another such as he. It is for love of Cortes that I have aided Cortes. Therefore despise me not. But let your love plead for mine, seeing that to us women love is all. I have sinned, I know, but doubtless in its season my sin shall find its fitting punishment." "It had need be sharp," answered Otomie. "My love has harmed none. See before you but one grain of the countless harvest of your own. In yonder chair, GUATEMOC, your king, was this day tortured by your master Cortes, who swore to treat him with all honour. By his side sat Teule, my husband and your friend. Him Cortes gave over to his private enemy, GARCIA, whom you name Sarceda. See how he has left him. Nay, do not shudder, gentle lady. Look now at his wounds. Consider to what a pass we are driven, when you find us about to die thus like dogs. He, my husband, that he may not live to see me handled as he has been, and I with him, because a princess of the Otomie and of Montezuma's blood cannot submit to such a shame, while death has one door through which to creep. It is but a single grain of your harvest, outcast and traitress, the harvest of misery and death that is stored yonder in the ruins of TENOCTITLAN. Had I my will, I tell you that I had sooner die a score of times than take help from a hand so stained with the blood of my people and yours. Oh, cease, lady, cease," groaned Marina, covering her eyes with her hand as though the sight of Otomie were dreadful to her. "What is done is done. Do not add to my remorse. What did you say? That you, the Lady Otomie, were brought here to be tortured? Even so, and before my husband's eyes. Why should Montezuma's daughter and the princess of the Otomie escape the fate of the emperor of the Aztecs? If her womanhood does not protect her, Has she anything to hope of her lost rank?" "Cortes knows nothing of this, I swear it," said Marina. "To the rest he has driven by the clamour of the soldiers, who taunt him with stealing treasure that he has never found. But of this last wickedness he is innocent." "Then let him ask his tool, Sarceda, of it." "As for Sarceda, I promise you, princess, that if I can I will avenge this threat upon him. But time is short. I come here with the knowledge of Cortes, to see if I can win the secret of the treasure from the Teule, your husband, and for my friendship's sake, I am about to betray my trust and help him and you to fly. Do you refuse my aid?" Otomie said nothing, but I spoke for the first time. "Nay, Marina, I have no love for this thief's fate if I can escape it. But how is it to be done?" "The chance is poor enough, Teule, but I bethought me that once out of this prison you might slip away disguised. Few will be stirring at dawn, and of them the most will not be keen to notice men or things. See, I have brought you a dress of a Spanish soldier. Your skin is dark, and in the half-light you might pass as one. And for the princess your wife I have brought another dress. Indeed, I am ashamed to offer it, but it is the only one that will not be noted at this hour. Also, Teule, I bring you a sword, that which was taken from you, though I think that once it had another owner." Now while she spoke, Marina undid her bundle, and there in it were the dresses and the sword, the same that I had taken from the Spaniard Diaz in the massacre of the Noche Triste. First she drew out the woman's robe and handed it to Otomie, and I saw that it was such a robe as among the Indians is worn by the women who follow camps, a robe with red and yellow in it. Otomie saw it also and drew back. "Surely, girl, you have bought a garment of your own in error," she said quietly, but in such a fashion as showed more of the savage heart that is native to her race than she often suffered to be seen. "At the least I cannot wear such a robe." "It seems that I must bear too much," answered Marina, growing wroth at last, and striving to keep back the tears that started her eyes. "I will away and leave you," and she began to roll up her bundle. "Forgive her, Marina," I said hastily, for the desire to escape grew on me every minute. "Sorrow has set an edge upon her tongue." Then turning to Otomie, I added, "I pray you be more gentle, wife, for my sake if not for your own. Marina is our only hope." "Would that she had left us to die in peace, husband." "Well, so be it. For your sake I will put on these garbs of a drab. But how shall we escape out of this place and the camp? Will the door be opened to us, and the guards removed? And if we pass them, can you walk, husband?" "The doors will not be opened, lady," said Marina, "for those wait without who will see that they are locked when I have passed them. But there will be nothing to fear from the guard. Trust to me for it. See, the bars of this window are but wood. That sword will soon sever them, and if you are seen, you must play the part of a drunken soldier being guided to his quarters by this woman. For the rest I know nothing, save that I run great risk for your sake, since if it is discovered that I have aided you, then I shall find it hard to soften the rage of Cortes, who, the war being won," and she sighed, "does not need me now so much as once he did." "I can make shift to hop to my right foot," I said, "and for the rest we must trust to fortune. It can give us no worse gifts than those we have already had." So be it, Teule, and now farewell, for I dare stay no longer. I can do nothing more. May your good star shine on you and lead you hence in safety. And Teule, if we ever meet again, I pray you think of me kindly, for there are many in the world who will do otherwise in the days to come. Farewell, Marina, I said, and she was gone. We heard the doors close behind her and the distant voices of those who bore her litter. Then all was silence. Otomi listened at the window for a while, but the guards seemed to be gone, where or why I do not know to this hour, and the only sound was that of a distant revelry from the camp. And now to work, I said to Otomi. As you wish, husband, but I fear it will be profitless. I do not trust that woman. Faithless in all, without doubt she betrays us. Still, at the worst you have the sword and can use it. It matters little, I answered. Our plight cannot be worse than it is now. Life has no greater evils than torment and death, and they are with us already. Then I sat upon the stool, and my arms being left sound and strong, I hacked with the sharp sword at the wooden bars of the window, severing them one by one till there was space enough for us to creep through. This being done, and no one having appeared to disturb us, Otomi clad me in the clothes of the Spanish soldier which Marina had brought, for I could not dress myself. What I suffered in the donning of these garments, and more especially in the pulling of the long boot on my burnt foot, can never be told. But more than once I stopped, pondering whether it would not be better to die rather than to endure such agonies. But at last it was done, and Otomi put on the red and yellow robe, a garb of shame such as many honest Indian women would die sooner than be seen in. And I think that as she did this, her agony was greater than mine, though of another sort, for to her proud heart that dress was a very shirt of Nessus. Presently she was clad, and minced before me with savage mockery, saying, "Oh, prithee, soldier, do I look my part?" "Oh, peace to such fooling," I answered. "Our lives are at stake. What does it matter how we disguise ourselves?" "It matters much, husband, but how can you understand? You are a man and a foreigner. Now I will clamber through the window, and you must follow me if you can. If not, I will return to you, and we will end this masquerade." Then she passed through the hole swiftly, for Otomi was agile and strong as an ocelot, and mounting the stool, I made shift to follow her as well as my hurts would allow. In the end, I was able to throw myself upon the sill of the window, and there I was stretched out like a dead cat till she drew me across it, and I fell with her to the ground on the further side, and lay groaning. She lifted me to my feet, or rather to my foot, for I could use but one of them, and we stared round us. No one was to be seen, and the sound of revelry had died away, for the crest of Popo was already red with the sunlight, and the dawn grew in the valley. "Where to?" I said. Now Otomi had been allowed to walk in the camp with her sister, the wife of GUATEMOC, and other Aztec ladies, and she had this gift in common with most Indians, that where she had once passed, there she could pass again, even in the darkest night. "To the south gate," she whispered. "Perhaps it is unguarded now that the war is done, and at least I know the road thither." So we started, I leaning on her shoulder and hopping on my right foot, and thus very painfully we traversed some 300 yards, meeting nobody. But now our good luck failed us. for passing round the corner of some buildings we came face to face with 3 soldiers returning to their huts from a midnight revel, and with them some native servants. "Whom have we here?" said the first of these. "Your name, comrade?" "Good night, brother, good night," I answered in Spanish, speaking with a thick voice of drunkenness. "Good morning, you mean," he said, for the dawn was breaking. "Your name? I don't know your face, though it seems that you have been in the wars," and he laughed. "You mustn't ask a comrade his name," I said solemnly, and swinging to and fro. "The captain might send for me, and he's a temperate man. Your arm, girl. It is time to go to sleep. Oh, the sun sets." They laughed, but one of them addressed Otomi, saying, "Leave the sop, my pretty, and come and walk with us," and he caught her by the arm, but she turned on him with so fierce a look that he let her go again, astonished, and we staggered on till the corner of another house hid us from their view. Here I sank to the ground, overcome with pain, for while the soldiers were in sight, I was obliged to use my wounded foot, lest they should suspect. But Otomi pulled me up, saying, "Alas, beloved, we must pass on or perish." I rose groaning, and by what efforts I reached the south gate I cannot describe, though I thought that I must die before I came there. But at last it was there before us, and as chance would have it, the Spanish guard were asleep in the gatehouse. 3 Tlascalans only were crouched over a little fire, their zaraps or blankets about their heads, for the dawn was chilly. "Open the gates, dogs," I said in a proud voice. Seeing a Spanish soldier, one of them rose to obey, then paused and said, "Why, and by whose orders?" I could not see the man's face because of the blanket, but his voice sounded familiar to me, and I grew afraid. Still I must speak. "Why? Because I am drunk and wish to lie without till I grow sober. By whose orders? By mine. I am an officer of the day, and if you disobey, I'll have you flogged till you never ask another question." "Shall I call the tools within?" said the man sulkily to his companions. "No," they answered. "The Lord Sarkeda is weary and gave orders that he should not be wakened without good cause. Keep them in or let them through as you will, but do not waken him." I trembled in every limb. De Garcia was in the guardhouse. What if he awoke? What if he came out and saw me? More, now I guessed whose voice it was that I knew again. It was that one of his Tlascalans who had aided him in tormenting me. What if he should see my face? He could scarcely fail to know that on which he had left his mark so recently. I was dumb with fear and could say nothing, and had it not been for the wit of Otomi, there my story would have ended. But now she played her part, and played it well, plying the man with the coarse raillery of the camp, till at length she put him in good humour, and he opened the gate, bidding her begone and me with her. Already had we passed the gate when a sudden faintness seized me, and I stumbled and fell, rolling over onto my back as I touched the earth. "Up, friend, up," said Otomi with a harsh laugh. "If you must sleep, wait till you find some friendly bush," and she dragged at me to lift me. The Tlascalans, still laughing, came forward to help her, and between them I gained my feet again. But as I rose, my cap, which fitted me but ill, fell off. He picked it up and gave it to me, and our eyes met, my face being somewhat in the shadows. Next instant I was hobbling on, but looking back. I saw the Tlascalan staring after us with a puzzled air, like that of a man who is not sure of the witness of his senses. "He knows me," I said to Otomy, "and presently when he has found his wits he will follow us." "On, on," answered Otomy. "Round yonder corner are aloe bushes where we may hide." "I am spent, I can no more," and again I began to fall. Then Otomy caught me as I fell, and of a sudden she put out her strength, and lifting me from the ground as a mother lifts her child, staggered forward holding me to her breast. For 50 paces or more she carried me thus, love and despair giving her strength, till at last we reached the edge of the aloe plants, and there we sank together to the earth. I cast my eyes back over the path which we had travelled. Round the corner came the Tlascalan, a spike club in his hand, seeking us to solve his doubts. "It is finished," I gasped. "The man comes." For answer, Otomy drew my sword from its scabbard and hid it in the grass. "Now feign sleep," she said. "It is our last chance." I cast my arm over my face and pretended to be asleep. Presently I heard the sound of a man passing through the bushes, and the Tlascalan stood over me. "What would you?" asked Otomy. "Can you not see that he sleep? Let him sleep." "I must look at his face first, woman," he answered, dragging aside my arm. "By the gods, I thought so. This is that Teule that we dealt with yesterday and who escapes." "You are mad," she said laughing. "He has escaped from nowhere, save from a brawl and a drinking bout." "You lie, woman. If you do not lie, you know nothing. This man has the secret of Montezuma's treasure and is worth a king's ransom, and he lifted his club. And yet you wish to slay him? Well, I know nothing of him. Take him back whence he came. He is but a drunken sot, and I shall be well rid of him." "Well said. It would be foolish to kill him, but by bearing him alive to the Lord Sarkeda I shall win honour and reward. Come you, help me." "Help yourself," she answered sullenly. "But first search his pouch. There may be some trifle there we can divide." "Oh, well said again," he answered, and kneeling down he bent over me and began to fumble at the fastenings of the pouch. Otomy was behind him. I saw her face change, and a terrible light came into her eyes, such a light as shines in the eyes of a priest at sacrifice. Quick as thought, she drew the sword from the grass and smote with all her strength upon the man's bent back. Down he fell, making no sound, and she also fell beside him. In a moment she was on her feet again, staring at him wildly, the naked sword in her hand. "Up," she said, "before the others come to seek him." "Nay, you must." Now again we were struggling forward through the bushes, my mind filled with a great wonder that grew slowly to a whirling nothingness. For a while it seemed to me as though I were lost in an evil dream, and walking on red-hot irons in my dream. Then came a vision of armed men with lifted spears, and of Otomy running towards them with outstretched arms. I knew no more. End of chapter 30. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 31 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 31. Otomy pleads with her people. When I awoke, it was to find myself in a cave, where the light shone very dimly. Otomie leant over me, and not far away a man was cooking a pot over a fire made of dry aloe leaves. "Where am I, and what has happened?" I asked. "Oh, you are safe, beloved," she answered, "at least for a while. When you have eaten, I will tell you more." She brought me broth and food, and I ate eagerly, and when I was satisfied she spoke. "You remember how the Tlascalan followed us and how I was rid of him?" "I remember, Otomie, though how you found the strength to kill him I do not understand." "Love and despair gave it to me, and I pray that I may never have such another need. Do not speak of it, husband, for this is more horrible to me than all that has been before. One thing comforts me, however. I did not kill him. The sword twisted in my hand, and I believe that he was but stunned. Then we fled a little way, and looking back, I saw that two other Tlascalans, companions of the senseless man, were following us and him. Presently they came up to where he lay and stared at him. Then they stared at our tracks, running hard, and very soon they must have caught us, for now you could scarcely stir. Your mind was gone, and I had no more strength to carry you. Still we stumbled on till presently, when the pursuers were within 50 paces of us, I saw armed men, 8 of them, rushing at us from the bushes. They were of my own people, the OTOMIE'S, soldiers that have served under you, who watched the Spanish camp, and seeing a Spaniard alone, they came to slay him. They very nearly did so indeed, for at first I was so breathless that I could scarcely speak, but at last, in a few words, I made shift to declare my name and rank, and your sad plight. By now the two Tlascalans were upon us, and I called to the men of the Otomie to protect us. And falling upon the Tlascalans, before they knew that enemies were there, they killed one of them and took the other prisoner. Then they made a litter, and placing you on it, bore you without rest 20 leagues into the mountains, till they reached this secret hiding place. And here you have lain for 3 days and nights. Oh, the Teules have searched for you far and wide, but they have searched in vain. Only yesterday 2 of them with 10 Tlascalans passed within 100 paces of this cave, and I had much ado to prevent our people from attacking them. Now they are gone whence they came, and I think that we are safe for a time. Soon you will be better, and we can go hence." "Where can we go to, Otomie? We are birds without a nest." "We must seek shelter in the City of Pines, or fly across the water. There is no other choice, husband." "We cannot try the sea, Otomie, for all the ships that come here are Spanish, and I do not know how they will greet us in the City of Pines, now that our cause is lost, and with it so many thousands of their warriors. We must take the risk, husband. There are still true hearts in Anahuac, who will still stand by us in our sorrow and their own. At the least, we have escaped from greater dangers. Now, let me dress your wounds and rest a while." So for 3 more days I lay in the cave of the mountains, and Otomie tended me, and at the end of that time my state was such that I could travel in a litter, though for some weeks I was unable to set foot to the ground. On the 4th day we started by night, and I was carried on men's shoulders till at length we passed up the gorge that leads to the City of Pines. Here we were stopped by sentries to whom Otomie told our tale, bidding some of them go forward and repeat it to the captains of the city. We followed the messengers slowly, for my bearers were weary, and came to the gates of the beautiful town, just as the red rays of sunset struck upon the snowy pinnacle of Jacques that towers behind it, turning her cap of smoke to a sullen red, like that of molten iron. The news of our coming had spread about, and here and there knots of people were gathered to watch us pass. For the most part they stood silent, but now and again some woman whose husband or son had perished in the siege would hiss a curse at us. Alas, how different was our state this day to what it had been when not a year before we entered the City of Pines for the first time. Then we were escorted by an army 10,000 strong. Then musicians had sung before us, and our path was strewn with flowers. And now we came 2 fugitives from the vengeance of the Teules. I borne in a litter by 4 tired soldiers, while Otomie, the princess of this people, still clad in her wanton's robe, at which the women mocked, for she had been able to come by no other, tramped at my side, since there were none to carry her, and the inhabitants of the place cursed us as the authors of their woes. Nor did we know if they would stop at words. At length we crossed the square beneath the shadow of the teocalli, and reached the ancient and sculptured palace as the light failed, and the smoke on Jacques, the holy hill, began to glow with fire in its heart. Here a small preparation had been made to receive us, and that night we supped by the light of a torch upon tortillas or meal cakes and water, like the humblest in the land. Then we crept to our rest, and as I lay awake because of the pain of my hurts, I heard Otomie, who thought that I slept, break into low sobbing at my side. Her proud spirit was humbled at last, and she, whom I had never known to weep except once, when our firstborn died in the siege, wept bitterly. "Why do you sorrow thus, Otomie?" I asked at length. "I did not know that you were awake, husband," she sobbed in answer, "or I would have checked my grief. Husband, I sorrow over all that has befallen us and my people. Also, though these are but little things, because you were brought so low and treated as a man of no estate, and of the cold comfort that we find here." "Oh, you have cause, wife," I answered. "Say, what will these Otomies do with us? Kill us, or give us up to the Teules?" "I do not know. Tomorrow we shall learn, but for my part I will not be surrendered living." "Nor I, wife. Death is better than the tender mercies of Cortes and his minister de Garcia. Is there any hope?" "Yes, there is hope, beloved. Now the Otomie are cast down, and they remember that we led the flower of their land to death. But they are brave and generous at heart, and if I can touch them there, all may be well. Weariness, pain and memory make us weak, who should be full of courage, having escaped so many ills. Oh, sleep, my husband, and leave me to think. All shall yet go well, for even misfortune has an end." So I slept, and woke up in the morning somewhat refreshed and with a happier mind. For who is there that is not bolder when the light shines on him, and he is renewed by rest? When I opened my eyes, the sun was already high, but Otomie had risen with the dawn, and she had not been idle during those 3 hours. For one thing, she had contrived to obtain food and fresh raiment, more befitting to our rank than the rags in which we were clothed. Also, she had brought together certain men of condition who were friendly and loyal to her in misfortune, and these she sent about the city, letting it be known that she would address the people at midday from the steps of the palace. For as Otomie knew well, the heartstring of a crowd are touched more easily than those of cold and ancient counsellors. "Will they come to listen?" I asked. "Oh, have no fear," she answered. "The desire to look upon us who have survived the siege and to know the truth of what has happened will bring them. Moreover, some will be there seeking vengeance on us." Oh, Otomie was right, for as the morning drew on towards midday, I saw the dwellers of the City of Pines gathering in their thousands, till the space between the steps of the palace and the face of the pyramid was black with them. Now Otomie combed her curling hair and placed flowers in it, and set a gleaming feather cloak about her shoulders, so that it hung down over her white robes, and on her breast that splendid necklace of emeralds which GUATEMOC had given to me in the treasure chamber, and which she had preserved safely through all our evil fortune, and a golden girdle about her waist. In her hand also she took a little sceptre of ebony tipped with gold, that was in the palace, with other ornaments and emblems of rank. And thus attired, though she was worn with travel and suffering, and grief had dimmed her beauty for a while, she seemed the queenliest woman that my eyes have seen. Next she caused me to be laid upon a rude litter, and when the hour of noon was come, she commanded those soldiers who had borne me across the mountains to carry me by her side. Thus we issued from the wide doorway of the palace, and took our stand upon the platform at the head of the steps. As we came, a great cry rose from the thousands of people, a fierce cry like that of wild beasts howling for their prey. Higher and higher it rose, a sound to strike terror into the bravest heart, and by degrees I caught its purport. "Kill them," said the cry. "Give the liars to the Teules." Otomie stepped forward to the edge of the platform, and lifting the ebony sceptre, she stood silent, the sunlight beating on her lovely face and form. But the multitude screamed 1,000 taunts and threats at us, and still the tumult grew. Once they rushed towards her as though to tear her to pieces, but fell back at the last stair, as a wave falls from a rock. And once a spear was thrown that passed between her neck and her shoulder. Now the soldiers who carried me, making certain that our death was at hand, and having no wish to share it, set my litter down upon the stones and slipped back into the palace. But all this while Otomie never so much as moved. No, not even when the spear hissed past her. She stood before them stately and scornful, a very queen among women. And little by little the majesty of her presence and the greatness of her courage hushed them to silence. When there was quiet at length, she spoke in a clear voice that carried far. "Am I among my own people of the Otomie?" she asked bitterly. "Or have we lost our path and wandered perchance among some savage Tlascalan tribe? Listen, people of the Otomie. I have but one voice, and none can reason with a multitude. Choose you a tongue to speak for you, and let him set out the desire of your hearts." Now the tumult began again, for some shouted one name and some another, but in the end a priest and noble named Mashla stepped forward, a man of great power among the Otomie, who above all had favoured an alliance with the Spaniards and opposed the sending of an army to aid Guatemoc in the defence of Tenochtitlan. Nor did he come alone, for with him were 4 chiefs, whom by their dress I knew to be Tlascalans and envoys from Cortes. Then my heart sank, for it was not difficult to guess the object of their coming. "Speak on, Mashtla," said Otomie, "for we must hear what there is for us to answer. And you, people of Otomie, I pray you keep silence, that you may judge between us when there is an end of talking." Now a great silence fell upon the multitude, who pressed together like sheep in a pen, and strained their ears to catch the words of Mashtla. "My speech with you, princess, and the Teule your husband, shall be short and sharp," he began roughly. "A while hence you came hither to seek an army to aid Cuitlahua, Emperor of the Aztecs, in this struggle with the Teules, the sons of Quetzal. That army was given you, against the wishes of many of us, for you won over the council by the honey of your words, and we who urged caution, or even an alliance with the white men, the children of God, were overruled. You went hence, and 20,000 men, the flower of our people, followed you to Tenochtitlan. Where are they now? I will tell you. Some 200 of them have crept back home. The rest fly to and fro through the air in the gizzards of the zaphilots, or crouch in the earth in the bellies of jackals. Death has them all, and you led them to their deaths. Is it then much that we should seek the lives of you too in payment for those 20,000 of our sons, husbands, and our fathers? But we do not even ask this. Here beside me stand ambassadors from Malinche, the captains of the Teules, who reached our city but an hour ago. This is the demand that they bring from Malinche, and in his own words: deliver back to me, Otomie, the daughter of Montezuma, and the renegade her paramour, who is known as Teule, who has fled from the justice due to his crimes, and it shall be well with you, people of the Otomie. Hide them, or refuse to deliver them, and the fate of the City of Pines shall be the fate of Tenochtitlan, Queen of the Valley. Choose then between my love and my wrath. People of the Otomie, if you obey, the past shall be forgiven, and my yoke will be light upon you. If you refuse, your city shall be stamped flat, and your very name wiped from the records of the world. Say, messengers of Malinche, are not these the words of Malinche?" "They are the very words, Mashtla," said the spokesman of the embassy. Now again there was a tumult among the people, and voices cried, "Give them up, give them to Malinche as a peace offering." Otomie stood forward to speak, and it died away, for all desired to hear her words. Then she spoke. "It seems, people of the Otomie, that I am on trial before my own vassals, and my husband with me. Well, I will plead our cause as well as a woman may, and having the power, you shall judge between us and Mashtla and his allies, Malinche and the Tlascalans. What is our offence? It is that we came hither by the command of Cuitlahua to seek your aid in his war with the Teules. What did I tell you then? I told you that if the people of Anahuac would not stand together against the white men, they must be broken one by one like sticks of an unbound faggot, and cast into the flames. Did I speak lies? Nay, I spoke truth, for through the treason of her tribes, and chiefly through the treason of the Tlascalans, Anahuac is fallen, and Tenochtitlan is a ruin, sown with dead, like a field with corn. It is true, cried a voice. Yes, people of the Otomie, it is true. But I say that had all the warriors of the nations of Anahuac played the part that your sons played, the tale had run otherwise. They are dead, and because of their death you would deliver us to our foes and yours. But I for one do not mourn them, though among their number are many of my kin. Nay, be not wroth, but listen. It is better that they should lie dead in honour, having earned for themselves a wreath of fame and an immortal dwelling in the houses of the sun, than that they should live to be slaves, which it seems is your desire, people of the Otomie. There is no false word in what I said to you. Now the sticks that Malinche has used to beat out his brains of Guatemoc shall be broken and burnt to cook the pot of the Teules. Already these false children are his slaves. Have you not heard his command, that the tribes, his allies, shall labour in the quarries and the streets till the glorious city which he has burned rises afresh from the face of the waters? Will you not hasten to take your share in the work, people of the Otomie, the work that knows no rest and no reward except the lash of the overseer and the curse of the Teule? Surely you will hasten, people of the mountains. Your hands are shaped to the spade and the trowel, not to the bow and the spear, and it will be sweeter to toil to do the will and swell the wealth of Malinche in the sun of the valley or the shadow of the mine, than to bide here free upon the hills, where as yet no foe has set his foot. Again she paused, and a murmur of doubt and unrest went through the thousands who listened. Mashla stepped forward and would have spoken, but the people shouted him down, crying, "Otomie, Otomie, let us hear the words of Otomie." "I thank you, my people," she said, "for I have still much to tell you. Our crime is then that we drew an army after us to fight against the Teules. And how did we draw this army? Did I command you to muster your array? Nay, I set out my case and I said, 'Now choose.' You chose, and of your own free will you dispatched these glorious companies that now are dead. My crime is therefore that you chose wrongly, as you say, but as I still hold, most rightly. And because of this crime I and my husband are to be driven as a peace offering to the Teules. Listen, let me tell you something of those wars in which we have fought, before you give us to the Teules and our mouths are silent forever. Where shall I begin? I know not. Stay, I bore a child. Had he lived, he would have been your prince today. That child I saw starve to death before my own eyes, inch by inch and day by day. I saw him starve. But it is nothing. Who am I that I should complain because I have lost my son, when so many of your sons are dead and their blood is required at my hands? Listen again." And she went on to tell in burning words of the horrors of the siege, of the cruelties of the Spaniards and of the bravery of the men of the Otomie who I had commanded. For a full hour she spoke thus, while all that vast audience hung upon her words. Also she told of the part that I played in the struggle, and of the deeds which I had done. And now and again some soldier in the crowd who served under me, and who had escaped the famine and the massacre, cried out, "It is true! We saw it with our own eyes." And so, she said, at last it was finished. At last Tenochtitlan was a ruin, and my cousin and my king, the glorious Guatemoc, lay a prisoner in the hands of Malinche, and with him my husband Teule, my sister, I myself, and many another. Malinche swore that he would treat Guatemoc and his following with all honour. Do you know how he treated him? Within a few days Guatemoc our king was seated in the chair of torment, while slaves burned him with hot irons to cause him to declare the hiding place of the treasure of Montezuma. Aye, you may well cry shame upon him. You shall cry yet more loudly before I have done. For know that Guatemoc did not suffer alone. One lies there who suffered with him and spoke no word. And I also, your princess, was doomed to torment. We escaped when death was at our door, for I told my husband that the people of the Otomie had true hearts, and would shelter us in our sorrow, and for his sake I, Otomie, disguised myself in the robe of a wanton, and fled with him hither. Could I have known what I should live to see and hear? Would I have dreamed that you would receive me thus? I had died 100 deaths before I came to stand and plead for pity at your hands. O my people, I beseech of you, make no terms with the false Teule, but remain bold and free. Your necks are not fitted to the yoke of the slave. Your sons and daughter of too high a blood to serve the foreigner in his needs and pleasures. Defy Malinche. Some of our race are dead, but many thousands remain. Here in your mountain nest you can beat back every Teule in Anahuac, as in bygone years the false Tlascalans beat back the Aztecs. Then the Tlascalans were free. Now they are a part of a race of serfs. Say, will you share their serfdom? My people, think not that I plead for myself, or even for the husband who is more dear to me than aught save honour. Do you indeed dream that we will suffer you to hand us living to these dogs of Tlascalans, whom Malinche insults you by sending as his messengers? Look!" And she walked to where the spear that had been hurled at her lay upon the pavement, and lifted it. "Here is a means of death that some friend has sent us, and if you will not listen to my pleading, you shall see it used before your eyes. Then, if you will, you may send our bodies to Malinche as a peace offering. But for your own sakes I plead with you. Defy Malinche, and if you must die at last, die as free men and not as the slaves of the Teule. Behold now his tender mercies, and see the lot that shall be yours if you take another counsel, the counsel of Maxtla." And coming to the litter on which I lay, swiftly Otomie rent my robes from me, leaving me almost naked to the waist, and unwound the bandages from my wounded limb, then lifted me up so that I rested upon my sound foot. "Look," she cried in a piercing voice, and pointing to the scars and unhealed wounds upon my face and leg. "Look on the work of the Teule and the Tlascalan. See how the foe is dealt with who surrenders to them. Yield if you will, desert us if you will, but I say that then your own body shall be marked in a like fashion, till not an ounce of gold is left that can minister to the greed of the Teule, or a man or a maiden who can labour to satisfy his indolence." Then she ceased, and letting me sink gently to the ground, for I could not stand alone, she stood over me, the spear in her hand, as though waiting to plunge it to my heart should the people still demand our surrender to the messengers of Cortes. For one instant there was silence. Then of a sudden the clamour and the tumult broke out again 10 times more furiously than at first. But it was no longer aimed at us. Otomie had conquered. Her noble words, her beauty, the tale of our sorrows and the sight of my torments had done their work, and the heart of the people was filled with fury against the Teules who had destroyed their army, and the Tlascalans that had aided them. Never did the wit and eloquence of a woman cause a swifter change. They screamed and tore their robes and shook their weapons in the air. Mashla strove to speak, but they pulled him down, and presently he was flying for his life. Then they turned upon the Tlascalan envoys and beat them with sticks, crying, "This is our answer to Malinche. Run, ye dogs, and take it," till they were driven from the town. Now at length the turmoil ceased, and some of the great chiefs came forward, and kissing the hand of Otomie, said, "Princess, we your children will guard you to the death, for you have put another heart into us. You are right. It is better to die free than to live as slaves." "See, my husband," said Otomie, "I was not mistaken when I told you that my people were loyal and true. But now we must make ready for war, for they have gone too far to turn back, and when this tiding comes to the ears of Malinche, he will be like a puma robbed of her young. Now let us rest. I am very weary." "Otomie," I answered, "there has lived no greater woman than you upon this earth." "I cannot tell, husband," she said smiling. "If I have won your praise and safety, that is enough for me." End of chapter 31. Recording by Patrick79.